Section 19 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2014. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 3, The Oriental Scientific Movement and American Discoveries, 3. We must now leave Asia and pass in review the various expeditions in the New World, which have been sent out in succession since the beginning of the present century. In 1807, when Lewis and Clark were crossing North America from the United States to the Pacific Ocean, the government commissioned a young officer, Lieutenant Zabulon Montgomery Pike, to examine the sources of the Mississippi. He was at the same time to endeavor to open friendly relations with any Indians he might meet. Pike was well received by the chief of the powerful Sioux nation and presented with the pipe of peace, a talisman which secured him the protection of the allied tribes. He ascended the Mississippi, passing the mouths of the Chippewa and St. Peter, important tributaries of that great river. But beyond the confluence of the St. Peter with the Mississippi, as far as the Falls of St. Anthony, the course of the main river is impeded by an uninterrupted series of falls and rapids. A little below the 45th parallel of north latitude, Pike and his companions had to leave their canoes and continue their journey in sledges. To the severity of a bitter winter were soon added the tortures of hunger. Nothing, however, checked the intrepid explorers, who continued to follow the Mississippi, now dwindled down to a stream only 300 roods wide, and arrived in February at Leech Lake, where they were received with enthusiasm at the camp of some trappers and fur hunters from Montreal. After visiting Red Cedar Lake, Pike returned to St. Louis. His arduous and perilous journey had extended over no less than 9 months, and although he had not attained his main object, it was not without scientific results. The skill, presence of mind, and courage of Pike were recognized, and the government soon afterwards conferred on him the rank of major, and appointed him to the command of a fresh expedition. This time he was to explore the vast tract of country between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains, and to discover the sources of the Arkansas and Red River. With 23 companions, Pike ascended the Arkansas, a fine river navigable to the mountains in which it rises, that is to say for a distance of 2,000 miles, except in the summer, when its bed is encumbered with sandbanks. On this long voyage, winter, from which Pike had suffered so much on his previous trip, set in with redoubled vigor. Game was so scarce that for 4 days the explorers were without food. The feet of several men were frostbitten, and this misfortune added to the fatigue of the others. The major, after reaching the source of the Arkansas, pursued a southerly direction, and soon came to a fine stream which he took for the Red River. This was the Rio del Norte, which rises in Colorado, then a Spanish province, and flows into the Gulf of Mexico. From what has already been said of the difficulties which Humboldt encountered before he obtained permission to enter the Spanish possessions in America, we may judge with what jealous suspicion the arrival of strangers in Colorado was regarded. Pike was surrounded by a detachment of Spanish soldiers, made prisoner with all his men, and taken to Santa Fe. Their ragged garments, emaciated forms, and generally miserable appearance did not speak much in their favor, and the Spaniards at first took the Americans for savages. However, when the mistake was recognized, they were escorted across the inland provinces to Louisiana, arriving at Natchitoches on the 1st July 1807. The unfortunate end of this expedition cooled the zeal of the government, but not that of private persons, merchants, and hunters, whose numbers were continually on the increase. Many even completely crossed the American continent from Canada to the Pacific. Amongst these travellers we must mention Daniel William Harmon, a member of the Northwest Company, who visited Lakes Huron and Superior, Rainy Lake, the Lake of the Woods, Manitoba, Winnipeg, Athabasca, and the Great Bear Lake, all between northern latitude 47 and 58 degrees, and reached the shores of the Pacific. The fur company established at Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia also did much towards the exploration of the Rocky Mountains. 4 associates of that company, leaving Astoria in June 1812, ascended the Columbia, crossed the Rocky Mountains, and, following an east-southeast direction, reached one of the sources of the Platte, descended it to its junction with the Missouri, crossed the district never before explored, and arrived at St. Louis on the 30th of May, 1813. In 1811 another expedition composed of 60 men started from St. Louis and ascended the Missouri as far as the settlements of the Ricara Indians, whence they made their way to Astoria, arriving there at the beginning of 1812, after the loss of several men and great suffering from fatigue and want of food. These journeys resulted not only in the increase of our knowledge of the topography of the districts traversed, but they also brought about quite unexpected discoveries. In the Ohio Valley between Illinois and Mexico, for instance, we found ruins, fortifications, and entrenchments, with ditches and a kind of bastion, many of them covering 5 or 6 acres of ground. What people can have constructed works such as these, which denote a civilization greatly in advance of that of the Indians, is a difficult problem of which no solution has yet been found. Philologists and historians were already regretting the dying out of the Indian tribes, who, until then, had been only superficially observed, and lamenting their extinction before their languages had been studied. A knowledge of these languages and their comparison with those of the Old World might have thrown some unexpected light upon the origin of the wandering tribes. Footnote. The author has evidently not seen Bancroft's Native Races of the Pacific, an exhaustive work in 5 volumes, published at New York and San Francisco a few years ago, and which embodies the researches of a number of gentlemen who collected their information on the spot, and whose contributions to our knowledge of the past and present life of the Indians should certainly not be ignored. The Translator. End of footnote. Simultaneously with the discovery of the ruins, the flora and geology of the country began to be studied, and in the latter science great surprises were in store for future explorers. It was so important for the American government to proceed rapidly to reconnoitre the vast territories between the United States and the Pacific that another expedition was speedily sent out. In 1819 the military authorities commissioned Major Long to explore the districts between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains, to trace the course of the Missouri and of its principal tributaries, to fix the latitude and longitude of the chief places, to study the ways of the Indian tribes, in fact, to describe everything interesting either in the aspect of the country or in its animal, vegetable, and mineral productions. Leaving Pittsburgh on the 5th March 1819, on board the steamship Western Engineer, the expedition arrived in May of the following year at the junction of the Ohio with the Mississippi, and ascended the latter river as far as St. Louis. On the 29th of June the mouth of the Missouri was reached. During the month of July, Mr. Say, who was charged with the zoological observations, made his way by land to Fort Osage, where he was joined by the steamer. Major Long turned his stay at Fort Osage to account by sending a party to examine the districts between the Kansas and the Platte, but this party was attacked, robbed, and compelled to turn back after losing all their horses. After obtaining at Cow Island a reinforcement of 15 soldiers, the expedition reached Fort Lisa, near Council Bluff, on the 19th September. There it was decided to winter. The Americans suffered greatly from scurvy, and having no medicines to check the terrible disorder, they lost 100 men, nearly a third of the whole party. Major Long, who had meanwhile reached Washington in a canoe, brought back orders for the discontinuation of the voyage up the Missouri, and for a journey overland to the sources of the Platte, whence the Mississippi was to be reached by way of the Arkansas and Red River. On the 6th of June, the explorers left Engineers Fort, as they called their winter quarters, and ascended the Platte Valley for more than 100 miles, its grassy plains, frequented by vast herds of bisons and deer, supplying them with plenty of provisions. Those boundless prairies, whose monotony is unbroken by a single hillock, were succeeded by a sandy desert gradually sloping up, for a distance of nearly 400 miles, to the Rocky Mountains. This desert, broken by precipitous ravines, canyons, and gorges, at the bottom of which gurgles some insignificant stream, its banks clothed with stunted and meagre vegetation, produces nothing but cacti with sharp and formidable prickles. On the 6th of July, the expedition reached the foot of the Rocky Mountains. Dr. James scaled one of the peaks, to which he gave his own name, and which rises to a height of 11,500 feet above the sea level. From the summit of the peak, says the botanist, the view towards the north, west, and southwest is diversified with innumerable mountains, all white with snow, and on some of the more distant it appears to extend down to their bases. Immediately under our feet on the west lay the narrow valley of the Arkansas, which we could trace running towards the northwest, probably more than 60 miles. On the north side of the peak was an immense mass of snow and ice. To the east lay the great plain, rising as it receded, until in the distant horizon it appeared to mingle with the sky. Here the expedition was divided into two parties, one under the command of Major Long to make its way to the sources of the Red River, the other under Captain Bell to go down the Arkansas as far as Port Smith. The two detachments separated on the 24th of July. The former, misled by the statements of the Kaskaya Indians and the inaccuracy of the maps, took the Canadian for the Red River, and did not discover their mistake until they reached its junction with the Arkansas. The Kaskayas were the most miserable of savages, but intrepid horsemen, excelling in lassoing the wild mustangs which are descendants of the horses imported into Mexico by the Spanish conquerors. The second detachment was deserted by 4 soldiers, who carried off the journals of Say and Lieutenant Swift, with a number of other valuable effects. Both parties also suffered from want of provisions in the sandy deserts, whose streams yield nothing but brackish and muddy water. The expedition brought to Washington 60 skins of wild animals, several thousands of insects, including 500 new species, 400 or 500 specimens of hitherto unknown plants, numerous views of the scenery, and the materials for a map of the districts traversed. The command of another expedition was given in 1828 to Major Long, whose services were thoroughly appreciated. Leaving Philadelphia in April, he embarked on the Ohio, and crossed the state of the same name, and those of Indiana and Illinois. Having reached the Mississippi, he ascended that river to the mouth of the St. Peter, formerly visited by Carver, and later by Baron La Hontan. Long followed the St. Peter to its source, passing Crooked Lake and reaching Lake Winnipeg, whence he explored the river of the same name, obtained a sight of the Lake of the Woods and Rainy Lake, and arrived at the plateau which separates the Hudson Bay Valley from that of the St. Lawrence. Lastly, he went to Lake Superior by way of Cold Water Lake and Dog River. Although all these districts had been constantly traversed by Canadian pathfinders, trappers, and hunters for many years previously, it was the first time an official expedition had visited them with a view to the laying down of a map. The explorers were struck with the beauty of the neighborhood watered by the Winnipeg. That river, whose course is frequently broken by picturesque rapids and waterfalls, flows between two perpendicular granite walls crowned with verdure. The beauty of the scenery, succeeding as it did to the monotony of the plains and savannas they had previously traversed, filled the explorers with admiration. The exploration of the Mississippi, which had been neglected since Pike's expedition, was resumed in 1820 by General Cass, governor of Michigan. Leaving Detroit at the end of May with 20 men trained to the work of pathfinders, he reached the upper Mississippi after visiting Lakes Huron, Superior, and Sandy. His exhausted escort halted to rest whilst he continued the examination of the river in a canoe. For 150 miles the course of the Mississippi is rapid and uninterrupted, but beyond that distance begins a series of rapids extending over 12 miles to the Pacgama Falls. Above this cataract, the stream, now far less rapid, winds through vast savannas to Leech Lake. Having reached Lake Winnipeg, Cass arrived on the 21st of July at a new lake, to which he gave his own name, but he did not care to push on farther with his small party of men and inadequate supply of provisions and ammunition. The source of the Mississippi had been approached, but not reached. The general opinion was that the river took its rise in a small sheet of water known as Deer Lake, 60 miles from Cass Lake. Not until 1832, however, when General Cass was Secretary of State for War, was this important problem solved. The command of an expedition was then given to a traveller named Schoolcraft, who had in the previous year explored the Chippewa country, northwest of Lake Superior. His party consisted of 6 soldiers, an officer qualified to conduct hydrographic surveys, a surgeon, a geologist, an interpreter, and a missionary. Schoolcraft left St. Marie on the 7th of June 1832, visited the tribes living about Lake Superior, and was soon on the St. Louis River. He was then 150 miles from the Mississippi, and was told that it would take him no less than 10 days to reach the great river, on account of the rapids and shallows. On the 3rd of July the expedition reached the factory of a trader named Aitken on the banks of the river, and there celebrated on the following day the anniversary of the independence of the United States. 2 days later Schoolcraft found himself opposite the Pacgama Falls, and encamped at Oak Point. Here the river winds a great deal amongst savannas, but guides led the party by paths which greatly shortened the distance. Lake Winnipeg was then crossed, and on the 10th of July Schoolcraft arrived at Lake Cass, the furthest point reached by his predecessors. A party of Chippewa Indians led the explorers to their settlement on an island in the river. The friendliness of the natives led Cass to leave part of his escort with them, and, accompanied by Lieutenant Allen, the surgeon Horton, a missionary, and several Indians, he started in a canoe. Lakes Tasodiac and Crooked were visited in turn. A little beyond the latter, the Mississippi divides into 2 branches or forks. The guide took Schoolcraft up the eastern, and after crossing Lakes Marquette, La Salle, and Kubacana, he came to the mouth of the Naiwa, the chief tributary of this branch of the Mississippi. Finally, after passing the little lake called Usawa, the expedition reached Lake Itasca, whence issues the Itascan or western branch of the Mississippi. Lake Itasca, or Deer Lake as the French call it, is only 7 or 8 miles in extent, and is surrounded by hills clothed with dark pine woods. According to Schoolcraft, it is some 1,500 feet above the sea level, but we must not attach too much importance to this estimate, as the leader of the expedition had no instruments. On their way back to Lake Cass, the party followed the western branch, identifying its chief tributaries. Schoolcraft then studied the ways of the Indians frequenting these districts and made treaties with them. To sum up, the aim of the government was achieved, and the Mississippi had been explored from its mouth to its source. The expedition had collected a vast number of interesting details on the manners, customs, history, and language of the people, as well as numerous new or little known species of flora and fauna. The people of the United States were not content with these official expeditions, and numbers of trappers threw themselves into the new districts. Most of them being, however, absolutely illiterate, they could not turn their discoveries to scientific account. But this was not the case with James Patty, who has published an account of his romantic adventures and perilous trips in the district between New Mexico and New California. On his way down the river Gila to its mouth, Patty visited races then all but unknown, including the Yotans, Eotas, Papuans, Moquis, Umeas, Mohawas, and Navajoes, with whom but very little intercourse had yet been held. On the banks of the Rio Eotario he discovered ruins of ancient monuments, stone walls, moats, and potteries, and in the neighboring mountains he found copper, lead, and silver mines. We owe a curious travelling journal also to Dr. Willard, who, during a stay of 3 years in Mexico, explored the Rio del Norte from its source to its mouth. Lastly, in 1838, Captain Wyeth and his brother explored Oregon and the neighboring districts of the Rocky Mountains. After Humboldt's journey in Mexico, one explorer succeeded another in Central America. In 1787, Bernasconi discovered the now famous ruins of Palenque. In 1822, Antonio del Rio gave a detailed description of them, illustrated with drawings by Frederick Waldeck, the future explorer of Palenque, the city of the dead. Between 1805 and 1807, 3 journeys were successively taken in the province of Chiapa and to Palenque by Captain William Dupaix and the draftsman Castañeda, and the result of their researches appeared in 1830 in the form of a magnificent work, with illustrations by Augustin Alliot, executed at the expense of Lord Kingsborough. Lastly, Waldeck spent the years 1832 and 1833 at Palenque, searching the ruins, making plans, sections, and elevations of the monuments, trying to decipher the hitherto unexplained hieroglyphics with which they are covered, and collecting a vast amount of quite new information alike on the natural history of the country and the manners and customs of the inhabitants. We must also name Don Juan Galindo, a Spanish colonel who explored Palenque, Utatlan, Copan, and other cities buried in the heart of tropical forests. After the long stay made by Humboldt in equinoctial America, the impulse his explorations would doubtless otherwise have given to geographical science was strangely checked by the struggle of the Spanish colonies with the mother country. As soon, however, as the native governments attained to at least a semblance of stability, intrepid explorers rushed to examine this world, so new in the truest sense, for the jealousy of the Spanish had hitherto kept it closed to the investigations of scientific men. Many naturalists and engineers now travelled or settled in South America. Soon indeed, that is in 1817 through 1820, the Austrian and Bavarian governments sent out a scientific expedition, to the command of which they appointed Doctors Spix and Martins, who collected a great deal of information on the botany, ethnography, and geography of these hitherto little-known districts, Martins publishing, at the expense of the Austrian and Bavarian governments, a most important work on the flora of the country, which may be looked upon as a model of its kind. At the same time, the editors of special publications, such as Malte Brun's Annales de Voyages and the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie, cordially accepted and published all the communications addressed to them, including many on Brazil and the province of Minas Gerais. About this period, too, a Prussian Major General, the Prince of Wied-Neuwied, who had been at leisure since the peace of 1815, devoted himself to the study of natural science, geography, and history, undertaking, moreover, in company with the naturalists Frère Cis and Sello, an exploring expedition in the interior of Brazil, having special reference to its flora and fauna. A few years later, that is, in 1836, the French naturalist Alcide d'Orbigny, who had won celebrity at a very early age, was appointed by the governing body of the museum to the command of an expedition to South America, the special object of which was the study of the natural history of the country. For 8 consecutive years d'Orbigny wandered about Brazil, Uruguay, the Argentine Republic, Patagonia, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. Such a journey, says Dumour in his funeral oration on d'Orbigny, in countries so different in their productions, climate, the character of their soil, and the manners and customs of their inhabitants, was necessarily full of ever-fresh perils. D'Orbigny, endowed with a strong constitution and untiring energy, overcame obstacles which would have daunted most travellers. On his arrival in the cold regions of Patagonia, amongst savage races constantly at war with each other, he found himself compelled to take part, and to fight in the ranks of a tribe which had received him hospitably. Fortunately for the intrepid student, his side was victorious, and he was left free to proceed on his journey. It took 13 years of the hardest work to put together the results of d'Orbigny's extensive researches. His book, which embraces nearly every branch of science, leaves far behind it all that had ever before been published on South America. History, archaeology, zoology, and botany all hold honored positions in it, but the most important part of this encyclopedic work is that relating to American man. In it, the author embodies all the documents he himself collected, and analyzes and criticizes those which came to him at second hand, on physiological types, and on the manners, languages, and religions of South America. A work of such value ought to immortalize the name of the French scholar, and reflect the greatest honor on the nation which gave him birth. End of section 19. Section 20 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2014. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1. Voyages round the World and Polar Expeditions. 1. The Russian Fur Trade. Kruzenstern appointed to the command of an expedition. Nuka. Hiva. Nagasaki. Reconnaissance of the coast of Japan. Yezo. The Ainos. Sakhalin. Return to Europe. Otto von Kotzebue. Stay at Easter Island. Penrhyn. The Radak Archipelago. Return to Russia. Changes at Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands. Beechey's Voyage. Easter Island. Pitcairn and the Mutineers of the Bounty. The Paumoto Islands. Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands. The Bonin Islands. Lütke. The Quebradas of Valparaiso. Holy Week in Chile. New Archangel. The Caloches. Unalaska. The Caroline Archipelago. The Canoes of the Caroline Islanders. Guam, a desert island. Beauty and happy situation of the Bonin Islands. The Chukchis, their manners and their conjurers. Return to Russia. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Russians for the first time took part in voyages round the world. Until that time, their explorations had been almost entirely confined to Asia, and their only mariners of note were Bering, Tschirikow, Spangberg, Laxmann, Krenitsyn, and Sarychev. The last named took an important part in the voyage of the Englishman Billings, a voyage, by the way, which was far from achieving all that might have been fairly expected from the 10 years it occupied and the vast sums it cost. Adam John von Kruzenstern was the first Russian to whom is due the honor of having made a voyage round the world under government auspices and with a scientific purpose. Born in 1770, Kruzenstern entered the English Navy in 1793. After 6 years' training in the Stern School, which then numbered amongst its leaders the most skillful sailors of the world, he returned to his native land with a profound knowledge of his profession, and with his ideas of the part Russia might play in Eastern Asia very considerably widened. During a stay of 2 years at Canton in 1798 and 1799, Kruzenstern had been witness of the extraordinary results achieved by some English fur traders, who brought their merchandise from the northwest coasts of Russian America. This trade had not come into existence until after Cook's third voyage, and the English had already realized immense sums, at the cost of the Russians, who had hitherto sent their furs to the Chinese markets overland. In 1785, however, a Russian named Chelikov founded a fur trading colony on Kodiak Island, at about an equal distance from Kamchatka and the Aleutian Islands, which rapidly became a flourishing community. The Russian government now recognized the resources of districts it had hitherto considered barren, and reinforcements, provisions, and stores were sent to Kamchatka via Siberia. Kruzenstern quickly realized how inadequate to the new state of things was help such as this, the ignorance of the pilots and the errors in the maps leading to the loss of several vessels every year, not to speak of the injury to trade involved in a 2 years' voyage for the transport of furs, first to Okhotsk and thence to Kiatka. As the best plans are always the simplest, they are sure to be the last to be thought of, and Kruzenstern was the first to point out the imperative necessity of going direct by sea from the Aleutian Islands to Canton, the most frequented market. On his return to Russia, Kruzenstern tried to win over to his views Count Kushelev, the Minister of Marine, but the answer he received destroyed all hope. Not until the accession of Alexander I, when Admiral Mordinov became head of the Naval Department, did he receive any encouragement. Acting on Count Romanov's advice, the Russian Emperor soon commissioned Kruzenstern to carry out the plan he had himself proposed, and on the 7th August 1802 he was appointed to the command of 2 vessels for the exploration of the northwest coast of America. Although the leader of the expedition was named, the officers and seamen were still to be selected, and the vessels to be manned were not to be had in either the Russian Empire or at Hamburg. In London alone were Lysianskoy, afterwards second in command to Kruzenstern, and the builder Kazumov able to obtain 2 vessels at all suitable to the service in which they were to be employed. These 2 vessels received the names of the Nadiejeda and the Neva. In the meantime, the Russian government decided to avail itself of this opportunity to send M. de Bezanov to Japan as ambassador, with a numerous suite and magnificent presents for the sovereign of the country. On the 4th August 1803, the 2 vessels, completely equipped and carrying 134 persons, left the roadstead of Kronstadt. Flying visits were paid to Copenhagen and Falmouth, with a view to replacing some of the salt provisions bought at Hamburg, and to caulk the Nadierjeda, the seams of which had started in a violent storm encountered in the North Sea. After a short stay at the Canary Islands, Kruzenstern hunted in vain, as La Pérouse had done before him, for the island of Ascension, as to the existence of which opinion had been divided for some 300 years. He then rounded Cape Frio, the position of which he was unable exactly to determine, although he was most anxious to do so, the accounts of earlier travellers and the maps hitherto laid down varying from 23 degrees 6 minutes to 22 degrees 34 minutes. A reconnaissance of the coast of Brazil was succeeded by a sail through the passage between the islands of Gal and Alvaredo, unjustly characterized as dangerous by La Pérouse, and on the 21st December 1803 St. Catherine was reached. The necessity for replacing the main and mizzen masts of the Neva detained Kruzenstern for 5 weeks on this island, where he was most cordially received by the Portuguese authorities. On the 4th February the two vessels were able to resume their voyage, prepared to face all the dangers of the South Sea, and to double Cape Horn, that bugbear of all navigators. As far as Staten Island the weather was uniformly fine, but beyond it the explorers had to contend with extremely violent gales, storms of hail and snow, dense fogs, huge waves, and a swell in which the vessels laboured heavily. On the 24th of March the ships lost sight of each other in a dense fog, a little above the western entrance to the Straits of Magellan. They did not meet again until both reached Nuka Hiva. Kruzenstern, having given up all idea of touching at Easter Island, now made for the Marquesas or Mendoza archipelago, and determined the position of Fatongu and Utugu Islands, called Washington by the American Captain Ingraham, who discovered them in 1791, a few weeks before Captain Marchand, who named them Revolution Islands. Kruzenstern also saw Hiva Hoa, the Dominica of Mendaña, and at Nuka Hiva met an Englishman named Roberts and a Frenchman named Cabri, whose knowledge of the language was of great service to him. The incidents of the stay in the Marquesas archipelago are of little interest. They were much the same as those related in Cook's Voyages. The total, but at the same time utterly unconscious immodesty of the women, the extensive agricultural knowledge of the natives, and their greed of iron instruments, are commented upon in both narratives. Nothing is noted in the later which is not to be found in the earlier narrative, if we accept some remarks on the existence of numerous societies of which the king or his relations, priests or celebrated warriors, are the chiefs, and the aim of which is the providing of the people with food in times of scarcity. In our opinion, these societies resemble the clans of Scotland or the Indian tribes of America. Kruzenstern, however, does not agree with us, as the following quotation will show. The members of these clubs are distinguished by different tattooed marks upon their bodies. Those of the King's Club, consisting of 26 members, have a square one on their breasts about 6 inches long and 4 wide, and to this company Roberts belonged. The companions of the Frenchman, Joseph Cabri, were marked with a tattooed eye, etc. Roberts assured me that he never would have entered this association had he not been driven to it by extreme hunger. There was an apparent want of consistency in this dislike, as the members of these companies are not only relieved from all care as to their subsistence, but, even by his own account, the admittance into them is a distinction that many seek to obtain. I am therefore inclined to believe that it must be attended with the loss of some part of liberty. A reconnaissance of the neighbourhood of Anna Maria led to the discovery of Port Chichagof, which, though the entrance is difficult, is so shut in by land that its waters are unruffled by the most violent storm. At the time of Kruzenstern's visit to Nuka Hiva, cannibalism was still largely practised, but the traveller had no tangible proof of the prevalence of the custom. In fact, Kruzenstern was very affably received by the king of the cannibals, who appeared to exercise but little authority over his people, a race addicted to the most revolting vices; and our hero owns that but for the intelligent and disinterested testimony of the 2 Europeans mentioned above, he should have carried away a very favourable opinion of the natives. "In their intercourse with us," he says, "they always showed the best possible disposition, and in bartering an extraordinary degree of honesty, always delivering their cocoanuts before they received the piece of iron that was to be paid for them. At all times they appeared ready to assist in cutting wood and filling water, and the help they afforded us in the performance of these laborious tasks was by no means trifling. Theft, the crime so common to all the islanders of this ocean, we very seldom met with among them. They always appeared cheerful and happy, and the greatest good humour was depicted in their countenances. The 2 Europeans whom we found here, and who had both resided with them several years, agreed in their assertions that the natives of Nuka Hiva were a cruel, intractable people, and, without even the exceptions of the female sex, very much addicted to cannibalism, that the appearance of content and good humour, with which they had so much deceived us, was not their true character, and that nothing but the fear of punishment and the hopes of reward deterred them from giving a loose to their savage passions. These Europeans described, as eye-witnesses, the barbarous scenes that are acted, particularly in times of war, the desperate rage with which they fall upon their victims, immediately tear off their head, and sip their blood out of the skull with the most disgusting readiness, completing in this manner their horrible repast. For a long time I would not give credit to these accounts, considering them as exaggerated, but they rest upon the authority of 2 different persons, who had not only been witnesses for several years to these atrocities, but had also borne a share in them, of 2 persons who lived in a state of mortal enmity, and took particular pains by their mutual recriminations to obtain with us credit for themselves, but yet on this point never contradicted each other. The very fact of Robert's doing his enemy the justice to allow that he never devoured his prey, but always exchanged it for hogs, gives the circumstance a great degree of probability, and these reports concur with several appearances we remarked during our stay here, skulls being brought to us every day for sale. Their weapons are invariably adorned with human hair, and human bones are used as ornaments in almost all their household furniture. They also often gave us to understand, by pantomimic gestures, that human flesh was regarded by them as a delicacy. There are grounds for looking upon this account as exaggerated. The truth, probably, lies between the dogmatic assertions of Cook and Forster and those of the 2 Europeans of Kruzenstern's time, one of whom at least was not much to be relied upon, as he was a deserter. And we must remember that we ourselves did not attain to the high state of civilization we now enjoy without climbing up from the bottom of the ladder. In the Stone Age our manners were probably not superior to those of the natives of Oceania. We must not, therefore, blame these representatives of humanity for not having risen higher. They have never been a nation. Scattered as their homes are on the wide ocean, and divided as they are into small tribes, without agricultural or mineral resources, without connections, and with a climate which makes them strangers to want, they could but remain stationary or cultivate none but the most rudimentary arts and industries. Yet, in spite of all this, how often have their instruments, their canoes, and their nets excited the admiration of travellers. On the 18th May 1804, the Nadiejeda and the Neva left Nuka Hiva for the Sandwich Islands, where Kruzenstern had decided to stop and lay in a store of fresh provisions, which he had been unable to do at his last anchorage, where 7 pigs were all he could get. The plan fell through, however. The natives of Owaihi, or Hawaii, brought but a very few provisions to the vessels lying off their southwest coast, and even these they would only exchange for cloth, which Kruzenstern could not give them. He therefore set sail for Kamchatka and Japan, leaving the Neva off the islands of Karakaua, where Captain Lisianskoy relied upon being able to revictual. On the 11th July the Nadiejda arrived off Petropavlovsky, the capital of Kamchatka, where the crew obtained the rest and fresh provisions they had so well earned. On the 30th August the Russians put to sea again. Overtaken by thick fogs and violent storms, Kruzenstern now hunted in vain for some islands marked on a map found on a Spanish galleon captured by Anson, and the existence of which had been alternately accepted and rejected by different cartographers, though they appear in La Billardiere's map of his voyage. The navigator now passed between the large island of Kyushu and Tanegashima by way of Van Diemen Strait, till then very inaccurately defined, rectified the position of the Lukyu archipelago, which the English had placed north of the strait and the French too far south, and sailed down, surveyed and named the coast of the province of Satsuma. "This part of Satsuma," says Kruzenstern, "is particularly beautiful, and as we sailed along at a very trifling distance from the land, we had a distinct and perfect view of the various picturesque situations that rapidly succeed each other. The whole country consists of high pointed hills, at one time appearing in the form of pyramids, at others of a globular or conical form, and seeming as it were under the protection of some neighbouring mountain, such as Peak Homer, or another lying north by west of it, and even a third farther inland. Liberal as nature has been in the adornment of these parts, the industry of the Japanese seems not a little to have contributed to their beauty, for nothing indeed can equal the extraordinary degree of cultivation everywhere apparent. That all the valleys upon these coasts should be most carefully cultivated would not so much have surprised us, as in the countries of Europe, where agriculture is not despised, it is seldom that any piece of land is left neglected. But we here saw not only the mountains even to their summits, but the very tops of the rocks which skirted the edge of the coast, adorned with the most beautiful fields and plantations, forming a striking as well as singular contrast, by the opposition of their dark grey and blue colour to that of the most lively verdure. Another object that excited our astonishment was an alley of high trees, stretching over hill and dale along the coast, as far as the eye could reach, with arbours at certain distances, probably for the weary traveller, for whom these alleys must have been constructed, to rest himself in, an attention which cannot well be exceeded. These alleys are not uncommon in Japan, for we saw a similar one in the vicinity of Nagasaki, and another in the island of Meaxima. The Nadiejda had hardly anchored in the entrance to Nagasaki harbour before Kruzenstern saw several daimyos climb on board, who had come to forbid him to advance further. Now, although the Russians were aware of the policy of isolation practiced by the Japanese government, they had hoped that their reputation would have been less forbidding, as they had on board an ambassador from the powerful neighbouring state of Russia. They had relied on enjoying comparative liberty, of which they would have availed themselves to collect information on a country hitherto so little known, and about which the only people admitted to it had taken a vow of silence. They were, however, disappointed in their expectations. Instead of enjoying the same latitude as the Dutch, they were throughout their stay harassed by a perpetual surveillance, as unceasing as it was annoying. In a word, they were little better than prisoners. Although the ambassador did obtain permission to land with his escort under arms, a favour never before accorded to anyone, the sailors were not allowed to get out of their boat. Or, when they did land, the restricted place where they were permitted to walk was surrounded by a lofty palisading and guarded by 2 companies of soldiers. It was forbidden to ride to Europe by way of Batavia, it was forbidden to talk to the Dutch captains, the ambassador was forbidden to leave his house, The word forbidden may be said to sum up the anything but cordial reception given to their visitors by the Japanese. Kruzenstern turned his long stay here to account by completely overhauling and repairing his vessel. He had nearly finished this operation when the approach was announced of an envoy from the Emperor, of dignity so exalted that, in the words of the interpreter, he dared to look at the feet of His Imperial Majesty. This personage began by refusing the Tsar's presents, under pretense that if they were accepted, the Emperor would have to send back others with an embassy, which would be contrary to the customs of the country, and he then went on to speak of the law against the entry of any vessels into the ports of Japan, and absolutely forbade the Russians to buy anything, adding, however, at the same time, that the materials already supplied for the refitting and revictualling the vessel would be paid for out of the treasury of the Emperor of Japan. He further inquired whether the repairs of the Nadiejeda would soon be finished. Kruzenstern understood what was meant as soon as the visitor began to speak, and hurried on the preparations for his own departure. Truly, he had not much reason to congratulate himself on having waited from October to April for such an answer as this. So little were the chief results hoped for by his government achieved, that no Russian vessel could ever again enter a Japanese port. A short-sighted, jealous policy resulting in the putting back for half a century the progress of Japan. On the 17th April the Nadiejeda weighed anchor and began a hydrographic survey, which had the best results. La Pérouse had been the only navigator to traverse before Kruzenstern the seas between Japan and the continent. The Russian explorer was therefore anxious to connect his work with that of his predecessor, and to fill up the gaps the latter had been compelled for want of time to leave in his charts of these parts. To explore the northwest and southwest coasts of Japan, says Kruzenstern, to ascertain the situation of the Straits of Sangar, the width of which in the best charts, Arrowsmith's South Sea Pilot for instance, and the atlas subjoined to La Pérouse's voyage, is laid down as more than 100 miles, while the Japanese merely estimated it to be a Dutch mile; to examine the west coast of Yezo, to find out the island of Karafuto, which in some new charts, compiled after a Japanese one, is placed between Yezo and Sakhalin, and the existence of which appeared to me very probable; to explore this new strait and take an accurate plan of the island of Sakhalin, from Cape Crillon in the northwest coast, from whence, if a good harbour were to be found there, I could send out my long boat to examine the supposed passage which divides Tartary from Sakhalin, and finally to attempt a return through a new passage between the Kurils, north of the Canal de la Boussole. All this came into my plan, and I have had the good fortune to execute part of it. Kruzenstern was destined almost entirely to carry out this detailed plan; only the survey of the west coast of Japan and of the Strait of Sangar, with that of the channel closing the Farakai Strait, could not be accomplished by the Russian navigator, who had, sorely against his will, to leave the completion of this important task to his successors. Kruzenstern now entered the Korea Channel, and determined the longitude of Tsushima, obtaining a difference of 36 minutes from the position assigned to that island by La Pérouse. This difference was subsequently confirmed by Daguerre, who can be fully relied upon. The Russian explorer noticed, as La Pérouse had done before him, that the deviation of the magnetic needle is but little noticeable in these latitudes. The position of Sangar Strait, between Yezo and Nippon, being very uncertain, Kruzenstern resolved to determine it. The mouth, situated between Cape Sangar, northern latitude 41 degrees 16 minutes 30 seconds, and western longitude 219 degrees 46 minutes, and Cape Nadiejeda, northern latitude 41 degrees 25 minutes 10 seconds, western longitude 219 degrees 50 minutes 13 seconds, is only 9 miles wide, whereas La Pérouse, who had relied, not upon personal observation, but upon the map of the Dutchman Vries, speaks of it as 10 miles across. Kruzenstern's was therefore an important rectification. Kruzenstern did not actually enter this strait. He was anxious to verify the existence of a certain island, Karafonto, Choka or Chicha by name, set down as between Yezo and Sakhalin in a map which appeared at St. Petersburg in 1802, and was based on one brought to Russia by the Japanese Kodai. He then surveyed a small portion of the coast of Yezo, naming the chief irregularities, and cast anchor near the southernmost promontory of the island, at the entrance to the Straits of La Pérouse. Here he learned from the Japanese that Sakhalin and Karafonto were one and the same island. End of section 20. Section 21 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2014. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1. Voyages round the World and Polar Expeditions. 2. On the 10th May 1805, Kruzenstern landed at Yezo and was surprised to find the season but little advanced. The trees were not yet in leaf, the snow still lay thick here and there, and the explorer had supposed that it was only at Archangel that the temperature would be so severe at this time of year. This phenomenon was to be explained later, when more was known as to the direction taken by the polar current, which, issuing from Bering Strait, washes the shores of Kamchatka, the Kuril Islands, and Yezo. During his short stay here and at Sakhalin, Kruzenstern was able to make some observations on the Ainos, a race which probably occupied the whole of Yezo before the advent of the Japanese, from whom, at least from those who have been influenced by intercourse with China, they differ entirely. Their figure, says Kruzenstern, dress, appearance, and their language prove that they are the same people as those of Sakhalin, and the captain of the Castricum, when he missed the Straits of La Pérouse, might imagine, as well in Aniwa as in Alkis, that he was but in one island. The Ainos are rather below the middle stature, being at the most 5 feet 2 or 4 inches high, of a dark, nearly black complexion, with a thick bushy beard, black rough hair, hanging straight down, and, excepting in the beard, they have the appearance of the Kamtschadales, only that their countenance is much more regular. The women are sufficiently ugly, their colour, which is equally dark, their coal-black hair combed over their faces, blue-painted lips and tattooed hands, added to no remarkable cleanliness in their clothing, do not give them any great pretensions to loveliness. However, I must do them the justice to say that they are modest in the highest degree, and in this point form the completest contrast with the women of Nukahiva and of Otaheite. The characteristic quality of an Aino is goodness of heart, which is expressed in the strongest manner in his countenance, and so far as we were able to observe their actions, they fully answered this expression. The dress of the Ainos consists chiefly of the skins of tame dogs and seals, but I have seen some in a very different attire, which resembled the parkis of the Kamtschadales, and is, properly speaking, a white shirt worn over their other clothes. In Aniwa Bay they were all clad in furs, their boots were made of sealskins, and in these likewise the women were invariably clothed. After passing through the Straits of La Pérouse, Kruzenstern cast anchor in Aniwa Bay, off the island of Sakhalin. Here fish was then so plentiful that 2 Japanese firms alone employed 400 Ainos to catch and dry it. It is never taken in nets, but buckets are used at ebb tide. After having surveyed Patience Gulf, which had only been partially examined by the Dutchman Vries, and at the bottom of which flows a stream now named the Neva, Kruzenstern broke off his examination of Sakhalin to determine the position of the Kurile Islands, never yet accurately laid down, and on the 5th June 1805 he returned to Petropaulovsky, where he put on shore the ambassador and his suite. In July, after crossing Nadiejeda Strait between Matona and Rachona, two of the Kurile Islands, Kruzenstern surveyed the eastern coast of Sakhalin, in the neighbourhood of Cape Patience, which presented a very picturesque appearance, with the hills clothed with grass and stunted trees, and the shores with bushes. The scenery of the interior, however, was somewhat monotonous, with its unbroken line of lofty mountains. The navigator skirted along the whole of this deserted and harbourless coast to Capes Maria and Elizabeth, between which is a deep bay, with a little village of 37 houses nestling at the end, the only one the Russians had seen since they left Providence Bay. It was not inhabited by Ainos but by Tartars, of which very decided proof was obtained a few days later. Kruzenstern next entered the channel separating Sakhalin from Tartary, but he was hardly 6 miles from the middle of the passage when his soundings gave 6 fathoms only. It was useless to hope to penetrate further. Orders were given to "bout ship," whilst the boat was sent to trace the coastline on either side, and to explore the middle of the strait until the soundings should give 3 fathoms only. A very strong current had to be contended with, rendering this row very difficult, and this current was rightly supposed to be due to the river Amur, the mouth of which was not far distant. The advice given to Kruzenstern by the governor of Kamtchatka not to approach the coast of Chinese Tartary, lest the jealous suspicions of the Celestial Government should be aroused, prevented the explorer from further prosecuting the work of surveying, and once more passing the Kurile group, the Nadiejeda returned to Petropaulovsky. The commander availed himself of his stay in this port to make some necessary repairs in his vessel, and to confirm the statements of Captain Clerke, who had succeeded Cook in the command of his last expedition, and those of Delisle de la Croyère, the French astronomer who had been Behring's companion in 1741. During this last sojourn at Petropaulovsky, Kruzenstern received an autograph letter from the Emperor of Russia, enclosing the Order of St. Anne as a proof of His Majesty's satisfaction with the work done. On the 4th October 1805, the Nadiejeda set sail for Europe, exploring en route the latitudes in which, according to the maps of the day, were situated the islands of Rica de Plata, Guadalupas, Malabrigos, San Sebastián de Lobos, and San Juan. Kruzenstern next identified the Farellan Islands of Anson's map, now known as St. Alexander, St. Augustine, and Volcanoes, and situated south of the Bonin Sima group. Then, crossing the Formosa Channel, he arrived at Macao on the 21st November. He was a good deal surprised not to find the Neva there, as he had given instructions for it to bring a cargo of furs, the price of which he proposed expending on Chinese merchandise. He decided to wait for the arrival of the Neva. Macao seemed to him to be falling rapidly into decay. "Many fine buildings," he says, "are ranged in large squares, surrounded by courtyards and gardens, but most of them uninhabited, the number of Portuguese residents there having greatly decreased. The chief private houses belong to the members of the Dutch and English factories. 12 or 15,000 is said to be the number of the inhabitants of Macao, most of whom, however, are Chinese, who have so completely taken possession of the town that it is rare to meet any European in the streets, with the exception of priests and nuns. One of the inhabitants said to me, 'We have more priests here than soldiers,' a piece of raillery that was literally true, the numbers of soldiers amounting only to 150, not one of whom is a European, the whole being mulattoes of Macao and Goa. Even the officers are not all Europeans. With so small a garrison it is difficult to defend 4 large fortresses, and the natural insolence of the Chinese finds a sufficient motive in the weakness of the military to heap insult upon insult. Just as the Nadiejeda was about to weigh anchor, the Neva at last appeared. It was now the 3rd November, and Kruzenstern went up the coast in the newly arrived vessel as far as Whampoa, where he sold to advantage his cargo of furs, after many prolonged discussions which his firm but conciliating attitude, together with the intervention of English merchants, brought to a successful issue. On the 9th November the 2 vessels once more together weighed anchor and resumed their voyage by way of the Sunda Isles. Beyond Christmas Island they were again separated in cloudy weather, and did not meet until the end of the trip. On the 4th of May the Nadiejeda cast anchor in St. Helena Bay, 60 days' voyage from the Sunda Islands and 79 from Macao. "I know of no better place," says Kruzenstern, "to get supplies after a long voyage than St. Helena. The road is perfectly safe, and at all times more convenient than Table Bay or Simon's Bay at the Cape. The entrance, with the precaution of first getting near the land, is perfectly easy, and on quitting the island nothing more is necessary than to weigh anchor and stand out to sea. Every kind of provision may be obtained here, particularly the best kinds of garden stuffs, and in 2 or 3 days a ship may be provided with everything." On the 21st April, Kruzenstern passed between the Shetland and Orkney Islands, in order to avoid the English Channel, where he might have met some French pirates, and after a good voyage he arrived at Kronstadt on the 7th August 1806. Without taking first rank, like the expedition of Cook or that of La Pérouse, Kruzenstern's trip was not without interest. We owe no great discovery to the Russian explorer, but he verified and rectified the work of his predecessors. This was in fact what most of the navigators of the 19th century had to do, the progress of science enabling them to complete what had been begun by others. Kruzenstern had taken with him in his voyage round the world the son of the well-known dramatic author Kotzebue. The young Otto Kotzebue, who was then a cadet, soon gained his promotion, and he was a naval lieutenant when, in 1815, the command was given to him of the Rurik, a new brig with 2 guns, and a crew of no more than 27 men, equipped at the expense of Count Romantzoff. His task was to explore the less-known parts of Oceania, and to cut a passage for his vessel across the frozen ocean. Kotzebue left the port of Kronstadt on the 15th July 1815, put in first at Copenhagen and Plymouth, and after a very trying trip doubled Cape Horn, and entered the Pacific Ocean on the 22nd January 1816. After a halt at Talcahuano on the coast of Chile, he resumed his voyage, sighted the desert island of Salas of Gomez on the 26th March, and steered towards Easter Island, where he hoped to meet with the same friendly reception as Cook and Pérouse had done before him. The Russians had, however, hardly disembarked before they were surrounded by a crowd eager to offer them fruit and roots, by whom they were so shamelessly robbed that they were compelled to use their arms in self-defence, and to re-embark as quickly as possible to avoid the shower of stones flung at them by the natives. The only observation they had time to make during this short visit was the overthrow of the numerous huge stone statues described, measured, and drawn by Cook and La Pérouse. On the 16th April, the Russian captain arrived at the dog island of Schoten, which he called Doubtful Island, to mark the difference in his estimate of its position and that attributed to it by earlier navigators. Kotzebue gives it southern latitude 44 degrees 50 minutes and western longitude 138 degrees 47 minutes. During the ensuing days were discovered the desert island of Romantzoff, so named in honor of the promoter of the expedition, Spiridov Island, with a lagoon in the center, the island Ura of the Pomautu group, the Vliegen chain of islets, and the no less extended group of the Kruzenstern Islands. On the 28th April, the Rurik was near the supposed site of Bauman's Islands, but not a sign of them could be seen, and it appeared probable that the group had in fact been one of those already visited. As soon as he was safely out of the dangerous Portmanteau archipelago, Kotzebue steered towards the group of islands sighted in 1788 by Sever, who, without touching at them, gave them the name of Penrhyn. The Russian explorer determined the position of the central group of islands as southern latitude 9 degrees 1 minute 35 seconds and western longitude 157 degrees 44 minutes 32 seconds, characterizing them as very low, like those of the Portmanteau group, but inhabited for all that. At the sight of the vessel a considerable fleet of canoes put off from the shore, and the natives, palm branches in their hands, advanced with the rhythmic sound of the paddles serving as a kind of solemn and melancholy accompaniment to numerous singers. To guard against surprise, Kotzebue made all the canoes draw up on one side of the vessel, and bartering was done with a rope as the means of communication. The natives had nothing to trade with but bits of iron and fish-hooks made of mother of pearl. They were well made and martial looking, but wore no clothes beyond a kind of apron. At first only noisy and very lively, the natives soon became threatening. They thieved openly and answered remonstrances with undisguised taunts. Brandishing their spears above their heads, they seemed to be urging each other on to an attack. When Kotzebue felt that the moment had come to put an end to these hostile demonstrations, he had one gun fired. In the twinkling of an eye the canoes were empty, their terrified crews unpremeditatingly flinging themselves into the water with one accord. Presently the heads of the divers reappeared, and, a little calmed down by the warning received, the natives returned to their canoes and their bartering. Nails and pieces of iron were much sought after by these people, whom Kotzebue likens to the natives of Nukahiva. They do not exactly tattoo themselves, but cover their bodies with large scars. A curious fashion not before noticed amongst the islanders of Oceania prevails amongst them. Most of them wear the nails very long, and those of the chief men in the canoes extended 3 inches beyond the end of the finger. 36 boats, manned by 360 men, now surrounded the vessel, and Kotzebue, judging that with his feeble resources and the small crew of the Rurik any attempt to land would be imprudent, set sail again without being able to collect any more information on these wild and warlike islanders. Continuing his voyage towards Kamchatka, the navigator sighted on the 21st of May 2 groups of islands connected by a chain of coral reefs. He named them Kutusov and Suvarov, determined their position, and made up his mind to come back and examine them again. The natives in fleet canoes approached the Rurik, but, in spite of the pressing invitations of the Russian, would not trust themselves on board. They gazed at the vessel in astonishment, talked to each other with a vivacity which showed their intelligence, and flung on deck the fruit of the pandanus tree and coconuts. Their lank black hair, with flowers fastened in it here and there, the ornaments hung round their necks, their clothing of 2 curiously woven coloured mats tied to the waist, and reaching below the knee, but above all their frank and friendly countenances, distinguished the natives of the Marshall Archipelago from those of Penrhyn. On the 19th June the Rurik put in at New Archangel, and for 28 days her crew were occupied in repairing her. On the 15th July Kotzebue set sail again, and 5 days later disembarked on Bering Island, the southern promontory of which he laid down in northern latitude 55 degrees 17 minutes 18 seconds, and western longitude 194 degrees 6 minutes 37 seconds. The natives Kotzebue met with on this island, like those of the North American coast, wore clothes made of sealskin and the intestines of the walrus. The lances used by them were pointed with the teeth of these amphibious animals. Their food consisted of the flesh of whales and seals, which they store in deep cellars dug in the earth. Their boats were made of leather, and they had sledges drawn by dogs. Their mode of salutation is strange enough. They first rub each other's noses, and then pass their hands over their own stomachs, as if rejoicing over the swallowing of some tidbit. Lastly, when they want to be very friendly indeed, they spit in their own palms and rub their friends' faces with the spittle. The captain, still keeping his northerly course along the American coast, discovered Chichmarev Bay, Sarychev Island, and lastly, an extensive gulf, the existence of which was not previously known. At the end of this gulf, Kotzebue hoped to find a channel through which he could reach the Arctic Ocean, but he was disappointed. He gave his own name to the gulf, and that of Kruzenstern to the cape at the entrance. Driven back by bad weather, the Rurik reached Unalashka on the 6th of September, halted for a few days at San Francisco, and reached the Sandwich Islands, where some important surveys were made and some very curious information collected. On leaving the Sandwich Islands, Kotzebue steered for Suvarov and Kutuzov Islands, which he had discovered a few months before. On the 1st January 1817, he sighted Miadi Island, to which he gave the name of New Year's Island. 4 days later, he discovered a chain of little low wooded islands set in a framework of reefs, through which the vessel could scarcely make its way. Just at first the natives ran away at the sight of Lieutenant Shishmarov, but they soon came back with branches in their hands, shouting out the word Aidara, friend. The officer repeated this word and gave them a few nails in return, for which the Russians received the collars and flowers worn as neck ornaments by the natives. This exchange of courtesies emboldened the rest of the islanders to appear, and throughout the stay of the Russians in this archipelago, these friendly demonstrations and enthusiastic but guarded greetings were continued. One native, Rarik by name, was particularly cordial to the Russians, whom he informed that the name of his island and of the chain of islets and atolls connected with it was Ottia. In acknowledgment of the cordial reception of the natives, Kotzebue left with them a cock and hen, and planted in a garden laid out under his orders a quantity of seeds, in the hope that they would thrive, but in this he did not make allowance for the number of rats which swarmed upon these islands and wrought havoc in his plantations. On the 6th February, after ascertaining from what he was told by a chief named Langdiak that these sparingly populated islands were of recent formation, Kotzebue put to sea again, having first christened the archipelago Romantsov. The next day a group of islets, on which only 3 inhabitants were found, had its name of Eregup changed to that of Chichakov, and then an enthusiastic reception was given to Kotzebue on the Kaven Islands by the Tamon, or chief. Every native here feted the newcomers, some by their silence, like the queen forbidden by etiquette to answer the speeches made to her, some by their dances, cries, and songs, in which the name of Totabu, Kotzebue, was constantly repeated. The chief himself came to fetch Kotzebue in a canoe, and carried him on his shoulders through the breakers to the beach. In the oar group the navigator noticed amongst the crowd of natives who climbed on to the vessel, 2 natives whose faces and tattooing seemed to mark them as of alien race. One of them, Kadu by name, especially pleased the commander, who gave him some bits of iron, and Kotzebue was surprised that he did not receive them with the same pleasure as his companions. This was explained the same evening. When all the natives were leaving the vessel, Kadu earnestly begged to be allowed to remain on the Rurik, and never again to leave it. The commander only yielded to his wishes after a great deal of persuasion. Kadu, says Kotzebue, had scarcely obtained permission, when he turned quickly to his comrades who were waiting for him, declared to them his intention of remaining on board the ship, and distributed his iron among the chief. The astonishment in the boats was beyond description. They tried in vain to shake his resolution. He was immovable. At last his friend Edok came back, spoke long and seriously to him, and when he found that his persuasion was of no avail, he attempted to drag him by force, but Kadu now used the right of the strongest. He pushed his friend from him, and the boats sailed off. His resolution being inexplicable to me, I conceived the notion that he perhaps intended to steal during the night, and privately to leave the ship, and therefore had the night watch doubled, and his bed made up close to mine on the deck, where I slept on account of the heat. Kadu felt greatly honored to sleep close to the tamon of the ship. Born at Ulle, one of the Caroline Islands, more than 300 miles from the group where he was now living, Kadu, with Edok and 2 other fellow countrymen, had been overtaken, when fishing, by a violent storm. For 8 months the poor fellows were at the mercy of the winds and currents on a sea now smooth, now rough. They had never throughout this time been without fish, but they had suffered the cruelest tortures from thirst. When their stock of rainwater, which they had used very sparingly, was exhausted, there was nothing left to them to do but to fling themselves into the sea, and try to obtain at the bottom of the ocean some water less impregnated with salt, which they brought to the surface in cocoa-nut shells pierced with a small opening. When they reached the Ore Islands, even the sight of land and the immediate prospect of safety did not rouse them from the state of prostration into which they had sunk. The sight of the iron instruments in the canoe of the strangers led the people of Ore to decide on their massacre for the sake of their treasures, but the tamon, Tigidien by name, took them under his protection. End of section 21. Section 22 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2015. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Voyages round the World and Polar Expeditions. 3. 3 years had passed since this event, and the men from the Caroline Islands, thanks to their more extended knowledge, soon acquired a certain ascendancy over their hosts. When the Rurik appeared, Kadu was in the woods a long way from the coast. He was sent for at once, as he was looked upon as a great traveller, and he might perhaps be able to say what the great monster approaching the island was. Now, Kadu had more than once seen European vessels, and he persuaded his friends to go and meet the strangers, and to receive them kindly. Such had been Kadu's adventures. He now remained on the Rurik, identified the other islands of the archipelago, and lost no time in facilitating intercourse between the Russians and the natives. Dressed in a yellow mantle, and wearing a red cap like a convict, Kadu looked down upon his old friends, and seemed not to recognize them. When a fine old man with a flowing beard, named Tigedien, came on board, Kadu undertook to explain to him and his companions the workings of the vessel and the use of everything about the ship. Like many Europeans, he made up for his ignorance by imperturbable assurance, and had an answer ready for every question. Interrogated on the subject of a little box from which a sailor took a black powder and applied it to his nostrils, Kadu glibly told some most extraordinary stories, and wound up with a practical illustration by putting the box against his own nose. He then flung it from him, sneezing violently and screaming so loud that his terrified friends fled away on every side. But when the crisis was over, he managed to turn the incident to his own advantage. Kadu gave Kotzebue some general information about the group of islands then under examination, and the Russians spent a month in taking surveys, etc. All these islands, which the natives call Radak, were under the control of one Tamon, a man named Lamarie. A few years later, Dumont d'Urville gave the name of Marshall to the group. According to Kadu, another chain of islets, atolls and reefs was situated some little distance off on the west. Kotzebue had no time to identify them, and steering in the northerly direction, he reached Unalashka on the 24th of April, where he had to repair the serious damage sustained by the Rurik in 2 violent storms. This done, he took on board some baidares, boats cased in skins to make them watertight, with 15 natives of the Aleutian Islands, who were used to the navigation of the polar seas, and resumed his exploration of Bering Strait. Kotzebue had suffered very much from pain in his chest ever since when, doubling Cape Horn, he had been knocked down by a huge wave and flung overboard, an accident which would have cost him his life had he not clung to some rope. The consequences were so serious to his health that when, on the 10th of July, he landed on the island of St. Lawrence, he was obliged to give up the further prosecution of his researches. On the 1st of October, the Rurik made a second short halt at the Sandwich Islands, where seeds and animals were landed, and at the end of the month the explorers landed at Ottia in the midst of the enthusiastic acclamations of the natives. The cats brought by the visitors were welcomed with special enthusiasm, for the island was infested with immense numbers of rats, who worked havoc on the plantations. Great also was the rejoicing over the return of Kadu, with whom the Russians left an assortment of tools and weapons, which made their owner the wealthiest inhabitant of the archipelago. On the 4th November, the Rurik left the Radak Islands after identifying the Legiep group, and cast anchor off Guam, one of the MaryAnn Islands, where she remained until the end of the month. A halt of some weeks at Manila enabled the commander to collect some curious information about the Philippine Islands, to which he would have to return later. After escaping from the violent storms encountered in doubling the Cape of Good Hope, the Rurik cast anchor on the 3rd of August, 1818, in the Neva, opposite Count Romantzov's palace. These 3 years of absence had been turned to good account by the hardy navigators. In spite of the smallness of their number and the poverty of their equipments, they had not been afraid to face the terrors of the deep, to venture amongst all but unknown archipelagos, or to brave the rigours of the Arctic and torrid zones. Important as were their actual discoveries, their rectification of the errors of their predecessors were of yet greater value. 2,500 species of plants, 1/3 of which were quite new, with numerous details respecting the language, ethnography, religion, and custom of the tribes visited, formed a rich harvest attesting the zeal, skill, and knowledge of the captain, as well as the intrepidity and endurance of his crew. When, therefore, the Russian government decided in 1823 to send reinforcements to Kamchatka to put an end to the contraband trade carried on in Russian America, the command of the expedition was given to Kotzebue. A frigate called the Predpriatie was placed at his disposal, and he was left free to choose his own route, both going and returning. Kotzebue had gone round the world as a midshipman with Kruzenstern, and that explorer now entrusted to him his eldest son, as did also Möller, the Minister of Marine, a proof of the great confidence both fathers placed in him. The expedition left Kronstadt on the 15th of August 1823, reached Rio Janeiro in safety, doubled Cape Horn on the 15th January 1824, and steered for the Pomotou archipelago, where Predpriatie Island was discovered, and the islands of Arakcheyevs, Romantzov, Karlshof and Palliser were identified. On the 14th March, anchor was cast in the harbour of Matavar, Otaheite. Since Cook's stay in this archipelago, a complete transformation had taken place in the manners and customs of the inhabitants. In 1799, some missionaries settled in Otaheite, where they remained for 10 years, unfortunately without making a single conversion, and we add with regret without even winning the esteem or respect of the natives. Compelled at the end of these 10 years, in consequence of the revolutions which convulsed Otaheite, to take refuge at Eimeo and other islands of the same group, their efforts were then crowned with more success. In 1870, Pomaré, king of Otaheite, recalled the missionaries, made them a grant of land, and declared himself a convert to Christianity. His example was soon followed by a considerable number of natives. Kotzebue had heard of this change, but he was not prepared to find European customs generally adopted. At the sound of the discharge announcing the arrival of the Russians, a boat, bearing the Otaheitian flag, put off from shore, bringing a pilot to guide the Predpriatie to his anchorage. The next day, which happened to be Sunday, the Russians were surprised at the religious silence which prevailed throughout the island when they landed. This silence was only broken by the sound of canticles and psalms sung by the natives in their huts. The church, a plain, clean building of rectangular form, roofed with reeds and approached by a long avenue of palms, was well filled with an attentive, orderly congregation, the men sitting on one side, the women on the other, all with prayer books in their hands. The voices of the neophytes often joined in the chant of the missionaries, unfortunately with better will than correctness or appropriateness. If the piety of the islanders was edifying, the costumes worn by these strange converts were such as somewhat to distract the attention of the visitors. A black coat or the waistcoat of an English uniform was the only garment worn by some, whilst others contented themselves with a jacket, a shirt, or a pair of trousers. The most fortunate were wrapped in cloth mantles, and rich and poor alike dispensed with shoes and stockings. The women were no less grotesquely clad. Some wore men's shirts, white or striped as the case might be, others a mere piece of cloth, but all had European hats. The wives of the Arewa wore coloured robes, a piece of great extravagance, but with them the dress formed the whole costume. On the Monday a most imposing ceremony took place. This was the visit to Kotzebue of the Queen Mother and the royal family. These great people were preceded by a master of ceremonies, who was a sort of court fool wearing nothing but a red waistcoat, and with his legs tattooed to represent striped trousers, whilst on the lower portion of his back was described a quadrant divided into minute sections. He performed his absurd capers, contortions, and grimaces with a gravity infinitely amusing. The Queen Regent carried the little King Pomaré III in her arms, and beside her walked his sister, a pretty child of 10 years old. The royal infant was dressed in European style, like his subjects, and, like them, he wore nothing on his feet. At the request of the ministers and great people of Otaheite, Kotzebue had a pair of boots made for him, which he was to wear on the day of his coronation. Great were the shouts of joy, the gestures of delight, and the envious exclamations over the trifles distributed among the ladies of the court, and fierce were the struggles for the smallest shreds of the imitation gold lace given away. What important matter could have brought so many men onto the deck of the frigate, bearing with them quantities of fruits and figs? These eager messengers were the husbands of the disappointed ladies of Otaheite, who had not been present at the division of the gold lace more valuable in their eyes than rivers of diamonds in those of Europeans. At the end of 10 days, Kotzebue decided to leave this strange country, where civilization and barbarism flourished side by side in a manner so fraternal, and steered for the Samoa archipelago, notorious for the massacre of the companions of La Pérouse. How great was the difference between the Samoans and the Otaheitians! Wild and fierce, suspicious and threatening, the natives of Rose Island could scarcely be kept off the deck of the Predpriatie, and one of them at the sight of the bare arm of a sailor made a savage and eloquent gesture showing with what pleasure he could devour the firm and doubtless savoury flesh displayed to view. The insolence of the natives increased with the arrival of more canoes from the shore, and they had to be beaten back with boat hooks before the Predpriatie could get away from amongst the frail boats of the ferocious islanders. Upolu or Oyalava, Platte and Pola or Availle Islands, which with Rose Island form part of the Navigator or Samoan group, were passed almost as soon as they were sighted, and Kotzebue steered for the Radak Islands, where he had been so kindly received on his first voyage. This time, however, the natives were terrified at sight of the huge vessel, and piled up their canoes or fled into the interior, whilst on the beach a procession was formed, a number of islanders with palm branches in their hands advancing to meet the intruders and beg for peace. At this sight, Kotzebue flung himself into a boat with the surgeon Eschscholtz, and rowing rapidly towards the shore, shouted, "Todabu Aidara," Kotzebue, friend. An immediate change was the result. The petitions the natives were going to address to the Russians were converted into shouts and enthusiastic demonstrations of delight, some rushing forwards to welcome their friend, others running over to announce his arrival to their fellow countrymen. The commander was very pleased to find that Kadu was still living at Or, under the protection of La Marie, whose countenance he had secured at the price of half his wealth. Of all the animals left here by Kotzebue, the cats, now become wild alone, had survived, and thus far had not destroyed the legions of rats with which the island was overrun. The explorer remained several days with his friends, whom he entertained with dramatic representations, and on the 6th of May he made for the Leguiep group, the examination of which he had left uncompleted on his last voyage. After surveying it, he intended to resume his exploration of the Radak Islands, but bad weather prevented this, and he had to set sail for Kamtchatka. The crew here enjoyed the rest so fully earned, from the 7th of June to the 20th of July, when Kotzebue set sail for New Archangel on the American coast, where he cast anchor on the 7th of August. The frigate, which was here to take the place of the Predpriatie, was not however ready for sea until the 1st March of the following year, and Kotzebue turned the delay to account by visiting the Sandwich Islands, where he cast anchor off Waihu in December 1824. The harbour of Honokuru, or Honolulu, is the safest of the archipelago. A good many vessels therefore put in there even at this early date, and the islands of Waihu bid fair to become the most important of the group, supplanting Hawaii or Oahu. The appearance of the town was already semi-European. Stone houses replaced the primitive native huts, regular streets with shops, cafes, public houses, much patronized by the sailors of whalers and fur traders, together with a fortress provided with cannon, were the most noteworthy signs of the rapid transformation of the manners and customs of the natives. 50 years had now elapsed since the discovery of most of the islands of Oceania, and everywhere changes had taken place as sudden as those in the Sandwich Islands. The fur trade, says Desborough Cooley, carried on with the northwest coast of America, has effected a wonderful revolution in the Sandwich Islands, which from their situation offered an advantageous shelter for ships engaged in it. Among these islands the fur traders wintered, refitted their vessels, and replenished their stock of fresh provisions, and, as summer approached, returned to complete their cargo on the coast of America. Iron tools and, above all, guns were eagerly sought for by the islanders in exchange for their provisions, and the mercenary traders, regardless of consequences, readily gratified their desires. Firearms and ammunition, being the most profitable stock to traffic with, were supplied them in abundance. Here the Sandwich Islanders soon became formidable to their visitors. They seized on several small vessels, and displayed an energy tinctured at first with barbarity, but indicating great capabilities of social improvement. At this period, one of those extraordinary characters which seldom fail to come forth when fate is charged with great events, completed the revolution, which had its origin in the impulse of Europeans. Tame Tame Ha, a chief who had made himself conspicuous during the last and unfortunate visit of Cook to those islands, usurped the authority of king, subdued the neighbouring islands with an army of 16,000 men, and made his conquests subservient to his grand schemes of improvement. He knew the superiority of Europeans, and was proud to imitate them. Already in 1796, when Captain Broughton visited those islands, the usurper sent to ask him whether he should salute him with great guns. He always kept Englishmen about him as ministers and advisers. In 1817 he is said to have had an army of 7,000 men, armed with muskets, among whom were at least 50 Europeans. Tame Tame Ha, who began his career in blood and usurpation, lived to gain the sincere love and admiration of his subjects, who regarded him as more than human, and mourned his death with tears of warmer affection than often bedew the ashes of royalty. Such was the state of things when the Russian expedition put in at Waihu. The young King Rio Rio was in England with his wife, and the government of the archipelago was in the hands of the Queen Mother Kahu Manu. Kotzebue took advantage of the latter and of the First Minister both being absent on a neighbouring island to pay a visit to another wife of Kamehameha. The apartment, says the traveller, was furnished in the European fashion, with chairs, tables, and looking-glasses. In one corner stood an immensely large bed with silk curtains. The floor was covered with fine mats, and on these, in the middle of the room, lay Nomahanna, extended on her stomach, her head turned towards the door, and her arms supported on a silk pillow. Nomahanna, who appeared at the utmost not more than 40 years old, was exactly 6 feet 2 inches high, and rather more than 2 ells in circumference. Her coal-black hair was neatly plaited, at the top of a head as round as a ball. Her flat nose and thick projecting lips were certainly not very handsome, yet was her countenance on the whole prepossessing and agreeable. The "good lady" remembered having seen Kotzebue 10 years before. She, therefore, received him graciously, but she could not speak of her husband without tears in her eyes, and her grief did not appear to be assumed. In order that the date of his death should be ever present to her mind, she had had the inscription 6th May 1819 branded on her arm. A zealous Christian, like most of the population, the Queen took Kotzebue to the church, a vast but simple building, not nearly so crowded as that at Otaheite. Nomahanna seemed to be very intelligent. She knew how to read and was specially enthusiastic about writing, that art which connects us with the absent. Being anxious to give the commander a proof alike of her affection and of her acquirements, she sent him a letter by hand which it had taken her several weeks to concoct. The other ladies did not like to be outdone, and Kotzebue found himself overwhelmed with documents. The only means to check this epistolary inundation was to weigh anchor, which the captain did without loss of time. Before his departure he received Queen Nomahanna on board. Her Majesty appeared in her robes of ceremony, consisting of a magnificent peach-coloured silk dress, embroidered with black, evidently originally made for a European, and consequently too tight and too short for its wearer. People could, therefore, see not only the feet, beside which those of Charlemagne would have looked like a Chinaman's, and which were cased in huge men's boots, but also a pair of fat, brown, naked legs resembling the balustrades of a terrace. A collar of red and yellow feathers, a garland of natural flowers serving as a gorget, and a hat of leghorn straw, trimmed with artificial flowers, completed this fine but absurd costume. Nomahanna went over the ship, asking questions about everything, and at last, worn out with seeing so many wonders, betook herself to the captain's cabin, where a good collation was spread for her. The Queen flung herself upon a couch, but the fragile article of furniture was unable to sustain so much majesty, and gave way beneath the weight of a princess whose embonpoint had doubtless had a good deal to do with her elevation to such high rank. After this halt, Kotzebue returned to New Archangel, where he remained until the 30th of July, 1825. He then paid another visit to the Sandwich Islands, a short time after Admiral Byron had brought back the remains of the King and Queen. The archipelago was then at peace, its prosperity was continually on the increase, the influence of the missionaries was confirmed, and the education of the young monarch was in the hands of missionary Bingham. The inhabitants were deeply touched by the honours accorded by the English to the remains of their sovereigns, and the day seemed to be not far distant when European customs would completely supersede those of the natives. Some provisions having been embarked at Waihu, the explorer made for Radak Islands, identified the Pescadores forming the southern extremity of that chain, discovered the Eschscholz group a short distance off, and touched at Guam on the 15th October. On the 23rd January, 1826, he left Manila after a stay of some months, during which constant intercourse with the natives had enabled him to add greatly to our knowledge of the geography and natural history of the Philippine Islands. A new Spanish governor had arrived with a large reinforcement of troops, and had so completely crushed all agitation that the colonists had quite given up their scheme of separating themselves from Spain. On the 10th July 1826 the Predpriatier returned to Kronstadt, after a voyage extending over 3 years, during which she had visited the northwest coast of America, the Aleutian Islands, Kamtchatka, and the Sea of Okhotsk, surveyed minutely a great part of the Radak Islands, and obtained fresh information on the changes through which the people of Oceania were passing. Thanks to the ardour of Chamisso and Professor Eschscholz, many specimens of natural history had been collected, and the latter published a description of more than 2,000 animals, as well as some curious details on the mode of formation of the coral islands in the South Seas. The English government had now resumed with eagerness the study of the tantalizing problem, the solution of which had been sought so long in vain. We allude to the finding of the North-West Passage. When Parry by sea and Franklin by land were trying to reach Bering Strait, Captain Frederick William Beechey received instructions to penetrate as far north as possible by way of the same strait, so as to meet the other explorers, who would doubtless arrive in a state of exhaustion from fatigue and privation. End of section 22. Section 23 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2015. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Voyages round the World and Polar Expeditions. 4. The Blossom, Captain Beechey, commander, set sail from Spithead on the 19th May 1825, and after doubling Cape Horn on the 26th of December, entered the Pacific Ocean. After a short stay off the coast of Chile, Beechey visited Easter Island, where the same incidents which had marked Kotzebue's visit were repeated. The same eager reception on the part of the natives who swam to the Blossom or brought their paltry merchandise to it in canoes, and the same shower of stones and blows from clubs when the English landed, repulsed, as in the Russian explorers' time, with a rapid discharge of shot. On the 4th of December, Captain Beechey sighted an island completely overgrown with vegetation. This was the spot famous for the discovery on it of the descendants of the mutineers of the Bounty, who landed on it after the enactments of a tragedy, which at the end of last century had excited intense public interest in England. In 1781, Lieutenant Bligh, one of the officers who had distinguished himself under Cook, was appointed to the command of the Bounty, and received orders to go to Otaheite, there to obtain specimens of the breadfruit tree, and other of its vegetable productions, for transportation to the Antilles, then generally known amongst the English as the Western Indies. After doubling Cape Horn, Bligh cast anchor in the Bay of Matavai, where he shipped a cargo of breadfruit trees, proceeding hence to Ramuka, one of the Tonga Isles, for more of the same valuable growth. Thus far no special incident marked the course of the voyage, which seemed likely to end happily. But the haughty character and stern despotic manners of the commander had alienated from him the affections of nearly the whole of his crew. A plot was formed against him, which was carried out before sunrise on the 28th of April, off Tofona. Surprised by the mutineers whilst still in bed, Bligh was bound and gagged before he could defend himself, and dragged on deck in his nightshirt, and after a mock trial, presided over by Lieutenant Christian Fletcher, he, with 18 men who remained faithful to him, was lowered into a boat containing a few provisions, and abandoned in the open sea. After enduring agonies of hunger and thirst, and escaping from terrible storms and from the teeth of the savage natives of Tofona, Bligh succeeded in reaching Timor Island, where he received an enthusiastic welcome. "I now desired my people to come on shore," says Bligh, "which was as much as some of them could do, being scarce able to walk. They, however, were helped to the house, and found tea with bread and butter provided for their breakfast. Our bodies were nothing but skin and bones, our limbs were full of sores, and we were clothed in rags. In this condition, with the tears of joy and gratitude flowing down our cheeks, the people of Timor beheld us with a mixture of horror, surprise, and pity. Thus, through the assistance of divine providence, we surmounted the difficulties and distresses of a most perilous voyage." Perilous indeed, for it had lasted no less than 41 days in latitudes but little known, in an open boat, with insufficient food, want and exposure causing infinite suffering. Yet, in this voyage of more than 1,500 leagues, but one man was lost, a sailor who fell a victim at the beginning of the journey to the natives of Tofona. The fate of the mutineers was strange, and more than one lesson may be learnt from it. They made for Otaheite, where provisions were obtained, and those who had been least active in the mutiny were abandoned, and thence Christian set sail with 8 sailors, who elected to remain with him, and some 22 natives, men and women from Otaheite and Tubonai. Nothing more was heard of them. As for those who remained at Otaheite, they were taken prisoners in 1791 by Captain Edwards of the Pandora, sent out by the English government in search of them and the other mutineers, with orders to bring them to England. Of the 10 who were brought home by the Pandora, only 3 were condemned to death. 20 years passed by before the slightest light was thrown on the fate of Christian and those he took with him. In 1808 an American trading vessel touched at Pitcairn, there to complete her cargo of sealskins. The captain imagined the island to be uninhabited, but to his very great surprise a canoe presently approached his ship, manned by 3 young men of colour who spoke English very well. Greatly astonished, the commander questioned them, and learned that their father had served under Bligh. The fate of the latter was now known to the whole world, and its discussion had lightened the tedious hours in the forecastles of vessels of every nationality, and the American captain, reminded by the singular incident related above of the disappearance of so many of the mutineers of the Bounty, landed on the island, where he met an Englishman named Smith, who had belonged to the crew of that vessel, and who made the following confession. When he left Otaheite, Christian made direct for Pitcairn, attracted to it by its lonely situation, south of the Pomotou Islands, and out of the general track of vessels. After landing the provisions of the Bounty, and taking away all the fittings which could be of any use, the mutineers burned the vessel, not only with a view to removing all trace of their whereabouts, but also to prevent the escape of any of their number. From the first, the sight of the extensive marshes led them to believe the island to be uninhabited, and they were soon convinced of the justice of this opinion. Huts were built and land was cleared, but the English charitably assigned to the natives, whom they had carried off or who had elected to join them, the position of slaves. 2 years passed by without any serious dissensions arising, but at the end of that time the natives laid a plot against the whites, of which, however, the latter were informed by an Otaheitan woman, and the 2 leaders paid for their abortive attempt with their lives. 2 more years of peace and tranquillity ensued, and then another plot was laid, this time resulting in the massacre of Christian and 5 of his comrades. The murder, however, was avenged by the native women, who mourned for their English lovers and killed the surviving men of Otaheite. A little later the discovery of a plant, from which a kind of brandy could be made, caused the death of one of the 4 Englishmen still remaining. Another was murdered by his companions, a third died a natural death, and the last one, Smith, took the name of Adams and lived on at the head of a community, consisting of 10 women and 19 children, the eldest of whom were but 7 or 8 years old. This man, who had reflected on his errors and repented of them, now led a new life, fulfilling the duties of father, priest, and sovereign, his combined firmness and justice acquiring for him an all-powerful influence over his motley subjects. This strange teacher of morality, who in his youth had set all laws at defiance, and to whom no obligation was sacred, now preached pity, love, and sympathy, arranged regular marriages between the children of different parents, his little community thriving lustily under the mild yet firm control of one who had but lately turned from his own evil ways. Such at the time of Beechey's arrival was the state of the colony at Pitcairn. The navigator, well received by the inhabitants, whose virtuous conduct recalled the Golden Age, remained amongst them 18 days. The village consisted of clean, well-built huts, surrounded by pandanus and cocoa palms. The fields were well cultivated, and under Adam's tuition the young people had made implements of agriculture of really extraordinary excellence. The faces of these half-breeds were good-looking and pleasant in expression, and their figures were well proportioned, showing unusual muscular development. After leaving Pitcairn, Beechey visited Crescent, Gambier, Hood, Clermont, Tonnerre, Serles, Whitsunday, Queen Charlotte, Tehai, and the Lancer Islands, all in the Pomotou group, and an island to which he gave the name of Byam Martin. Here the explorer met a native named Tonvari, who had been shipwrecked in a storm. Having left Anaa with 500 fellow countrymen in 3 canoes to render homage to Pomaré III, who had just ascended the throne, Tonvari had been driven out of his course by westerly winds. These were succeeded by variable breezes, and provisions were soon so completely exhausted that the survivors had to feed on the bodies of those who were the first to succumb. Finally, Tonvari arrived at Barrow Island, in the centre of the dangerous archipelago, where he obtained a small stock of provisions, and, after a long delay, his canoe having been stove in off Byam Martin, once more put to sea. Beechey yielded under considerable persuasion to Tonvari's entreaty to be received on board with his wife and children and taken to Otaheite. The next day, by one of those strange chances seldom occurring except in fiction, Beechey stopped at Heion, where Tonvari met his brother, who had supposed him to be long since dead. After the first transports of delight and surprise, the 2 natives sat down side by side, and holding each other's hands related their several adventures. Beechey left Heion on the 10th February, sighted Melville and Croker Islands, and cast anchor on the 18th off Otaheite, where he had some difficulty in obtaining provisions. The natives now demanded good Childian dollars and European clothing, both of which were altogether wanting on the Blossom. After receiving a visit from the Queen Mother, Beechey was invited to a soirée given in his honour in the palace of Papeete. When the English arrived, however, they found everybody sound asleep, the hostess having forgotten all about her invitation and gone to bed earlier than usual. She received her guests none the less cordially, however, and organized a little dance in spite of the remonstrances of the missionaries, only the fête had to be conducted, so to speak, in silence, that the noise might not reach the ears of the police on duty on the beach. From this incident we can guess the amount of liberty the missionary Pritchard allowed to the most exalted personages of Otaheite. What must the discipline then have been for the common herd of the natives? On the 3rd April the young king paid a visit to Beechey, who gave him, on behalf of the Admiralty, a fine fowling piece. Very friendly was the intercourse which ensued, and the good influence the English missionaries had obtained was strengthened by the cordiality and tact of the ship's officers. Leaving Otaheite on the 26th of April, Beechey reached the Sandwich Islands, where he remained some 10 days, and then set sail for Bering Strait and the Arctic Ocean. His instructions were to skirt along the North American coast as far as the state of the ice would permit. The Blossom made a halt in Kotzebue Bay, a desolate, forbidding, and inhospitable spot, where the English had several interviews with the natives without obtaining any information about Franklin and his people. At last Beechey sent forward one of the ship's boats under command of Lieutenant Elson to seek the intrepid explorer. Elson was, however, unable to pass Point Barrow, northern latitude 71 degrees 23 minutes, and was compelled to return to the Blossom, which in her turn was driven back to the entrance of the strait by the ice on the 13th October, the weather being clear and the frost of extreme severity. In order to turn to account the winter season, Beechey visited San Francisco and cast anchor yet again off Honolulu in the Sandwich Islands. Thanks to the liberal and enlightened policy of the government, this archipelago was now rapidly growing in prosperity. The number of houses had increased, the town was gradually acquiring a European appearance, the harbour was frequented by numerous English and American vessels, and a national navy numbering 5 brigs and 8 schooners had sprung into being. Agriculture was in a flourishing condition. Coffee, tea, spices were cultivated in extensive plantations, and efforts were being made to utilize the luxuriant sugarcane forests native to the archipelago. After a stay in April at the mouth of the Canton River, the explorers surveyed the Ryukyu archipelago, a chain of islands connecting Japan with Formosa, and the Bonin-Sima group, districts in which no animals were seen but big green turtles. This exploration over, the Blossom resumed her northerly course, but the atmospheric conditions were less favourable than before, and it was impossible this time to penetrate further than northern latitude 70 degrees 40 minutes. Beechey left provisions, clothes, and instructions on the coast in this neighbourhood, in case Parry or Franklin should get as far. The explorer then cruised about until the 6th of October, when he decided with the greatest regret to return to England. He touched at Monterey, San Francisco, St. Blas, and Valparaiso, doubled Cape Horn, cast anchor at the Rio de Janeiro, and finally arrived off Spithead on the 21st of October. We must now give an account of the expedition of the Russian captain Lütke, which was fruitful of most important results. The explorer's own relation of his adventures is written in a most amusing and spirited style, and from it we shall therefore quote largely. The Seniavine and the Möller were two transport ships built in Russia, both of which were good sea-going boats. The latter, however, was a very slow sailer, which unfortunately kept the two vessels apart for the greater part of the voyage. Lütke commanded the Seniavine and Staniokovitch the Möller. The two vessels set sail from Kronstadt on the 1st September 1828, and touched at Copenhagen and Plymouth, where scientific instruments were purchased. Hardly had they left the Channel before they were separated. The Seniavine, whose movements we shall most particularly follow, touched at Teneriffe, where Lütke hoped to meet his consort. From the 4th to the 8th November, Teneriffe had been devastated by a terrific storm such as had not been seen since the conquest. 3 vessels had perished in the very roadstead of Santa Cruz, and 2 others thrown upon the coast had gone to pieces. Torrents swollen by a tremendous downpour had destroyed gardens, walls, and buildings, laid waste plantations, all but demolished one fort, swept down a number of houses in the town, and rendered several streets impassable. 300 or 400 persons had met their deaths in this convulsion of nature, and the damage done was estimated at several millions of piastres. In January the two vessels met again at Rio de Janeiro, and kept together as far as Cape Horn, where they encountered the usual storms and fogs, and were again separated. The Seniavine then made for Concepcion. On the 15th May, says Lütke, we were not more than 8 miles from the nearest coast, but a dense fog hid it from us. In the night this fog lifted, and at daybreak a scene of indescribable grandeur and magnificence met our eyes. The serrated chain of the Andes, with its pointed peaks, stood out against an azure-blue sky lit up by the first rays of the morning sun. I will not add to the number of those who have exhausted themselves in vain efforts to transmit to others their own sensations at the first sight of such scenes. They are as indescribable as the majesty of the scene itself. The variety of the colours, the light, which as the sun rose gradually spread over the sky, and the clouds were alike of inimitable beauty. To our great regret this spectacle, like everything most sublime in nature, did not last long. As the atmosphere became flooded with light, the huge masses of clouds seemed with one accord to plunge into the deep, and the sun, appearing above the horizon, removed every trace of them. Lütke's opinion of Concepcion does not agree with that of some of his predecessors. He had not yet forgotten the exuberant richness of the vegetation of the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, so that he found this new coast poor. As far as he could judge during a very short stay, the inhabitants were more affable and civilized than the people of the same class in many other countries. When he reached Valparaiso, Lütke met the Möller setting sail for Kamtchatka. The crews bid each other goodbye, and thenceforth the two vessels took different directions. The first excursion of the officers and naturalists of Lütke's party was to the celebrated Quebradas. "These," says the explorer, "are ravines in the mountains, crowded, so to speak, with the little huts containing the greater part of the people of Valparaiso. The most densely populated of these quebradas is that rising at the southwest corner of the town. The granite, which is there laid bare, serves as a strong foundation for the buildings, and protects them from the destructive effects of earthquakes. Communication between the town and the different houses is carried on by means of narrow paths without supports or steps, which are carried along the slopes of the rocks, and on which the children play and run about like chamois. The few houses here belong to foreigners. Little paths lead up to them, and some have steps, which the Chileans look upon as a superfluous and altogether useless luxury. A staircase of tiled or palm branch roofs below and above an amphitheatre of gates and gardens present a curious spectacle. At first I kept up with the naturalists, but they presently brought me to a place where I could not advance or retire a step, which decided me to return with one of my officers, and to leave them there with a hearty wish that they might bring their heads back safely to our lodgings. As for myself, I expected to lose mine 1,000 times before I got down again." On their return from an arduous excursion, a few leagues from Valparaiso, the marines were astonished at being arrested as they rode into the town, by a patrol who in spite of their remonstrances compelled them to dismount. "It was Holy Thursday," says Lütke, "and from that day to Holy Saturday no one is here permitted under pain of a severe penalty either to ride, sing, dance, play on any instrument, or wear a hat. All business, work, and amusement are strictly forbidden during that time. The hill in the centre of the town with the theatre upon it is converted for the time being into a Golgotha. In the centre of a railed-in space rises a crucifix with numerous tapers and flowers about it, and female figures kneeling on either side representing the witnesses of the Passion of our Lord. Pious souls come here to obtain absolution from their sins by loud prayers. I saw none but female penitents, not a single man was there amongst them. Most of them were doubtless very certain of obtaining the divine favour, for they came up playing and laughing, only assuming a contrite air when close to the object of their devotion, before which they knelt for a few minutes, resuming their pranks and laughter again directly they turned away." The intolerance and superstition met with by the visitors at every turn made the explorer reflect deeply. He regretted seeing so much force and so many resources which might have promoted the intellectual progress and material prosperity of the country wasted on perpetual revolutions. To Lütke, nothing less resembled a valley of paradise than Valparaiso and its environs, rugged mountains broken by deep quebradas, a sandy plain in the centre of which rises the town, with the lofty heights of the Andes in the background, do not, strictly speaking, form an Eden. The traces of the terrible earthquake of 1823 were not yet entirely effaced, and here and there large spaces covered with ruins were still to be seen. On the 15th April the Seniavine set sail for New Archangel, where she arrived on the 24th of June, after a voyage unmarked by any special incident. The necessity for repairing the effects of the wear and tear of a voyage of 10 months, and of disembarking the provisions for the company of which the Seniavine was the bearer, detained Captain Lütke in the Bay of Sitka for 5 weeks. This part of the coast of North America presents a wild but picturesque appearance. Lofty mountains clothed to their very peaks with dense and gloomy forests form the background of the picture. At the entrance of the bay rises Mount Edgecumbe, an extinct volcano 2,800 feet above the sea level. On entering the bay the visitor finds himself in a labyrinth of islands, behind which rise the fortress, towers, and church of New Archangel, which consists of but one row of houses with gardens, a hospital, a timber yard, and outside the palisades a large village of Kaloche Indians. At this time the population consisted of a mixture of Russians, Creoles, and Aleutians, numbering some 800 altogether, of whom 3/8 were in the service of the company. This population, however, fluctuates very much according to the season. In the summer almost everyone is away at the chase, and no sooner does autumn bring the people before they are all off again fishing. End of section 23. Section 24 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2015. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Voyages round the World and Polar Expeditions. 5. New Archangel does not offer too many attractions in the way of amusements. Truth to tell, it is one of the dullest places imaginable, inexpressibly gloomy, where autumn seems to reign all through the year except for 3 months, when snow falls continuously. All this, however, does not of course affect the passing visitor, and for the resident there is nothing to keep up his spirits but a good stock of philosophy, or a stern determination not to die of hunger. There is a good deal of remunerative trade with California, the natives, and foreign vessels. The chief furs obtained by Aleutians who hunt for the company are those of the otter, the beaver, the fox, and the sulik. The natives also hunt the walrus, seal, and whale, not to speak of the herring, the cod, salmon, turbot, lote, perch, and tsuklis, a shellfish found in Queen Charlotte's Islands, used by the company as a medium of exchange with the Americans. As for these Americans, they seem to be all of one race between the 46th and 60th degrees of northern latitude, such at least is the conclusion to which we are led by the study of their manners, customs, and languages. The Kaloches of Sitka claim a man of the name of Elk as the founder of their race, favored by the protection of the raven, first cause of all things. Strange to say, this bird also plays an important part amongst the Kadiaks, who are Eskimo. According to Lütke, the Kaloches have a tradition of a deluge and some fables which recall those of the Greek mythology. Their religion is nothing more than a kind of shamanism or belief in the power of the shamans or magicians to ward off diseases, etc. They do not recognize a supreme god, but they believe in evil spirits and in sorcerers who foretell the future, heal the sick, and transmit their office from father to son. They believe the soul to be immortal, and that the spirits of their chieftains do not mix with those of the common people. Slaves are slaves still after death. The far from consolatory nature of this creed is obvious. The government is patriarchal, the natives are divided into tribes, the members of which have the figures of animals as signs, after which they are also sometimes named. We meet for instance with the wolf, the raven, the bear, the eagle, etc. The slaves of the Kaloches are prisoners taken in war, and very miserable is their lot. Their masters hold the power of life and death over them. In some ceremonies, that on the death of a chief, for instance, the slaves who are no longer of use are sacrificed, or else their liberty is given to them. Suspicious and crafty, cruel and vindictive, the Kaloches are neither better nor worse than the neighboring tribes. Hardened to fatigue, brave but idle, they leave all the housework to their wives, of whom they have many, polygamy being an institution amongst them. On leaving Sitka, Lütke made for Unalashka. Ilioluk is the chief trading establishment on that island, but it only contains some 12 Russians and 10 Aleutians of both sexes. This island has a good many productions which tend to make life pass pleasantly. It is rich in good pastures, and cattle breeding is largely carried on, but it is almost entirely wanting in timber, the inhabitants being obliged to pick up the debris flung up by the sea, which sometimes includes whole trunks of cypress, camphor trees, and a kind of wood which smells like roses. At the time of Lütke's visit, the people of the Fox Islands had adopted to a great extent Russian manners and customs. They were all Christians. The Aleutians are a hardy, kind-hearted, agile race, almost living on the sea. Since 1826, several eruptions of lava have caused terrible devastation in these islands. In May 1827, the Shishaldin volcano opened a new crater and vomited forth flames. Lütke's instructions obliged him to explore St. Matthew's Island, which Cook had called Gore Island. The hydrographical survey was successful beyond the highest expectations, but the Russians could do nothing towards learning anything of the natural history of the island, for they were not allowed to land at all. In the meantime, the winter with its usual storms and fogs was rapidly drawing on. It was of no use hoping to get to Bering Strait, and Lütke therefore made for Kamtchatka after touching at Bering Island. He remained 3 weeks at Petropavlovsky, which he employed in landing his cargo and preparing for his winter campaign. Lütke's instructions were now to spend the winter in the exploration of the Caroline Islands. He decided to go first to Ualan Island, which had been discovered by the French navigator Duperrey. Here a safe harbour enabled him to make some experiments with the pendulum. On his way, Lütke sought in vain for Colonnas Island in northern latitude 26 degrees 9 minutes, western longitude 128 degrees. He was equally unsuccessful in his search for Dexter and St. Bartholomew Islands, though he identified the brown coral group discovered by Butler in 1794, and arrived safely on Ualan on the 4th December. From the first, the relations between the natives of this island and the Russians were extremely satisfactory. Many of the former came on board and showed so much confidence in their visitors as to remain all night, though the vessel was still in motion. It was only with great difficulty that the Seniavine entered Coquille harbour. Following the example of Duperrey, who had set up his observatory on the islet of Matanyal, Lütke landed there and took his observations, whilst his people traded with the natives, who were, throughout his stay, peaceful, friendly, and civil. To check their thieving propensities, however, a chief was kept as a hostage for a couple of days, and one canoe was burnt, these new measures being completely successful. "We are glad to be able to declare in the face of the world," says Lütke, "that our stay of 3 weeks at Ualan cost not a drop of human blood, but that we were able to leave these friendly islanders without enlightening them further on the use of our firearms, which they looked upon as suitable only for the killing of birds. I don't think there is another instance of the kind in the records of any previous voyages in the South Seas." After leaving Ualan, Lütke had a vain search for the Musgrave Islands, marked on Kruzenstern's map, and soon discovered a large island surrounded by a coral reef, which had escaped the notice of Duperrey, and is known as Puinipet or Pornabi. Some very large and fine canoes, each manned by 14 men, and some smaller ones, worked by 2 natives only, soon surrounded the vessel. Their inmates, with fierce faces and bloodshot eyes, were noisy and blustering, and did a good deal of shouting, gesticulating, and dancing before they could make up their minds to trust themselves on board the Seniavine. It would have been impossible to land, except by force, as the native canoes completely surrounded the vessel, and when an attempt at disembarkation was made, the savages surrounded the ship's boat, only retiring before the warlike attitude of the sailors and a volley from the guns of the Seniavine. Lütke had not time to examine thoroughly his discovery, to which he gave the name of the Seniavine archipelago. The information he collected on the people of the Puinipet Islands is, therefore, not very trustworthy. According to him, they do not belong to the same race as those of Ualan, but resemble rather the Papuans, the nearest of whom are those of New Ireland, 700 miles away. After another vain search, this time for St. Augustine's Island, he sighted the Cora of Los Vaherites, also called Seven or Raven Island, discovered in 1773 by the Spaniard Felipe Thompson. The navigator next saw the Mortlock archipelago, the old Lunungor group, known to Torres as the Luguyos, the people of which resemble those of Ualan. He landed on the principal of these islands, which he found to be one huge garden of cocoa palms and breadfruit trees. The natives enjoy a centre degree of civilization. They weave and dye the fibres of the banana and coconut palms, as do those of Ualan and Puinipet. Their fishing tackle does credit to their inventive faculties, especially a sort of case constructed of small sticks and split bamboo canes, which the fish cannot get out of when once in. They also use nets of the shape of large wallets, lines, and harpoons. Their canoes, in which they spend more than half their lives, are wonderfully adapted to their requirements. The large ones, which are a very great trouble to build, and which are kept in sheds constructed specially for them, are 26 feet long, 2½ wide, and 4 deep. They are furnished with gimbals, the cross pieces being connected by a rafter. On the other side there is a small platform, 4 feet square, and furnished with a roof, under which they are accustomed to keep their provisions. These pirogues have a triangular sail, which is made of matting woven from bandanus leaves, and is attached to 2 yards. In tacking about they drop the sail, and turn the mast towards the other end of the canoe, to which, at the same time, they have passed the fastening of the sail, so that the pirogue moves forward by its other extremity. Lütke next sighted the Namuluk group, the inhabitants of which do not differ at all from the people of Lugunor, and he proved the identity of Hogolu Island, already described by Duperrey, with Quirosa. He then visited the Namnuito group, the first stratum of a number of islands, or of one large island, which will some day exist in this part of the world. Lütke, who was in want of biscuits and other articles which he hoped to obtain at Guam, or from vessels at anchor in that port, now set sail for the MaryAnn Islands, where he counted upon being able to repeat some new experiments with the pendulum, in which Freycinet had found an important anomaly of gravitation. Great, however, was his surprise when he arrived to find not a sign of life at Guam. No flags waved above the 2 ports, the silence of death reigned everywhere, and but for the presence of a schooner at anchor in the inner harbour, it might have been a desert island. There was hardly anybody about on shore, and the few people there were half savage, from whom it was all but impossible to obtain the slightest information. Fortunately, an English deserter came and offered his services to Lütke, who sent him to the governor with a letter, which elicited a satisfactory reply. The governor was the same Medinella whose hospitality had been lauded by Kotzebue and Freycinet. There was, therefore, no difficulty in obtaining permission to set up an observatory, and to take to it the necessary provisions. The stay at Guam was, however, saddened by an accident to Lütke, who wounded himself severely in the thumb with his own gun when hunting. The repairing and refitting of the Senia Vine, with the taking in of wood and water, delayed the explorer at Guam until the 19th of March. During this time Lütke was able to verify the information collected 10 years ago by Freycinet in his stay of 2 months in the governor's own house. Things had not changed at all since the French traveller's visit. As it was not yet time to go north, Lütke made for the Caroline Islands via the Swedes Islands. The inhabitants seemed to him to be better made than their neighbours on the west, from whom, however, they differ in no other particulars. The Faraulep, Ulie, Ifuluk, and Euripeg Islands were successively examined, and on the 27th of April the explorer started for the Bonin Islands, where he learned that his exploration of that group had been anticipated by Beechey. He, therefore, took no hydrographical surveys. 2 of the crew of a whaling vessel which had been shipwrecked on the coast were still living at Bonin Sima. Since the rise of the great fisheries, this archipelago had been frequented by numerous whalemen, who here find a safe port at all seasons, plenty of wood and water, turtles for 6 months of the year, fish and immense quantities of antiscorbutic plants, including the delicious savoury cabbage. The majestic height and the vigour of the trees, says Lütke, the productions of the tropical and temperate zones, alternating with each other, bear witness at once to the fertility of the soil and the salubrity of the climate. Most of our vegetables and pot herbs, perhaps, indeed all of them, would certainly flourish well, as would also wheat, rice, and maize, nor could a better climate be desired for the cultivation of the vine. Domestic animals of every kind, and bees, would multiply rapidly. In a word, a small and industrious colony would shortly convert this little group into a fertile and flourishing settlement. On the 9th of June, after a week's delay for want of wind, the Senia Vine entered Petropavlovsky, where it was retained taking in provisions until the 26th. A whole series of surveys were taken during this interval, of the coasts of Kamchatka and of the Kodiak and Chukchi districts, interrupted, however, by visits to King Island, the Bay of St. Lawrence, and the Gulf of Santa Cruz. During one of these visits, the captain met with a strange adventure. He had been for several days on a friendly footing with the Tchouktchis, whose knowledge of the people and customs of Russia he endeavoured to increase. These natives, he says, were friendly and polite, and endeavoured to pay back our jokes and tricks in our own coin. I softly patted the cheek of a sturdy Tchouktchi as a sign of kindly feeling, and suddenly received in return a box on the ear which knocked me down. Recovered from my astonishment, there I saw my Tchouktchi with a laughing face, looking like a man who had just given proof of his politeness and tact. He too had meant to give me merely a gentle tap, but it was with a hand only accustomed to deal with reindeer. The travellers were also witnesses of some proofs of the skill of a Tchouktchi conjurer or shaman, who went behind a curtain, from which his audience soon heard a voice like the howl of a wild beast, accompanied by blows on a tambourine with a whalebone. The curtain then rose, revealing the sorcerer balancing himself and accompanying his own voice with blows on his drums, which he held close to his ear. Presently he flung off his jacket, leaving himself naked to the waist, took a polished stone, which he gave to Lütke to hold, took it away again, and as he passed one hand over the other, the stone disappeared. Then, showing a tumour on his shoulder, he pretended that the stone was in it, turned over the tumour, extracted the stone from it, and prophesied a favourable issue of the journey of the Russians. The conjurer was congratulated on his skill, and a knife was given to him as a token of gratitude. Taking this knife in his hand, he put out his tongue and began to cut it. His mouth became full of blood, and he finally cut a piece of his tongue off, and held the piece out in his hand. Here the curtain fell, probably because the skill of the professor of legerdemain could go no further. The people inhabiting the northeast corner of Asia are known under the general name of Chukchis. This includes two races, one nomad, like the Samoyeds, called the reindeer Chukchis, the other living in fixed habitations, called the sedentary Chukchis. The mode of life, the physiognomy, and the very language of these two races differ. The idiom spoken by the sedentary Chukchis has great affinity with that of the Eskimo, whom they also resemble in their mode of building their huts and leather boots, and in the instruments they use. Lütke did not see many reindeer Chukchis, so that he could add nothing to the information obtained by his predecessors. He was of opinion, however, that they had been painted in unfairly gloomy colours, and that their turbulence and wildness had been grossly exaggerated. The sedentary Chukchis, generally called Namolos, spent the winter in sheds, and the summer in huts covered with skins. The latter usually each serve for several families. The sons and their wives, the daughters and their husbands, says the narrative, live together with their parents and vice versa. Each family occupies one division of the back part of the hut, curtained off from the others. The curtains are made of reindeer skins, sewn into the shape of a bell. They are fastened to the beams of the ceiling and reach to the ground. With the aid of the grease they burn in cold weather, 2, 3, and sometimes more persons so warm the air with their breath in these hermetically sealed positions that all clothing is superfluous, even with the severest frost, but only Chukchi lungs are fitted to respire in such an atmosphere. In the outer part of the hut, cooking utensils, pottery, baskets, sealskin trunks, etc. are kept. Here, too, is the hearth, if we can so call the spot where burn a few sticks of brushwood, painfully collected in the marsh, or when they are not to be obtained, whale bones floating in grease. Round about the hut on wooden dryers, black and disgusting-looking pieces of seal's flesh are exposed to view. These people lead a miserable life. They feed upon the half-raw flesh of seals and walruses hunted by themselves, or on that of whales flung up by the waves on the beach. The dog is the only domestic animal they possess, and they treat it badly enough, although the poor creatures are very affectionate and render them great services, now towing along their canoes, now dragging their sledges over the snow. After a second stay of 5 weeks at Petropavlovsky, the Seniavine left Kamchatka on the 10th of November, on its way back to Europe. Before reaching Manila, Lütke made a cruise in the northern part of the Caroline archipelago, which he had not had time to visit during the preceding winter. He saw in succession the islands of Marileu, Falulu, Faiu, Namuniuto, Magur, Faraulep, Eap, Mogmog, and found at Manila the sloop, the Möller, which was waiting his arrival. The Caroline archipelago embraces an immense space, and the MaryAnn Islands, as well as the Radak group, might fitly be included in it, as containing a population perfectly identical in race. For a long time the old geographers had had for their guidance only the charts of missionaries, who, lacking alike the education and the appliances necessary to estimate accurately the size, position, and relative distance of all these archipelagos, had attached notable importance to them, and often fixed at a considerable number of degrees the extent of a group which covered only a few miles. Thus navigators accepted their guidance with wise caution. Freycinet was the first to infuse a little order into this chaos, and, thanks to his meeting with Cadu and Don Luis Torres, he was able to identify later with earlier discoveries. Lütke did his part, and that not a small part, in the settling of an accurate and scientific chart of an archipelago which had long been the terror of navigators. The learned Russian explorer is not of the same opinion as Lesson, one of his predecessors, who connected all the inhabitants of the Caroline group with the Mongolian race, under the name of the Mongolo-Pelagian branch. He rather sees in them, as did Chamisso and Balbi, a branch of the Malay family which has populated eastern Polynesia. Whilst Lesson compares the people of the Carolines with the Chinese and Japanese, Lütke, on the other hand, finds in their great projecting eyes, thick lips and retroussé nose, a family likeness to the people of the Sandwich and Tonga Islands. The language does not suggest the slightest comparison with Japanese, whilst it shows a great resemblance to that of the Tonga Islands. Lütke spent the time of his sojourn at Manila in laying in stores and repairing the sloop, and on the 30th of January he left that Spanish possession for Russia, which he reached on the 6th of September 1829, casting anchor in the roads of Kronstadt. It remains now to tell how it had fared with the sloop, the Möller, after the separation at Valparaiso. Arriving at Kamchatka from Otaheite, she had left part of her cargo at Petropaulovsky, and thereafter, in August 1827, had set sail for Unalashka, where she had remained for a month. After an examination of the west coast of America, which was cut short by unfavourable weather, and a stay at Honolulu, which extended to February 1828, she had discovered the island Möller, noted the Necker, Gardner, and Lisiansky Islands, and marked, at a distance of 6 miles southwards, a very dangerous reef. The sloop had then coasted the island of Couret, the French frigates called the reef Marot, Pearl Island, and the Isle of Hermes, and, after having made search for several islands marked upon Arrowsmith's charts, had at length reached Kamchatka. At the end of April she had set sail for Unalashka and taken observations of the north coast of the Alaska Peninsula. In September the Möller rejoined the Seniavine, and from that period until their return to Russia they were no more separated, save for brief intervals. As one may judge from the sufficiently detailed account which has just been given, this expedition did not fail to bring about results of importance to geographical science. We must add that the different branches of natural history, physics, and astronomy owe to it equally numerous and important additions. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travellers of the 19th Century by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1. French Circumnavigators 1. Chapter 2, French Circumnavigators. The journey of Freycinet, Rio de Janeiro and its gypsy inhabitants, the Cape and its wines, the Bay of Sharks, the stay at Timor, Ombay Island and its cannibal inhabitants, the Papuan Islands, the pile dwellings of the Alfours, a dinner with the governor of Guam, description of the MaryAnn Islands and their inhabitants, particulars concerning the Sandwich Islands, Port Jackson and New South Wales, shipwreck in Barclay's Sound, the Falkland Islands, return to France, the voyage of the Coquille under the command of Duperrey, Martin Vaz and Trinidad, the island of St. Catherine, the independence of Brazil, Barclay's Sound and the remains of the Uranie, stay at Concepcion, the Civil War in Chile, the Araucanians, discoveries in the dangerous archipelago, stay at Otaheite and New Ireland, the Papuans, stay at Ualan, the Caroline Islands and their inhabitants, scientific results of the expeditions. The expedition under the command of Louis Claude de Saulce de Freycinet was the result of the leisure which the peace of 1815 brought to the French navy. The idea was started by one of its most adventurous officers, the same who had accompanied Baudin in his survey of the Australian coasts, and to him was entrusted the task of carrying it out. It was the first voyage which had not hydrography alone for its object. The chief aim was to survey the shape of the earth in the southern hemisphere, and to make observations in terrestrial magnetism, without at the same time omitting to give attention to all natural phenomena, and to the manners, customs, and languages of the indigenous races. Purely geographical inquiries, though not altogether omitted from the programme, had the least prominent place in it. Among the medical officers of the navy, Freycinet found Messieurs Quoy, Gaimard, and Gaudichaud, whose attainments in natural history qualified them for being valuable coadjutors, and he also chose to accompany him several distinguished officers who had risen to high rank in the navy, the best known being Duperrey, Lamarche, Bérard, and Audet-Payan, who subsequently became, one a member of the Institute, the others superior officers or admirals. No less care was exercised by Freycinet in composing his crew, chiefly of sailors who were also skilled in some trade, so that out of the 120 men who manned the corvette Eugénie, no less than 50 could serve on occasion as carpenters, rope makers, sail makers, blacksmiths, or other mechanics. The Eugénie was amply supplied with stores for 2 years, and provided with all sorts of apparatus of proven utility: iron cisterns for fresh water, machines for distilling salt water, preserved provisions, remedies for scurvy, etc. At last, on the 17th of September 1817, she set sail from Toulon. On board, disguised as a sailor, was the commander's wife, who was not to be deterred from joining her husband by the dangers and hardships of so protracted a voyage. Together with all these provisions for bodily comfort, Freycinet took with him a stock of the best scientific instruments, together with minute instructions from the Institute intended to direct his researches and to suggest the experiments best adapted to promote the progress of science. The Eugénie reached Rio de Janeiro on the 6th of December, having put in at Gibraltar and made a short stay at Teneriffe, one of the Canaries, which, as Freycinet wittily observes, were not fortunate islands for his crew, all communication with the land being forbidden by the governors. During their stay at Rio de Janeiro, the officers took a great many magnetical observations and made experiments with the pendulum, while the naturalists scoured the country for new specimens and curiosities, making large and important collections. The original records of the voyage contain a long narrative of the discovery and colonization of Brazil, and detailed information on the customs and manners of the people, on the temperature and the climate, as well as a minute description of the principal buildings and the suburbs of Rio de Janeiro itself. The most curious part of this account is that which touches upon the gipsies, who at that time were to be met with at Rio de Janeiro. Worthy descendants of the pariahs of India, whence these gipsies without doubt originally came, says Freycinet, they are noted, like their ancestors, for every vicious practice and criminal propensity. Most of them, possessing immense wealth, make a great display in dress and in horses, especially at their weddings, which are celebrated with much expense. and they find their chief pleasures either in riotous debauchery or in sheer idleness. Knaves and liars, they cheat as much as they can in trade, and are also clever smugglers. Here as elsewhere these detestable people intermarry only among their own race. They speak a jargon of their own with a peculiar accent. The government, most unaccountably, tolerates the nuisance of their presence, and goes so far as to appropriate to their exclusive use 2 streets in the neighbourhood of the Campo de Santa Ana. A little further on, the traveller remarks, anyone who saw Rio de Janeiro only by day would come to the conclusion that the population consisted entirely of negroes. The respectable classes never go out except in the evening, unless compelled by some pressing circumstance or for the performance of religious duties, and it is in the evening that the ladies especially show themselves. During the day all remain indoors, and pass the time between their couches and their looking-glasses. The only places where a man can enjoy the society of the ladies are at the theatres and the churches. During the sail from Brazil to the Cape of Good Hope, nothing occurred deserving special mention. On the 7th of March, the Uranie anchored in Table Bay. After a quarantine of 3 days, the travellers obtained permission to land, and were received with a hearty welcome by Governor Somerset. As soon as a place suitable for their reception had been found, the scientific instruments were brought on shore, and the usual experiments were made with the pendulum, and the variations of the magnetic needle observed. Messrs. Quoy and Gaimard, the naturalists, in company with several officers of the staff, made scientific excursions to Table Mountain and to the famous vineyards of Constantia. M. Gaimard observes, the vines that we rode amongst are in the midst of valleys of oak and of pine, and the vine stems, planted at the distance of 4 feet from one another, are not supported by props. Every year the vines are pruned, and the earth about them, which is of a sandy nature, is turned up. We noticed here and there plenty of peaches, apricots, apples, pears, citrons, as well as small plots cultivated as kitchen gardens. On our return, M. Collin insisted on our tasting the several sorts of wine which he produces: Constantia, properly so called, both red and white, Pontac, Pierre, and Frontenac. The wine produced in other localities, which is called Cape wine par excellence, is manufactured from a muscatel grape of a dark straw colour, which seemed to me in flavour preferable to the grape of Provence. We have just said that there are 2 sorts of Constantia, the red and the white. They are both produced from muscatel grapes of different colours. People at the Cape generally prefer Frontenac to all the other wines produced from the vintages of Constantia. Exactly a month after quitting the southern extremity of Africa, the Uranie cast anchor off Port Louis in the Isle of France, which, since the treaties of 1815, has been in the hands of the English. The necessity for careening the ship, that it might be thoroughly examined and the copper sheathing repaired, led to a much longer stay in this port than Freycinet had calculated upon, but our travellers found no cause to regret the delay, for the society of Port Louis fully sustained its old reputation for generous hospitality. The time passed quickly in excursions, receptions, dinners, balls, horse races, and all sorts of festivities. It was therefore not without some regret that the French guests bade adieu to a place where they had been received with so much kindness, both by their old compatriots and by those who had so lately been their bitter enemies. The stay of the Uranie at the Ile of France had not, however, been sufficiently long to allow Freycinet to investigate many subjects of much interest, but this omission was remedied by the polite readiness shown by some of the leading residents in supplying him with valuable papers on the agriculture of the island, its commerce, its financial position, the industrial pursuits, and the social condition of the people, the correct appreciation of which demanded a more careful and minute examination than a mere passing traveller could possibly give to them. Since the island had come under English administration, it appeared that a number of new roads had been planned out, and a policy of reform had supplanted a benumbing system of routine, fatal to all activity and progress. Bourbon was the next place touched at by the Uranie, where the supplies of which the travellers stood in need were to be procured from the government stores. She cast anchor off St. Denis on the 19th of July, 1818, remaining in the roadstead of St. Paul until the 2nd of August, when she set sail for the Bay of Sharks on the western shores of Australia. There is little of interest to be noted in connection with the stay at Bourbon, beyond the steady increase of the population and of trade which had taken place during the century preceding the arrival of the French expedition. In 1717, according to Gentil de Barbinet, there were living in the island only 900 free people, amongst whom were no more than 6 white families and 1,100 slaves. At the last census, taken in 1817, these numbers had risen to 14,790 whites, 4,342 free blacks, 49,759 slaves, making a total of 68,898 inhabitants. This large and rapid increase must be attributed partly to the salubrity of the climate, but chiefly to the freedom of trade, of which the island had for some time enjoyed the advantage. After a fortunate voyage of 40 days, the Uranie cast anchor at the entrance of the Bay of Sharks on the 12th of September. A party was at once despatched to Dirk Hartog in order to determine the latitude and longitude of Cape Le Vallon, and to bring on board the corvette a certain metal plate which had been left there by the Dutch at a remote period, and had been seen by Freycinet in 1801. Whilst this party were away, the 2 alembics were set to work to distil sea water, which was effected so successfully that, as long as the vessel stayed there, no other water was drunk but that obtained by this process, and all on board were satisfied with it. On landing, the party sent to Dirk Hartog got a view of the natives, who were armed with javelins and clubs, but had not a vestige of clothing. They, however, refused to have any close communications with the white strangers, keeping themselves at a respectful distance, and not handling any of the presents offered them without a previous careful inspection. Although the Bay of Sharks had been minutely explored at the time of the expedition under Baudin, there still remained a hydrographical gap to be filled up on the eastern side of Hamelin Bay. Accordingly, Duperrey proceeded there to complete the survey of that part of the coast. At the same time, Gaimard, the naturalist, not disposed to rest satisfied with the interviews which as yet he had been able to obtain with the natives of the country, whom the sound of the firearms had summarily dispersed, decided upon penetrating into the interior to gain some information respecting their mode of life. His companion and himself lost their way, as also had Riche in 1792 upon Newt's Land, and for 3 days they underwent severe sufferings from thirst, not being able to find a single rivulet or spring in the country. The expedition were well pleased when the inhospitable shores of Endracht disappeared from view. They had a pleasant passage in lovely weather and over an unruffled sea to the island of Timor, where on the 9th of October the Uranie cast anchor in the roadstead of Coupang, and the travellers met with a cordial reception from the Portuguese authorities. But they found that the prosperity which had made the colony an object of wonder and admiration to the French travellers who had visited it with Baudin had passed away. The Rajah of Amanobang, the district where the sandal tree grows in such abundance, who was formerly a tributary prince, was carrying on war to gain independence. The hostilities which were proceeding were not only detrimental to the interests of the colony, but also made it very difficult for Freycinet to purchase the commodities of which he stood in need. Some of the staff set off to pay a visit to the Rajah Peters de Banacassi, whose residence was not more than 3/4 of a league from Coupang. Peters, then 80 years of age, must have been a remarkably fine man. He gave them an audience surrounded by his attendants, who treated him with profound respect, and among whom were conspicuous several warriors of gigantic stature. The dwelling that served for the royal palace was rudely constructed, yet the French travellers saw with lively surprise that articles of luxury were plentiful, and they observed also some muskets of good manufacture and great value. Notwithstanding the excessive heat of the climate, the thermometer rising in the open air to 45 degrees, and in the shade to 33, and even to 35, the commander and his officers carried on with unremitting zeal the observations and surveys which it was the object of the expedition to make. A few fell victims to their own imprudence, for in defiance of the earnest warnings of Freycinet, some of the young officers and the seamen chose to sally forth in the middle of the day, and with the view of fortifying themselves against the injurious effects of their dangerous freak, drank and ate plentifully of cold water and sour fruits. The result was that in a short time 5 of the most imprudent were confined to their hammocks with dysentery. This necessitated a departure from Timor, so the Uranie weighed anchor and set sail on the 23rd of October. At first the corvette sailed rapidly along the north coast of Timor for the purpose of making a survey, but when she had reached the narrowest part of the channel of Ombay, she encountered such violent currents that, the winds being slight and contrary, it was only with great difficulty she was able to regain the course which she had lost during the calm. No less than 19 days were wasted in this trying situation, though certain of the officers took advantage of the delay to land on the nearest point of the island of Ombay, where the coast had a very inviting appearance. They went on shore near a village called Batuka, and advanced to meet a body of the natives armed with shields and cuirasses made of buffalo skin, and carrying bows, arrows, and daggers. Savages though they were, they had quite the air of warriors, and were not at all afraid of firearms. On the contrary, they argued that the loading of the gun caused loss of time, for while that operation was going on, they could fire off a great number of arrows. Gaimard writes, "The points of the arrows were of hard wood or of bone, and some of iron. The arrows themselves, displayed fan-wise, were fastened on the left side of the warrior to the belt of his sword or dagger. Most of these people wore bundles of palm leaves, slit so as to allow red or black-coloured strips of the same to be passed through to hold them together, which were attached to the belt or the right thigh. The rustling sound produced with every movement of the wearers of this singular ornament, increased by knocking against the cuirass or the buckler, with the addition of the tinkling of little bells, which also formed part of the warrior's equipment, altogether made such a jumble of discordant sounds that we could not refrain from laughing. Far from taking offence, our Ombayan friends joined heartily in our merriment. Monsieur Arago, footnote Jacques Arago, brother of the illustrious astronomer, end of footnote, greatly excited their astonishment by performing some sleight of hand tricks. We then took our way straight to the village of Batuka, which was situated on a rising ground. In passing one of their cottages, we happened to see about a score of human jawbones suspended from the roof, and anxious to get possession of one or two, I offered the most valuable articles I had about me in exchange. The answer was palami, they are sacred. We ascertained afterwards that these were the jawbones of their enemies, preserved as trophies of victory. This excursion derived greater interest from the circumstance of the island of Ambaye having been up to that time rarely visited by Europeans, and the few vessels that had effected any landing brought mournful accounts of the warlike and ferocious temper of the natives, and even in some instances of their cannibal propensities. Thus, in 1802, the merchant ship Rose had her small boat carried off, and the crew were detained as prisoners by the savages. 10 years later, the captain of the ship Inarco, who landed by himself, received several arrow wounds. Again, in 1817, an English frigate sent the cutter ashore for the purpose of getting wood, when a scrimmage took place between the crew and the natives, which ended in the former being killed and eaten. The day after, an armed sloop was dispatched in quest of the missing crew, but nothing was found save some fragments of the cutter and the bloody remains of the unfortunate men. In view of these facts, the French travellers must be congratulated on having escaped being entrapped by the savage cannibals, which would undoubtedly have been attempted had the Uranie stayed long enough at Ambaye. On the 17th of November, the anchor was let go at Dili. After the customary interchange of compliments with the Portuguese governor, Freycinet made known the requirements of the expedition, and received a friendly assurance that the necessary provisions should be instantly forthcoming. The reception given to all the members of the expedition was both hearty and liberal, and when Freycinet took his leave, the governor, wishing that he should carry away some souvenir of his visit, presented him with 2 boys and 2 girls of the ages of 6 and 7, natives of Failacor, a kingdom in the interior of Timor. To ensure the acceptance of this present, the governor, Don José Pinto Alcoforado de Savado e Souza, stated that the race to which the children belonged was quite unknown in Europe. In spite of all the strong and conclusive reasons that Freycinet gave to explain why he felt compelled to decline the present, he was obliged to take charge of one of the little boys, who subsequently received the name of Joseph Antonio in baptism, but when 16 years old died of some scrofulous disease at Paris. On a first examination, it would appear that the population of Timor belonged altogether to the Asiatic race, but so far as any reliance can be placed upon somewhat extended researches, there is reason to think that in the unfrequented mountains in the centre of the island there exists a race of negroes with woolly hair and savage manners, of the type of the indigenous races of New Guinea and New Ireland, whom one is led to consider the primitive population. This line of research, commenced at the close of the 18th century by an Englishman of the name of Crawford, has been in our time carried forward with striking results by the labours of the learned doctors Brocard and E. Ami, to the latter of whom the reading public are indebted for the pleasing and instructive papers on primitive populations, which have appeared in Nature and in the journals of the Royal Geographical Society. After leaving Timor, the Uranie proceeded towards the Strait of Buru, and in passing between the islands of Weta and Roma, got sight of the picturesque island of Gasses, clothed in the brightest and thickest verdure imaginable. The corvette was then drifted by currents almost as far as the island of Pisang, near which she fell in with 3 dhows manned by natives of the island of Guebi. These people have an olive complexion, broad flat noses and thick lips. Some are strong-looking, robust and athletic, others are slender and weakly in appearance, and others again thick-set and repulsive-looking. The only clothing worn by the majority at this time was a pair of drawers fastened with a handkerchief around the waist. A landing was effected on the little island of Pisang. It was found to be of volcanic origin, and the soil, formed from the decomposition of trachytic lava, was evidently very fertile. From Pisang the corvette made her way among islands, till then scarcely known, to Rawak, where she cast anchor at noon on the 16th of December. This island, though small, is inhabited, and though our navigators were often visited by the natives of Waigiu, opportunities for studying this species of the human family have been rare. Moreover, it ought to be mentioned that through ignorance of the language of the indigenous tribes, and the difficulty of making them understand through the medium of Malayan, of which they know only a few words, even those few opportunities have not been turned to much account. As soon as a suitable position was found, the instruments were set up, and the usual physical and astronomical observations were made in conjunction with geographical researches. End of section 25. Section 26 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travellers of the 19th Century by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, French Circumnavigators 2. The islands which Freycinet calls the islands of the Papuans are Rawak, Boni, Waigiu, and MaryAnn, which are situated almost immediately below the equator. The largest of these, Waigiu, is not less than 72 miles from one side to the other. The low shorage consists mainly of swamp and morass, while the banks, which run up steeply, are surrounded by coral reefs and are full of small caves hollowed out by the waves. All the islets are clothed with vegetation of surprising beauty. They abound with magnificent trees, amongst which the Barringtonia may be recognized, with its voluminous trunk always leaning towards the sea, allowing the tips of the branches to touch the water. The Scivola lobelia, fig trees, mangroves, the casuarini, with their straight and slender stems shooting up to the height of 40 feet, the rima, the takanahaka, with its trunk more than 20 feet in circumference, the cynometa, belonging to the family of the leguminous plants, bright from its topmost to its lowest branches with pale red flowers and golden fruits, and besides these rarer trees, palms, nutmeg trees, rose-apple trees, banana trees flourish in the low and moist ground. The fauna, however, has not attained to the same exceptionally fine development as the flora. At Rawak, the phalanger and the sheepdog in a wild state were the only quadrupeds met with. In Waigiu, the boar called Barbarossa and a diminutive of the same race were found. But as to the feathered tribe, they were not so numerous as one might have supposed, the plants yielding grain necessary for the sustenance of birds not being able to thrive in the dense shade of the forests. Hornbills are met with here, whose wings, furnished with long feathers separated at the tips, make a very loud noise when they fly. Great quantities of parrots, kingfishers, turtle doves, piping crows, brown hawks, crested pigeons, and possibly also birds of paradise, though the travellers did not see any specimens. The Papuans themselves are positively repulsively ugly. To quote the words of Aude Payan, a flat skull, a facial angle of 75 degrees, a large mouth, eyes small and sunken, a thick nose, flat at the end and pressed down on the upper lip, a scanty beard, a peculiarity of the people of those regions already noticed, shoulders of a moderate size, a prominent belly, and slight lower limbs. These are the chief characteristics of the Papuans. Their hair, both in its nature and mode of arrangement, varies a good deal. Most commonly it is dressed with great pains into a matted structure not less than 8 inches in height, composed of a mass of soft downy hair curling naturally, or it is frizzed up till it positively bristles, and with the assistance of a coating of grease is plastered round the skull in the shape of a globe. A long wooden comb of 6 or 7 teeth is also often stuck in, not so much to aid in keeping the mass together as to give a finishing touch of ornament. These unfortunate people are afflicted with the terrible scourge of leprosy, which is so prevalent that at least 1/10 part of the population are infested with the disease. The cause of this dreadful malady must be sought in the insalubrity of the climate, the miasma from the marshes, which are overflowed with sea water every flood tide, the neighbourhood of the burial places, which are badly kept, and perhaps also the consumption of shellfish, which these natives devour greedily. All the houses, whether inland or on the coast, are built on piles. Many of these dwellings are erected in places extremely difficult of access. They are made by thrusting stakes into the earth, to which transverse beams are fastened with ropes made of fibre, and on these a flooring is laid of palm leaves, trimmed and strongly intertwined with one another. These leaves, made to lap over in an artistic fashion, are also used for the roof of the house, which has only one door. Should the dwellings be built over the water, communication is carried on between them and the shore by means of a kind of bridge resting upon trestles, the movable flooring of which can be quickly taken up. Every house is also surrounded by a kind of balcony furnished with a balustrade. The travellers could not obtain any information as to the friendly disposition of these natives. Whether the whole tribe consists of large communities united under one chief or several, whether each community obeys its own proper head, whether the population is numerous or not, are all points which could not be ascertained. The name by which they call themselves is Alfuros. They appear to talk in several distinct dialects, which differ remarkably from Papuan or Malay. The inhabitants of this group seem to be a very industrious race. They manufacture all sorts of fishing apparatus very cleverly. They are expert in finding their way through the forests. They know how to prepare the pith of the sago plant, and to make ovens for the cooking of the sago. They can turn pottery ware, weave mats, carpets, baskets, and can also carve idols and figures. In the harbour of Bonny, on the coast of Waigiou, Messrs. Coy and Gaimard noticed a statue moulded in white clay under a sort of canopy close to a tomb. It represented a man standing upright, of the natural height, with his hands raised towards heaven. The head was of wood, with the cheeks and eyes inlaid with small pieces of white shell. On the 6th of January 1819, having taken in supplies at Rawak, the Uranie proceeded on her voyage, and soon came in sight of the Ayu Islands, mere sandbanks surrounded by breakers, of which few geographical details had been known up to that point. There was much to be done in the way of accurate survey, but unfortunately the hydrographers were sorely hindered in their work by the fever which they and some 40 of the crew had contracted at Rawak. Sailing on, the Anchoret Islands came in sight on the 12th of February, and on the day following the Amaranths, but the Uranie did not attempt to make for the land. Shortly after passing the Amaranths, the corvette sighted St. Bartholomew, which the inhabitants call Pulusuk. It belongs to the Caroline archipelago. A busy trade, always attended with much uproar, was soon set on foot with the indigenous people, who resisted all persuasion to come on board, conducting all their transactions nevertheless with admirable good faith, in no instance showing any dishonest tendencies. One after another, Puluhat, Dalet, Tamatam, Alap, Tanadik, all islands belonging to this archipelago, passed before the admiring gaze of the French navigators. At length, on the 17th of March, 1819, just 18 months from the time of quitting France, Freycinet got sight of the MaryAnn Islands and cast anchor in the roads of Umata on the coast of Guam. Just as the officers of the expedition were ready to go ashore, the governor of the island, Don Medinilla y Pineda, accompanied by his lieutenant, Major Don Luis de Torres, came on board to bid them welcome. These gentlemen showed a polite anxiety to learn what the explorers stood in need of, and engaged that all their wants should be supplied with the least possible delay. No time was lost in looking for a place suited for conversion into a temporary hospital, and one being found, the sick on board, to the number of 20, were removed to it for treatment the very next day. A dinner to the staff of the expedition was given by the governor, and all the officers assembled in his house at the appointed hour. They found a table covered with light cakes and fruits, in the midst of which were 2 bowls of hot punch. Some surprise escaped the guests, in private remarks to one another, at this singular kind of banquet. Could it be a fast day? Why did no one sit down? But as there was no interpreter to clear up these points, and as it would have been unbecoming to ask for an explanation, they kept their difficulties for solution among themselves, and paid attention to the good things before them. Soon a fresh surprise came. The table was cleared and covered with various sorts of prepared dishes. In short, a substantial and sumptuous dinner was served. The collation, which had been taken at the commencement, called in the language of the country refresco, had been intended only to whet the appetites of the guests for what was to follow. After this, luxurious dinners became quite the rage at Guam. 2 days subsequent to the governor's banquet, the officers found themselves at a dinner party of 50 guests, where no less than 44 separate dishes were served at each of the 3 courses of which the dinner consisted. Freycinet, from information he had received, relates that this dinner cost the lives of 2 oxen and 3 fat pigs, to say nothing of poultry, game, and fish. Such a slaughter, I should think, has not been known since the marriage feast of Gamache. No doubt our host considered that persons who had undergone so many privations during a protracted voyage ought to be compensated with an unusually profuse entertainment. The dessert showed no falling off, either in abundance or in variety. It was succeeded by tea, coffee, creams, liqueurs of every description, and as the refresco had been served as usual an hour previous to dinner, it will be admitted without question that at Guam the most intrepid gourmand could find no other cause for disappointment but the limited capacity of the human stomach. However, the objects of the mission were not interfered with by all this dining and festivity. Natural history excursions, magnetical observations, the geographical survey of the island of Guam, entrusted to Duperrey, were all being pushed forward simultaneously. But in the meantime, the corvette had got to moorings in the deep water off the port of St. Louis, while the chief of the staff, as well as the sick, were housed at Agagne, the capital of the island and the seat of government. At that place, in honour of the French visitors, cock-fights took place, a kind of sport very popular in all the Spanish possessions in Oceania. Dances also were given, the figures in which, it was said, contained allusions to events in the history of Mexico. The dancers, students of the Agagne College, were dressed in rich silks imported a long time previously by the Jesuits from New Spain. Then came combats with sticks, in which the Carolines took part, which were again succeeded almost uninterruptedly by other amusements. But what Freycinet considered of most value was the mass of information concerning the customs and manners of the former inhabitants of the islands, which he obtained through Major Don Luis Torres, who, himself born in the country, had made a constant study of this subject. Of this interesting information use will be made when the subject is presently resumed, but first some notice must be taken of an excursion to the islands Rota and Tinian, the latter of which had already become known to us through the narratives of former travellers. On the 22nd of April, a small fleet of 8 proas conveyed Messieurs Bérard, Gardichaud, and Jacques Arago to Rota, where their arrival occasioned great surprise and alarm, explained by the fact that a report had gained currency in the island that the corvette was manned with rebels from America. Beyond Rota, the proas reached Tinian, where the arid plains recalled to the travellers the desolate coasts of the land of Eendracht, testifying to the considerable changes that must have taken place there since the time when Lord Anson described the place as a terrestrial paradise. The MaryAnn archipelago was discovered by Magellan on the 6th of March, 1521, and at first received the name of Islas de las Velas Latinas, the Isles of the Latin Sails, but subsequently that of the Ladrones, or the Robbers. If one may trust Pigafetta, the illustrious admiral saw no islands but Tinian, Saipan, and Agognan. 5 years later they were visited by the Spaniard Loyasa, whose cordial reception was quite a contrast to that of Magellan, and in 1565 the islands were declared to be Spanish territory by Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. It was not, however, till 1669 that they were colonized and evangelized by Father San Vitores. It will be understood that we should not follow Freycinet's narrative of past events in the history of this archipelago, were it not that the manuscripts and works of every kind which he was permitted to consult enabled him to treat the subject de novo and throw upon it the light of real knowledge. The admiration still lingering in the minds of the travellers, which had been aroused by the incredible fertility of the Papuan Islands and the Moluccas, was no doubt calculated to weaken the impression produced by any of the MaryAnn Islands. The forests of Guam, though well stocked, did not present the gigantic appearance common to forest scenery in the tropics. They extended over a large part of the island, yet there are also immense spaces devoted to pasturage, where not a breadfruit tree nor a cocoanut palm was to be seen. In the depths of the forests, moreover, the conquerors of the islands had created artificial glades, in order that the herds of horned cattle which they had introduced might find food and also enjoy shelter from the sun. Agognan, an island with a very rocky coast, presented from a distance an arid and barren appearance, but is in reality thickly clothed with trees, even to the summit of its highest mountains. Rota is a regular jungle, an almost impenetrable mass of brushwood, above which rise thickets of rimas, tamarind, fig, and palm trees. Tinian, too, presents anything but an agreeable appearance. The French explorers altogether missed the charming scenes described in such glowing colours by their predecessors, but the appearance of the soil and the immense number of dead trees led them to the conclusion that old accounts were not altogether exaggerated, especially as the southern portion of the island is now rendered quite inaccessible by its dense forests. At the time of Freycinet's visit, the population of these islands was of a very mixed character, the aborigines being quite in the minority. The more highly born of the natives were formerly bigger, stronger, and better made than Europeans, but the race is degenerating, and the primitive type in its purity is now only to be met with in Rota. Capital swimmers and divers, able to walk immense distances without fatigue, every man of them had to prove his proficiency in these exercises on his marriage. But although this proficiency has been in some measure kept up, the leading characteristic of the people of the MaryAnn group is idleness, or perhaps, to be more strictly accurate, indifference. Marriages are contracted at a very early age, the bridegroom being generally between 15 and 18, the bride between 12 and 15. A numerous progeny is the result of these unions, instances being on record of 22 children born of one mother. Not only do the people of Guam suffer from many diseases such as lung complaints, smallpox, etc., introduced by Europeans, but also from some which seem to be endemic, or in any case to have assumed a type peculiar to the place and altogether abnormal. Such are elephantiasis and leprosy, 3 varieties of which are met with at Guam, differing from each other alike in their symptoms and their effects. Before the Conquest, the people of the MaryAnns lived on the fruit of the rima, or bread tree, rice, sago, and other farinaceous plants. Their mode of cooking these articles was extremely simple, though not so much so as their style of dress, for they went about in a state of nature, unrelieved even by the traditional fig leaf. At the present time, children still wear no clothing till they are about 10 years old. Alluding to this peculiar custom, Captain Pages, writing at the close of the last century, says, "I found myself near a house in front of which an Indian girl about 11 years old was squatted on her heels in the full blaze of the sun, without a vestige of clothing on. Her chemise lay folded on the ground in front of her. When she saw me approaching, she got up quickly and put it on again. Although still far from decently clothed, for only her shoulders were covered by it, she now considered herself properly dressed, and stood before me quite unembarrassed." Judging from the remains nearly everywhere to be met with, such as the ruins of dwellings originally supported by masonry pillars, it is plain that the population was formerly considerable. The earliest traveller who has made any reference to this subject is Lord Anson. He has given a somewhat fanciful description, which, however, the explorers in the Uranie were able to corroborate, as will be seen from the following extract. The description found in the narrative of Lord Anson's voyage is correct, but the ruins and the branches of the trees that have in some way twined themselves about the masonry pillars wear now a very different aspect from what they did in his time. The sharp edges of the pillars have got rubbed away, and the half globes that surmounted them have no longer their former roundness. Of the structures of a more recent date, only a 1/6 part are of stone. At Agagna may be counted several buildings possessing some interest on account of their size, if not on that of their elegance, grandeur, or the fineness of their proportions. These are the College of St. John Lateran, the church, the clergy house, the governor's palace, and the taverns. Before the Spaniards established their sway in these islands, the natives were divided into 3 classes: the nobility, the inferior nobility, and the commonalty. These last, the pariahs of the country, Freycinet remarks, though without citing his authority, were of a more diminutive stature than the other inhabitants. This difference of height is, however, scarcely a sufficient reason for pronouncing them to be of a different race from the other two classes. Is it not more reasonable to conclude it to be the result of the degrading servitude to which they have been subjected? These plebeians could under no circumstances raise themselves to a higher class, and a seafaring life was forbidden to them. Each of the three castes had its own sorceresses and priestesses, or medicine women, who each devoted her attention to the treatment of some one disorder, only no reason, however, for crediting them with any special skill in its cure. The business of canoe building was monopolized by the nobles, who, however, allowed the inferior nobles to assist in their construction. The making of canoes was to them a work of the utmost importance, and the nobles maintained it as one of their most valuable privileges. The language spoken in the Philippine group, though it has some affinity with the Malay and Tagala dialects, has all the same a distinctive character of its own. Freycinet's narrative also contains much information on the extremely singular customs of the former population of the MaryAnns, which are beyond our province, though well worthy of the attention of the philosopher and historian. The Uranie had been now more than 2 months at anchor. It was full time to resume the work of exploration. Freycinet and his staff therefore devoted the few remaining days of their stay to the task of paying farewell visits, and expressing their gratitude for the hearty kindness which had been so profusely shown to them. The governor, however, not only declined to admit his claim to thanks from the French travellers for the hospitable attentions heaped upon them for upwards of 2 months, but also refused to accept any payment for the supplies which had been furnished for the refitting of the corvette. He even went so far as to write a letter of apology for the scantiness of the provisions, the result of the drought which had desolated Guam for the previous 6 months, and which had prevented him from doing things as he could have wished. The final farewell took place off Agagne. It was impossible, says Freycinet, to take leave of the amiable man who had loaded us with so many proofs of his friendly disposition, without being deeply affected. I was too much moved to be able to find expression for the feelings with which my heart was filled, but the tears which filled my eyes must have been to him a surer evidence than any words could have been of my gratitude and my regret. End of section 26. Section 27 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travellers of the 19th Century by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, French Circumnavigators 3. From the 5th to the 16th of June, the Uranie was occupied in an exploring cruise round the north of the MaryAnn Islands, in the course of which were made the observations of which the substance has been given above. The commander, wishing to make a quick passage to the Sandwich Islands, then took advantage of a breeze to gain a higher latitude, where he hoped to meet with favourable winds. But as the explorers penetrated further and further into this part of the Pacific Ocean, cold and dense fogs wrapped them round, permeating the whole vessel with damp, equally unpleasant and injurious to health. However, the crew suffered no worse inconvenience than slight colds. In fact, the change had rather a bracing effect than otherwise, on men now for some time accustomed to the enervating heat of the tropics. On the 6th of August, the south point of Hawaii was doubled, and Freycinet made for the western side of the island, where he hoped to find a safe and convenient anchorage. A dead calm prevailing, the first and second days were spent in opening relations with the natives. The women came off in crowds immediately on the arrival of the ship, with the view of carrying on their usual trade, but the commander laid an interdict on their coming on board. The first piece of news given to the captain by one of the Arois was that King Kamehameha was dead, and that his young son Rio Rio had succeeded him. Taking advantage of a change of wind, the Uranie sailed on to the Bay of Karakakoa, and Freycinet was about to send an officer in advance to take soundings, when a canoe put off from the shore, having on board the governor of the island, Prince Kwakini, otherwise John Adams, who promised the captain that he would find boats suitable for the taking of the necessary supplies to the corvette. This young man, about 29 years of age, almost a giant in stature, but well proportioned, surprised Freycinet by the extent of his information. On being informed that the corvette was on a voyage of discovery, he inquired, "Have you doubled Cape Horn, or did you come round the Cape of Good Hope?" He then asked for the latest information about Napoleon, and wished to know whether it was true that the island of St. Helena had been swallowed up with all its inhabitants, a story he had evidently heard from some facetious whalemen, but had not entirely believed. Kwakini next apprised Freycinet that, though actual disturbances had not broken out on the death of Kamehameha, yet that some of the chiefs having asserted claims to independence, the stability of the monarchy was in some danger. As a result, the political situation was strained, and the government was in some perplexity, a state of things which probably would soon terminate, especially if the commandant would consent to make some declaration in favour of the youthful sovereign. Freycinet landed with the prince to pay him a return visit, and on entering his house was introduced to his wife, a very corpulent woman who was lying on a European bedstead covered with matting. After this visit, the captain and his host went to visit the widows of Kamehameha, the prince's sisters, but not being able to see them, they proceeded to the yards and workshops of the deceased king. Here were 4 sheds sacred to the building of large war canoes, and others containing European boats. Farther on were seen wood for building purposes, bars of copper, quantities of fishing nets, a forge, a cooper's workshop, and lastly some cases belonging to the Prime Minister, Kremoku, filled with all necessary appliances for navigation, such as compasses, sextants, thermometers, watches, and even a chronometer. Strangers were not allowed to inspect 2 other magazines, in which were stored powder and other war materials, strong liquors, iron, etc. All these places were for the present abandoned by the new sovereign, who held his court at Kawahai Bay. Freycinet, on receiving an invitation from the king, made ready to visit him there under the guidance of a native pilot, who showed himself most attentive, and was very skilful in forecasting the weather. "The monarch," writes Freycinet, "was waiting for me on the beach, dressed in the full uniform of an English captain, and surrounded by the whole of his suite. In spite of the terrible barrenness of this side of the island, the spectacle of the grotesque assemblage of men and women was not without grandeur and beauty. The king himself stood in front, with his principal officers a little distance behind him, some wearing splendid mantles made of red or yellow feathers, or of scarlet cloth, others in short tippets of the same kind, but in which the 2 glaring colours were relieved with black. A few had helmets on their heads. This striking picture was further diversified by a number of soldiers grouped here and there, and clad in various and strange costumes. The sovereign now under notice was the same who, with his young and charming wife, undertook at a later period a voyage to England, where they both died. Their remains were brought back to Hawaii by Captain Byron in the frigate La Blonde. Freycinet seized this opportunity to repeat his request for supplies of fresh provisions, and the king promised that 2 days should not pass before his wishes should be fully complied with. However, although the good faith of the young monarch was above suspicion, the commander soon discovered that most of the chiefs had no intention of obeying their sovereign's orders. Some little time after this, the principal officers of the staff went to pay a visit to the widows of Kamehameha. The following amusing description of their lively reception is given by M. Quoy. "A strange spectacle," he says, "met our view on our entrance into an apartment of narrow dimensions, where 8 lumps of half-naked humanity lay on the ground with their faces downwards. It was not an easy task to find space to lay ourselves down according to custom in the same manner. The attendants were constantly on the move, some carrying fans made of feathers to whisk away the flies, another a lighted pipe, which was passed from one prostrate figure to another, each taking a whiff or two, while the rest were engaged in shampooing the royal personages. Conversation, it may readily be imagined, was not well maintained under these trying circumstances, and had it not been for some excellent watermelons which were handed to us, the tedium of the interview would have been insupportable." Freycinet next went to pay a visit to the famous John Young, who had been for so long a time the faithful friend and sagacious adviser of King Kamehameha. Although he was then old and in bad health, he was not the less able to supply Freycinet with some valuable information about the Sandwich Islands, where he had lived for 30 years, and in the history of which he had played a prominent part. Kremoku, the minister, during a visit which he was paying on board the Uranie, had caught sight of the Abbé de Quelen, the chaplain, whose costume puzzled him a good deal. As soon as he had learnt that the strangely dressed person was a priest, he expressed to the commandant a desire to receive baptism. His mother, he said, had been admitted to that sacrament upon her deathbed, and she had obtained from him a promise to submit himself to the same ceremony as soon as he met with a convenient opportunity. Freycinet gave his consent, and endeavoured to make the proceeding as solemn as possible, all the more because Rio requested permission to be present at it with all his suite. Everyone behaved with the utmost decorum and reverence while the ceremony was taking place, but immediately on its close there was a general rush to the collation which the commandant had ordered to be prepared. It was wonderful to see how rapidly the bottles of wine and the flasks of rum and of brandy were emptied, and to witness the speedy disappearance of the viands with which the table had been covered. Fortunately, the day was coming to a close, or Rio and the majority of his officers and courtiers would not have been in a condition to reach the shore. In spite of this, however, it was necessary to comply with his request for 2 additional bottles of brandy, that he might, as he said, drink the health of the commander and success to his voyage, a request which all his attendants felt bound in politeness to make likewise. "It is not an overstatement," observes Freycinet, "to say that in the short space of 2 hours our distinguished guests drank and carried away what would have been sufficient to supply the wants of 10 ordinary persons for 3 months." Several presents had been exchanged between the royal pair and the commander. Among those made by the young queen was a cloak of feathers, a kind of garment which had become exceedingly scarce in the Sandwich Islands. Freycinet was about to set sail again when he learnt from an American captain that a merchant vessel was lying off the island of Maui, having a large quantity of biscuit and rice on board, which there was no doubt might be purchased. This information determined Freycinet to anchor first off Rahina, among other reasons because it was there that Kraimokou had undertaken to deliver a number of pigs, which were required for the use of the crew. But the minister displayed signal bad faith in the transaction. He tendered miserably poor pigs and demanded an extravagantly high price, so that it was necessary to have recourse to threats before the business could be satisfactorily arranged. In this matter, Kraimokou was under the misguidance of an English runaway convict from Port Jackson, and, most probably, had the native been left to obey the promptings of his own nature, he would have acted on this occasion with the good faith and the sense of honour which were his usual characteristics. On reaching the island of Oahu, Freycinet dropped anchor off Honolulu. The hearty welcome he received from the European residents made him regret that he had not come here direct to begin with, for he was able without any delay to procure all the supplies which he had found so much difficulty in getting together at the two other islands. Boki, the governor of Oahu, received baptism from the chaplain of the Uranie. He was prompted apparently by no other motive than a wish to do as his brother had done, who had previously received this sacrament. He was far from having the air of intelligence common to the other natives of the various islands of the Sandwich group hitherto visited. Many observations on these natives are made in the narrative of the expedition, which are too interesting to be passed over without a brief summary here. All navigators are agreed in considering that the class of chiefs belong to a race excelling the other inhabitants, both in intelligence and in stature. It is very unusual to find one who is less than 6 feet in height. Obesity is very common, but chiefly among the women, who, while still quite young, often become enormously corpulent. The Sandwich type is strongly marked and distinct. Pretty women are numerous, but the blessing of length of days is seldom enjoyed. An old man of 70 is a rare phenomenon. This early decline and premature death must be ascribed to the persistent dissipation in which the people pass their lives. On leaving the Sandwich Islands, Freycinet found it necessary to notice carefully the curves of the magnetic equator in low latitudes. Accordingly, he crowded all sail in an easterly direction. On the 7th of October, the Uranie entered the southern hemisphere, and on the 19th of the same month, the Dangerous Islands came in sight. To the eastward of the Navigators' Archipelago, an island was discovered not marked on the charts, which was named Rose after Madame Freycinet. This was the only actual discovery of the voyage. The position of the islands of Pilstadt and Howe was next rectified, and on the 13th of November the lights of Port Jackson or Sydney were at last sighted. Freycinet had fully expected to find the town enlarged during the 16 years that had passed since his last visit, but his astonishment was great indeed at the sight of a large and prosperous European city, set down in the midst of scenery which might almost be called wild. But as the travellers made excursions in various directions, fresh signs of the progress which the colony had made were forced on their attention. Fine roads, carefully kept, bordered with the eucalyptus, styled by Peru the giant of the Australian forests, well-constructed bridges, distances marked by milestones, proved the existence of a well-organised local administration, whilst the charming cottages, the numerous herds of cattle, and the carefully cultivated fields bore testimony to the industry and perseverance of the new colonists. Governor Macquarie and the principal authorities of the province vied with each other in showing attention to the French travellers, who, however, persisted in declining all but a single invitation, lest the work of the mission should not receive its fair share of attention. The entertainment given by the governor took place at his country house at Parramatta, whither the officers of the expedition proceeded by water, accompanied by a military band. Several of them also visited the little town of Liverpool, built in a pleasant situation on the banks of the River George. Excursions, too, were made to the little villages of Richmond and Windsor, which were growing up near Hawkesbury River. At the same time, a party of the staff joined in a kangaroo hunt, and, crossing the Blue Mountains, penetrated the Bathurst settlement. Through the friendly relations which Freycinet had established with the residents during his 2 visits, he was able to collect numerous interesting details respecting the Australian colony. Therefore, the chapter that he devotes to New South Wales, recording the marvellous and rapid advance of this effort at colonisation, excited a lively interest in France, where the development and growing prosperity of Australia were very imperfectly known. Freycinet's narrative was there quite a new revelation, well calculated to excite inquiry, and which had moreover the advantage of showing the exact condition of the colony so late as the year 1825. The chain of mountains at some distance from the coast, known by the name of the Australian Alps, separates New South Wales from the interior of the Australian continent. For 25 years this chain formed a barrier against all communication with the country beyond, but now, thanks to the energy of Governor Macquarie, the barrier had been removed. A zigzag road had been cut in the rock, thus opening the way to the colonisation of wide-spreading plains watered by important rivers. The loftiest summits of this chain, nearly 10,000 feet in height, are covered with snow even in the middle of summer, whilst the elevation of the principal peaks, Mount Exmouth, Mount Cunningham, and others, was being taken, it was discovered that, so far from Australia possessing only one large watercourse, the Swan River, it had several, the chief being Hawkesbury River, formed by the confluence of the Nepean, the Grose, and the Brisbane, the River Murray not being yet known. At the period under notice, a commencement had been made in the working of coal mines, slate quarries, layers of solid carbonate of iron, sandstone, chalk, porphyry, and jasper, but the presence of gold, the metal that was to effect so rapid a development of the young colony, had not as yet been established. The nature of the soil varies. On the sea coast it is barren, able only to support the growth of a few stunted trees, but inland the traveller meets with fields clothed with a rich vegetation, vast pasturages in which here and there rise a few tall shrubs, and forests where giant trees, entwined with an inextricable growth of underwood, defy all attempts to penetrate to their recesses. One circumstance which much surprised travellers was the apparent homogeneity of race throughout the whole of this immense continent. Take the aborigines at the Bay of Sharks, or in the land of Eindracht, or by the Swan River, or at Port Jackson, and the same complexion and the same kind of hair, the same features, the same physique, all prove indisputably that they have sprung from one common origin. Those dwelling by the rivers or on the sea coast subsist chiefly on shell or other fish, but those living in the interior trust to hunting for their food, and will eat indiscriminately the flesh of the opossum or the kangaroo, not rejecting even lizards, snakes, worms, or ants, the last named of which they manufacture into a sort of paste with the addition of their eggs and the roots of ferns. All over the continent The practice of the Aborigines is to go completely naked, though they have no objection to put on any articles of European clothing that they can get possession of. It is said that in 1820 at Port Jackson there was a laughable caricature of the European style of dress to be seen in the person of an ancient negress who went about clothed in some pieces of an old woolen blanket, wearing on her head a bonnet of green silk. A few of the Aborigines, however, make themselves cloaks of opossum or kangaroo skin, stitching the pieces together with the nerve fibres of the cassowary, but this kind of garment is of rare occurrence. Though their hair is smooth, they plaster it with grease and arrange it in curls. Then, inserting in the middle a tuft of grass, they raise a strange and comical superstructure, surmounted by a few cockatoo feathers, or, failing these, they fasten on, with the aid of a resinous gum, a few human teeth or some bits of bone, a dog's tail, or one or two fish bones. Although the practice of tattooing is not much in favour among the natives of New Holland, some are occasionally to be seen who have succeeded by means of sharp shells in cutting symmetrical figures upon their skins. A more general custom is that of painting on their bodies monstrous designs in red and white colours, which, on their dark skins, give them an almost diabolical aspect. These savages formerly believed that after death they would take the form of children, and be transported to the clouds or to the summits of lofty trees, where, in a sort of aerial paradise, they would be regaled with plentiful repasts. But since the arrival of the Europeans, their faith on this point has undergone some change, their present belief being that, metamorphosed into whites, they will go to inhabit some far-off land. It is also an article of their creed that the whites themselves are no other than their own ancestors, who, having been killed in battle, have assumed the form of Europeans. The census of 1819, one of the strictest hitherto instituted, gives the number of the colonists at 25,425. This return, it must be understood, does not take in the soldiers. The women being very much in the minority, the mother country had made efforts to remedy the inconvenience resulting from this great disparity of the sexes by promoting the immigration of young women who soon married and founded families of a higher tone of morality than that of the convicts. Freycinet devotes a very long chapter in his narrative to all matters connected with political economy, the various soils and the crops suited to them, industrial pursuits, the breeding of cattle, farming economy, manufactures, foreign trade, means of communication, government. All these subjects are treated comprehensively on the authority of documents then newly compiled, and with an ability that could scarcely have been expected from a man who had not given special attention to questions of this nature. He has, moreover, added a close inquiry into the regimen which the convicts were subjected to from the time of their arrival in the colony, the punishments they had to undergo, as also the encouragements and rewards which were readily granted to them when earned by good behaviour. The chapter concludes with reflections full of learning and sound judgment on the probable development and future prosperity of the Australian colony. End of section 27. Section 28 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travellers of the 19th Century by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, French Circumnavigators, 4. After this long and fruitful stay in New Holland, The Uranie put to sea on the 25th of December, 1819, and steered so as to pass to the south of New Zealand and Campbell Island with the view of doubling Cape Horn. A few days afterwards 10 fugitive convicts were discovered on board, but the corvette had left the shores of Australia too far behind to allow of their restoration. The coast of Tierra del Fuego was reached without anything worthy of special notice having occurred during a very prosperous voyage with the prevailing west wind. On the 5th of February, Cape Desolation was sighted. Having doubled Cape Horn without any difficulty, the Uranie let go her anchor in the Bay of Good Success, with the shores lined with grand forest trees and echoing to the sound of waterfalls, presented a scene totally different from the sterile desolation generally characterizing this quarter of the globe. No long stay was, however, made there. The corvette, resuming her voyage, lost no time in entering the Strait of Le Maire, notwithstanding a dense haze. Here she met with a heavy swell, a strong gale, and a mist so thick that land, sea, and sky were confounded in one general obscurity. The rain and the heavy spray raised by the storm and the coming on of night made it necessary to put the Uranie under a close reefed topsail and jib, under which pressure of sail she behaved splendidly. The only available course was to run before the wind, and the travellers had just begun to feel thankful for their good fortune in being driven by the storm far away from the land, when the cry was heard, "Land close ahead." All hearts sunk with despair. Shipwreck and death seemed inevitable. Freycinet alone, after a brief instant of hesitation, recovered his self-command. It was impossible that land could be ahead. He therefore kept on his northerly course, bearing a little east, and the correctness of his calculations was soon verified. On the next day but one, the weather grew calmer. Observations were taken, and as they proved the vessel to have run a great distance from the Bay of Good Success, the commander had to choose between a port of call off the coast of South America or off the Falkland Islands. The island of Conti, the Bay of Marville, and Cape Duras were successively observed through the haze, whilst a favourable breeze speeded the corvette on her course to Berkeley Sound, fixed on as the best place for the next halt. Mutual congratulations were already being exchanged on the happy termination of the dangerous struggle, and on the fortunate escape from any serious accident during so hazardous a trip. The sailors all rejoiced, to use the words of Byron, that the worst was over and the rest seemed sure. But a severe trial was still in store for them. On entering Berkeley Sound, every man was at his post, ready to let go the anchor. The lookouts were on the watch, men were stationed in the main shrouds to heave the lead. Then, first at 20, after at 18 fathoms, the presence of rocks was reported. The ship was now about half a league offshore, and Freycinet thought it prudent to put her off about 2 points. This precaution proved fatal, for the corvette suddenly struck violently on a hidden rock. As she struck, the soundings gave 15 fathoms to starboard and 12 to larboard. The reef against which the corvette had run was therefore not so wide as the vessel itself. In fact, it was but the pointed summit of a rock. The immediate rising of pieces of wood to the surface of the water at once gave reason for fears that the injury was serious. There was a rush to the pumps. Water was pouring into the hold. Freycinet had sent for a sail, and had it passed under the vessel in such a manner that the pressure of the water forcing it into the leak in a measure stopped it up. But it was of no avail. Although the whole ship's company, officers and sailors alike, worked at the pumps, no more could be done than just keep the water from gaining on the vessel. There was nothing for it but to run her ashore. This decision, painful as it was, had to be carried out, and it was indeed no easy task. On every side the land was girded with rocks, and only at the very bottom of the bay was there a strip of sandy beach favourable for running the ship aground. Meanwhile the wind had become contrary, night was approaching, the vessel was already half full of water. The distress of the commander can be imagined, but there was no alternative, so the vessel was stranded on Penguin Island. This effected, to quote Freycinet, the men were so exhausted that it was necessary to cease further work of every kind, and to allow the crew an interval of rest, all the more indispensable on account of the hardships and dangers which our present disastrous situation must entail upon all. As for myself, repose was out of the question. Tormented by 1,000 harassing reflections, I could scarcely credit my own existence. The sudden transition from a position where all things seemed to smile on me to that in which I found myself at that moment weighed on my spirits like a horrible nightmare. It was difficult to regain the composure necessary to face fairly the painful trial. All my companions had done their duty in the frightful accident which had all but cost us our lives, and I am glad to be able to do justice to their admirable conduct. As soon as daylight revealed the nature of the country, a mournful, gloomy look settled upon every countenance. Not a tree, not so much as a blade of grass was to be seen, not a sound was to be heard, and the silent desolation around reminded us of the Bay of Sharks. But there was no time to be lost in vain lamentations. Was the sea to be allowed to swallow up the journals and observations, the precious results of so much labour and so many hardships? All the papers were saved. The same good fortune did not unfortunately attend the collections. Several cases of specimens which were at the bottom of the hold were entirely lost. Others were damaged by the sea water. The collections that sustained the chief injury were those of natural history, and the herbarium that had been put together with infinite trouble by Gaudichaud. The merino sheep, generously presented to the expedition by Mr. MacArthur of Sydney, which it was hoped could be acclimatized in France, were brought on shore, as also were all the animals still alive. A few tents were pitched, first for the sick, happily not very numerous, and then for the officers and the crew. The provisions and ammunition taken out of the ship were carefully deposited in a place where they would be sheltered from the inclemency of the weather. The alcoholic liquors were allowed to remain on board until the time arrived for quitting the scene of the shipwreck, and during the 3 months of the expedition's stay here, not a single theft of rum or of brandy came to light, although no one had anything to drink but pure water. The efforts of the whole of the expedition were steadily applied to the task of trying to repair the main injuries sustained by the Uranie, with the exception of a few sailors told off to provide, by hunting and fishing, for the subsistence of the community. The lakes were frequented by numbers of sea lions, geese, ducks, teal, and snipe, but it was no easy matter to procure, at one time, a sufficient quantity of these animals to serve for the food of the entire crew. At the same time, the expenditure of powder was necessarily considerable. As good luck would have it, gulls abounded in sufficient numbers to furnish 120 men with food for 4 or 5 months, and these creatures were so stupid as to allow themselves to be knocked on the head with a stick. A few horses were also killed, which had relapsed into a wild state since the departure of the colony founded by Bougainville. By the 28th of February, the painful conclusion was come to that, with the slender resources available, it was impracticable to repair the damage done to the Uranie, especially as the original injury had been aggravated by the repeated shocks occasioned by thumping on the beach. What was to be done? Should the explorers calmly wait until some vessel chanced to put in at Berkeley Sound? This would be to leave the sailors with nothing to do, and this enforced idleness would open the door to disorder and insubordination. Would it not be better to build a small vessel out of the wreckage of the Uranie? As it happened, there was a large sloop belonging to the ship. If the sides were raised and a deck added, it might be possible to reach Montevideo, and there obtain the assistance of a vessel capable of bringing off in safety the members of the expedition and all the cargo worth preserving. This latter plan met with the approval of Freycinet, and a decision once come to, not a moment was wasted. The sailors, animated with fresh energy, rapidly pushed on the work. Now was proved the sound judgment of the commander when manning the corvette at Toulon, in selecting sailors who were also skilled in some mechanical employment. Blacksmiths, sailmakers, rope makers, sawyers, all worked with zeal at the different tasks assigned to them. No doubts were entertained of the success of the voyage before them. Montevideo was separated from the Falkland Islands by but 350 nautical miles, and with the winds prevailing in these latitudes at this time of the year, this distance could be traversed in a few days by the Esperance, for so the transformed sloop was named. To provide at the same time against the possible contingency of the frail vessel failing to reach the Rio de la Plata, Freycinet determined to commence the construction of a schooner of 100 tons as soon as the sloop had taken her departure. Notwithstanding the incessant demands on the energies of all made by the arduous and varied tasks involved in reconstruction and refitting of the new vessel, the usual astronomical and physical observations, the natural history researches, and the hydrographical surveys were not neglected. No one could have imagined that the stay in Berkeley Sound was anything more than an ordinary halt for exploring purposes. At last the sloop was finished and safely launched. The instructions for Captain Duperrey, appointed to take command, were all drawn up. The crew was selected, the provisions were on board. In 2 days the adventurers were to sail, when, on the 19th of March, 1820, the cry was raised, "A sail! A sail!" A sloop under full sail was seen entering the bay. A cannon was fired several times to attract attention, and in a short time the master of the new arrival was on shore. In a few words, Freycinet explained to him the misadventure which had led to the residence of the explorers upon this desolate coast. The master stated in reply that he was under the orders of the captain of an American ship, the General Knox, engaged in the seal fishery at West Island, to the west of the Falklands. An officer was at once deputed to go and ascertain from the captain what succour he could render to the French travellers. The result of the interview was a demand for 135,750 francs for the conveyance of the shipwrecked strangers to Rio, an unworthy advantage to take of the necessities of the unfortunate. To such a bargain the French officer was unwilling to agree without the consent of his commander, so he begged the American captain to sail for Berkeley Sound. While these negotiations were going on, however, another ship, the Mercury, under the command of Captain Galvin, had made its appearance in the bay. The Mercury was bound from Buenos Aires to Valparaiso with cannon, but just before doubling Cape Horn she had sprung a leak and was compelled to put in at the Falkland Islands to make the necessary repairs. It was a fortunate incident for the Frenchmen, who knew they could turn to account the competition which must result from the arrival of two ships. Freycinet at once made an offer to Captain Galvin to repair the damage the Mercury had sustained with the materials and the labour at his command, asking in return for this service a free passage for himself and his companions to Rio de Janeiro. At the end of 15 days the repairs of the Mercury were completed. While they were going on, the negotiation with the General Knox was terminated by a positive refusal on the part of Freycinet to agree to the extravagant terms proposed by the American captain. It took several days to come to a settlement with Captain Galvin, who finally made the following agreement. 1. Captain Galvin engaged to convey to Rio the wrecked persons, their papers, collections, and instruments, as well as all the cargo saved out of the Uranie that could be got on board. 2. Freycinet and his people were, during the passage, to subsist entirely on the provisions set apart for them. 3. That the captain was to receive the sum of 97,740 francs within 10 days of their arrival at Rio. By the acceptance of these truly extortionate conditions, a bargain which had cost much dispute was finally settled. Before leaving the Falklands, however, the naturalist Gaudichaud planted its destitute shores with several sorts of vegetables, which he thought likely to be of service to future voyagers who might be detained there. A few particulars regarding this archipelago will not be without interest. The group, lying between 50 degrees 57 minutes and 52 degrees 45 minutes south latitude and 60 degrees 4 minutes 63 degrees 48 minutes west of the meridian of Paris, consists of several islets and two principal islands, named Conti and Maidenland. Berkeley Sound, situated in the extreme east of the Conti Island, is a wide opening, rather deep than extensive, with a shelving rocky coast. The temperature of the islands is milder than one would expect from the high latitude. Snow does not fall in any great quantity, and does not remain, even on the summits of the highest hills, longer than for about 2 months. The streams are never frozen, and the lakes and marshes are never covered with ice hard enough to bear the weight of a man for more than 24 hours consecutively. From the observations of Weddell, who visited these parts between 1822 and 1824, the temperature must have risen considerably during the last 40 years in consequence of a change in the direction taken by the icebergs, which melt away in the mid-Atlantic. M. Coy, the naturalist, judging from the shallowness of the sea between the Falkland Islands and South America, as well as the resemblance of their grassy plains to the pampas of Buenos Aires, is of opinion that they once formed part of the continent. These plains are low, marshy, covered with tall grass and shrubs, and are inundated in the winter. Peat is abundant and makes excellent fuel. The character of the soil has proved an obstacle to the growth of the trees which Bougainville endeavoured to acclimatise, of which scarce a vestige remained at the time of Freycinet's visit. The plant which reaches the greatest height and grows most plentifully is a species of swordgrass, excellent food for cattle, and serving also as a place of shelter to numbers of seals and multitudes of gulls. It is this high grass which sailors had taken from a distance for bushes. The only vegetables growing on these islands of any use to man are celery, scurvy grass, watercress, dandelion, raspberries, sorrel, and pimpernel. Both French and Spanish colonists had at different times imported into these islands oxen, horses, and pigs, which had multiplied to a singular extent in the island of Conti, but the persistent hunting of them by the crews of the whaling ships must tend to considerably reduce their numbers. The only quadruped indigenous to the Falkland Islands is the Antarctic dog, the muzzle of which strikingly resembles that of the fox. It has therefore had the name dog fox or wolf fox given to it by whalers. These animals are so fierce that they rushed into the water to attack Byron's sailors. They, however, find rabbits enough, whose reproductive powers are limitless, to satisfy them, but the seals, which the dogs attack without any fear, manage to escape from them. The Mercury set sail on the 28th of April, 1821, reader's note, 1820, to convey Freycinet and his crew to the port of Rio de Janeiro. But one point Captain Galvin had failed to take into his reckoning. His ship, equipped under the flag of the independent state of Buenos Aires, then at war with the Portuguese, will be seized on entering the harbour of Rio, and he himself, with all his crew, will be made prisoners. On this he endeavoured to make Freycinet cancel the engagement between them, hoping to prevail on him to land at Montevideo. But as Freycinet would not agree to this proposal on any ground, a new contract had to be substituted for the original one. According to the latter arrangement, Freycinet became proprietor of the Mercury on behalf of the French Navy, by payment of the sum stipulated under the first contract. The ship was renamed the Physicienne, and reached Montevideo on the 8th of May, where the command was taken over by Freycinet. The stay at Montevideo was made use of for arming the vessel, arranging its trim, repairing the rigging, taking on board the supply of water and provisions requisite for the trip to Rio de Janeiro, before reaching which port, however, several serious defects in the ship had been discovered. The appearance of the Physicienne was so distinctly mercantile that, on entering the port of Rio, though the flag of a man-of-war was flying at the masthead, the customs officers were deceived and proposed to inspect her as a merchant vessel. Extensive repairs were absolutely necessary, and the making of them compelled Freycinet to remain at Rio until the 18th of September. He was then able to take his departure direct for France, and on the 13th of November, 1820, he cast anchor in the port of Havre, after an absence of 3 years and 2 months, during which time he had sailed over 18,862 nautical miles. A few days after his return, Freycinet proceeded to Paris, suffering from a severe illness, and forwarded to the Secretary of the Academy of Sciences the scientific records of the voyage, which made no less than 31 quarto volumes. At the same time, the naturalists attached to the expedition, Messrs. Quoy, Gaimard, and Gaudichaud, submitted the specimens which they had collected. Among these were 4 previously unknown species of mammiferous animals, 45 of fishes, 30 of reptiles, besides rare kinds of molluscs, polyps, annelids, etc., etc. The rules of the French service required that Freycinet should be summoned before a council of war to answer for the loss of his ship. The trial terminated in a unanimous verdict of acquittal from all blame, the council expressing at the same time their hearty acknowledgment of the energy and ability displayed by the commander, approving, moreover, the skilful and careful measures he had taken to remedy the disastrous results of his shipwreck. A few days after, being received by the King, Louis XVIII., His Majesty, accompanying him to the door, said, "You entered here the captain of a frigate, you depart the captain of a ship of the line. Offer me no thanks. Reply in the words used by Jean Bart to Louis XIV. Sire, you have done well." From that time Freycinet devoted himself entirely to the task of publishing the notes of his travels. The meagre account which has been given here will serve to show how extensive these notes were, but the extreme conscientiousness of the explorer prevented him from publishing anything which was not complete, and he was bent on placing his work in advance of the recognized boundaries of knowledge at that date. Even the mere classification of the vast quantity of material which he had collected during his voyage demanded a large expenditure of time. Thus it was that, when surprised by death on the 18th of August 1842, he had not put the last finishing touch to one of the most curious and novel divisions of his work, that relating to the languages of Oceania, with special reference to that of the MaryAnn Islands. End of section 28. Section 29 of Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travellers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travellers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, French Circumnavigators, 5. At the close of the year 1821, the Marquis de Clermont-Tonnerre, then Minister of Marine, received the scheme of a new voyage from two young officers, Messieurs Duperrey and Dumont d'Urville. The former, second in command to Freycinet on board the Uranie, after having rendered valuable assistance to the expedition by his scientific researches and surveys, had within the year returned to France. The other, the colleague of Captain Garnier, had brought himself into notice during the hydrographical cruises in the Mediterranean and Black Seas, which it had fallen to Captain Garnier to complete. He had a fine taste for botany and art, and had been one of the first to draw attention to the artistic value of the Venus of Milos, which had just been discovered. These two young savants proposed, in the plan submitted by them, to make special researches into three departments of natural science: magnetism, meteorology, and the configuration of the globe. In the geographical department, said Duperrey, we would propose to verify or to rectify, either by direct or by chronometrical observations, the positions of a great number of points in the different parts of the globe, especially among the numerous island groups of the Pacific Ocean, notorious for shipwrecks, and so remarkable for the character and the form of these shoals, sandbanks, and reefs of which they in part consist, and also to trace new routes through the Dangerous Archipelago and the Society Islands, side by side with those taken by Quiros, Wallis, Bougainville, and Cook, to carry on hydrographical surveys in continuation of those made in the voyages of d'Entrecasteaux and of Freycinet in Polynesia, New Holland, and the Molucca Islands, and particularly to visit the Caroline Islands discovered by Magellan, about which, with the exception of the eastern side, examined in our own time by Captain Kotzebue, we have only very vague information, communicated by the missionaries, and by them learnt from stories told by savages who had lost their way and were driven in their canoes upon the MaryAnn Islands. The languages, character, and customs of these islanders must also receive special and careful attention. The naval doctors Garnon and Lesson were placed in charge of the natural history department, whilst the staff was composed of officers most remarkable for their scientific attainments, among whom may be mentioned Messieurs Lesage, Jacquinot, Bérard, Lotin, Deblois, and Bloisville. The Academy of Sciences took up the plan of research submitted by the originators of this expedition with much enthusiasm, and furnished them with minute instructions, in which were set forth with care the points on which accurate scientific information was especially desirable. At the same time, the instruments supplied to the explorers were the most finished and complete of their kind. The vessel chosen for the expedition was the Coquille, a small ship, not drawing more than from 12 to 13 feet of water, which was lying in ordinary at Toulon. The time spent in refitting, stowing the cargo, arming the ship, prevented the expedition from starting earlier than the 11th of August, 1822. The island of Teneriffe was reached on the 28th of the same month, and there the officers hoped to be able to make a few gleanings after the rich harvest of knowledge which their predecessors had reaped, but the Council of Health in the island, having received information of an outbreak of yellow fever on the shores of the Mediterranean, imposed on the Coquille a quarantine of 15 days. It happened, however, that at that period political opinion was in a state of fervid excitement at Teneriffe, and party spirit ran so high in society that the inhabitants found it hard to come together without also coming to blows. Under these circumstances, it is easy to imagine that the French officers did not indulge in violent regrets over the privations which they had to sustain. The 8 days during which their stay at Teneriffe lasted were given up exclusively to the revictualling of the ship and to magnetic and astronomical observations. Towards the end of September, anchor was weighed, and on the 6th of October the work of surveying the islands of Martin Vaz and of Trinidad was commenced. The former are nothing more than bare rocks rising out of the sea, of a most forbidding aspect. The island of Trinidad is high land, rugged and barren, with a few trees crowning the southern point. This island is none other than the famous Ascenção, now called Ascension, which for 3 centuries had been the object of exploring research. In 1700 it was taken possession of by the celebrated Halley in the name of the English government, but it had to be ceded to the Portuguese, who formed a settlement there. La Pérouse found it still in existence at the same place in 1785. The settlement, which turned out expensive and useless, was abandoned a short time after the visit just referred to, and the island was left in the occupation of the dogs, pigs, and goats, whose progenitors had entered the island in company with the early colonists. When he left the island of Trinidad, Duperrey proposed to steer a direct course for the Falkland Islands, but an accidental damage, in the repair of which no time was to be lost, compelled him to alter his course for the island of St. Catherine, where only he could obtain without any delay the wood required for new yards and masts, as well as provisions, which from their abundance could there be bought very cheap. As he drew near to the island, he was delighted with the grand and picturesque scene presented by its dense forests, where laurel trees, sassafras, cedars, orange trees, and mangroves intermingled with banana and palms, with their feathery foliage waving gracefully in the breeze. Just 4 days before the corvette anchored off St. Catherine, Brazil had cast off the authority of the mother country and declared its independence by the proclamation of Prince Dom Pedro de Alcantara as emperor. This led the commander to dispatch a mission consisting of Messieurs Deville, de Bloisville, Gabet, and Garneau to the capital of the island, Nossa Senhora del Destero, to make inquiries about the political change, and to learn how far it might modify the friendly relations of the country with France. It appeared that the administration of the province was in the hands of a junto, but orders were at once given to allow the French travellers to cut what wood they might stand in need of, and the governor of the fort of Santa Cruz was requested to further the scientific inquiries of the expedition by all the means at his command. As to provisions, however, there was considerable difficulty, for the merchants had transferred their funds to Rio in apprehension of what the political change might result in. It is probable that this circumstance accounts for the commander of the Coquille finding the course of business not run smooth in a port which had received the warm recommendations of Captains Kruzenstern and Kotzebue. The narrative of the travellers states that the inhabitants were living in expectation of the island being shortly attacked with a view to recolonization, which they considered would be tantamount to their enslavement. The decree issued on the 1st of August 1822, calling on all Brazilians to arm themselves for the defence of their shores, and proclaiming under all circumstances a war of partisans, had given rise to these fears. The measures which Prince Dom Pedro propounded were equally generous and vigorous, and had created a favourable opinion of his character and of his desire to promote freedom. Full of confidence in his purposes, the strong party in favour of independence were filled with enthusiasm, expressing itself all the more boisterously as for so long a time their fervid aspirations had been kept under restraint. They now gave open demonstration of their joy by making the towns of Nossa Senhora del Destro, Laguna, and San Francisco one blaze of light with their illuminations, and marching through the streets singing verses in honour of Dom Pedro. But the excitement which had been thus strikingly manifested in the towns was not shared by the quiet, peace-loving dwellers in the rural districts, to whose breasts political passion was an entire stranger. And there cannot be a doubt that, if Portugal had been in a position to enforce her decrees by the dispatch of a fleet, the province would have been easily reconquered. The Coquille set sail again on the 30th of October. When to the east of Rio de la Plata, she was caught in one of those formidable gales, there called Pampero, but had the good fortune to weather it without sustaining any damage. While in this part of the ocean, Duperrey made some interesting observations on the current of the Plate River. Freycinet had already established the fact of its flowing at the rate of 2.5 miles an hour at a distance of 100 leagues to the east of Montevideo. It was reserved to the commander of the Coquille to ascertain that the current is sensibly felt at a much greater distance. He proved, moreover, that the water of the river, resisted by that of the ocean, is forcibly divided into two branches running in the direction of the two banks of the river at its mouth. And finally, he accounts for the comparative shallowness of the sea down to the shores of the Magellan Strait by the immense residuum of earth held in suspension by the waters of La Plata and deposited daily along the coast of South America. Before entering Berkeley Sound, the Coquille, driven by a favourable breeze, passed immense shoals of whales and dolphins, flocks of gulls, and numerous flying fish, the ordinary tenants of those tempestuous regions. The Falkland Isles were reached, and Duperrey, with a few of his fellow travellers, felt a lively pleasure at revisiting the land which had been to them the place of refuge for 3 months, after their shipwreck in the Uranie. They paid a visit to the spot where the camp had been pitched. The remains of the corvette were almost entirely embedded in sand, and what was visible of it bore marks of the appropriations which had been made by the whalers who had followed them in that place. On all sides were scattered miscellaneous fragments, carronades with the knobs broken off, pieces of the rigging, tattered clothes, shreds of sails, unrecognizable rags mingled with the bones of the animals which the castaways had killed for food. This scene of our recent calamity, Duperrey observes, wore an aspect of desolation which was rendered still gloomier by the barrenness of the land and the dark rainy weather prevailing at the time of our visit. Nevertheless, it had for us an inexplicable sort of attraction, and left a melancholy impression on our minds, which was not effaced till long after we had left the Falkland Islands well behind us. The stay of Duperrey at the Falklands was prolonged to the 17th of December. He took up his residence in the midst of the ruins of the settlement founded by Bougainville, in order to execute certain repairs which the condition of his vessel required. The crew provided themselves, by fishing and hunting, with an ample supply of food. Everything necessary was found in abundance, except fruit and vegetables, and, having laid in abundant stores, all prepared to confront the dangers of the passage round Cape Horn. At first the Coquille had to struggle against strong winds from the southwest and violent currents. These were succeeded by squalls and hazy weather, until the island of Mocha was reached on the 19th of January 1823. Of this island a brief mention has already been made. Duperrey places it in 38 degrees 20 minutes 30 seconds south latitude and 76 degrees 21 minutes 55 seconds west longitude, and reckons it to be about 24 miles in circumference. Consisting of a chain of mountains of moderate elevation sloping down towards the sea, it was the rendezvous of the early explorers of the Pacific. It furnished the ships touching there, now a merchantman, now a pirate, with horses and with wild pigs, the flesh of which had a well-known reputation for delicacy of flavour. Here was also a good supply of pure fresh water, as well as some European fruits, such as apples, peaches, and cherries, the growth of trees planted here by those who first took possession of the island. In 1823, however, these resources had all but disappeared through the wasteful practices of improvident whalers. At no great distance might be seen the two round eminences which mark the mouth of the river Biobio, the small island of Quebra Olas and that of Quiriquina, and these passed, the Bay of Conception opened to view, where was a solitary English whaler about to double the Cape, to which was entrusted the correspondence for home, as well as the notes of the work that had been already accomplished. On the day after the arrival of the Coquille, as soon as the morning sun had lit up the bay, the melancholy and desolate appearance of the place, which had taken everyone by surprise on the previous evening, became still more depressing. The name of the town was Talcahuano, and the picture it presented was one of houses in ruins and silent streets. A few wretched canoes ready to fall to pieces were on the beach. Near them loitered a few poorly clad fishermen, while in front of the tumble-down cottages and roofless huts sat women in rags employed in combing one another's hair. In contrast with this human squalor, the surrounding hills and woods, the gardens and the orchards, were clothed in the most splendid foliage. On every side flowers displayed their gorgeous colours, and fruits proclaimed their ripeness in tints of gold. Overhead, a glowing sun, a sky without a cloud, completed the bitter irony of the spectacle. All this ruin, desolation, and wretchedness were the outward and visible signs of a series of revolutions. At St. Catherine, the French travellers had been witnesses of the declaration of Brazilian independence. On the opposite side of the continent they were spectators of the downfall of Director O'Higgins. This official had evaded the summons of the Congress, had sacrificed the interests of the agricultural community to those of the traders and merchants, by the imposition of direct taxes and the lowering of customs duties, was openly accused, as well as his ministers, of peculation, and as the result of all this malversation, the greater part of the population had risen in revolt. The movement against O'Higgins was led by General Don Ramon Freire y Serrano, who gave formal assurances to the explorers that the political disturbance would be no impediment to the revictualling of the Coquille. On the 26th of January, 2 corvettes arrived at Conception. They brought a regiment under the command of a French official, Colonel Beauchef, who came to assist General Freire. The regiment, which had been organised by the exertions of Colonel Beauchef, was, in point of steadiness, discipline, and knowledge of drill, one of the smartest in the Chilean army. On the 2nd of February, the officers of the Coquille proceeded to Conception to pay a visit to General Freire. The nearer they approached the city, the more fields were lying waste, the more ruined houses were seen, the fewer people were visible, while their clothing had almost reached the vanishing point. At the entrance of the town itself stood a mast with the head of a notorious bandit affixed to the top, one Benavides, a ferocious savage, more wild beast than man, whose name was long execrated in Chile for the horrible atrocities he had committed. The interior of the town was found as desolate in appearance as the approach to it. Having been set fire to by each party that had successively been victorious, Conception was nothing more than a heap of ruins, amongst which loitered a little remnant of scantily clothed inhabitants, the wretched residuum of a once flourishing population. Grass was growing in the streets. The bishop's palace and the cathedral were the only buildings still standing, and these, roofless and gutted, would not be able much longer to resist the dilapidating influence of the climate. General Freire, before placing himself in opposition to O'Higgins, had arranged a peace with the Araucanians, an indigenous tribe distinguished for their bravery, who had not only maintained their own independence, but were always ready, when opportunity offered, to encroach on the Spanish territory. Some of these natives were employed as auxiliary troops in the Chilean army. Duperrey saw them, and, having obtained from General Freire and Colonel Beauchef trustworthy information, has given a not very flattering description of them, of which the substance shall be here given. The Araucanians are of an ordinary stature, in complexion copper-coloured, with small black vivacious eyes, a rather flat nose, and thick lips, the result of which is an expression of brutal ferocity. Divided into tribes, each one jealous of another, all animated by an unbridled lust of plunder and ever on the move, their lives are spent in perpetual warfare. The mounted Araucanian is armed with a long lance, a long cutlass, sabre-shaped, called a machete, and the lasso, in the use of which they are extremely expert, while the horse he rides is usually swift. Sometimes they are known, says Duperrey, to receive under their protection vanquished enemies and become their defenders, but the motive prompting them to this seemingly generous conduct is always one of special vindictiveness, the fact being that their real object is the total extermination of some tribe allied with the opposite party. Among themselves, hatred is the ruling passion. It is the only enduring bond of fidelity. All display undoubted courage, spirit, recklessness, and implacability towards their enemies, whom they massacre with a shocking insensibility. Haughty in manner and revengeful in disposition, they treat all strangers with unqualified suspicion, but they are hospitable and generous to all whom they take as friends. All their passions are easily excited, but they are inordinately sensitive with regard to their liberty and their rights, which they are ever ready to defend sword in hand. Never forgetting an injury, they know not how to forgive. Nothing less than the life blood of their enemies can quench their thirst for vengeance. Duperrey pledges himself to the truth of the picture which he has here drawn of these savage children of the Andes, who at least deserve the credit of having, from the 16th century to the present day, managed to preserve their independence against the attack of all invaders. After the departure of General Freire and the troops he led away with him, Duperrey took advantage of the opportunity to get his vessel provisioned as quickly as possible. The water and the biscuits were soon on board, but longer time was necessary to procure supplies of coal, which, however, was to be got without any other expense than that of paying the muleteers who transported it to the beach from a mine scarcely beneath the level of the earth, where it was to be picked up for nothing. Although the events happening at Conception during the detention there of the Coquille were far from being cheerful, the prevailing depression could not hold out against the traditional festivities of the Carnival. Dinners, receptions, and balls recommenced, and the departure of the troops made itself felt only in the paucity of cavaliers. The French officers, in acknowledgment of the hospitable welcome afforded to them, gave 2 balls at Talcahuano, and several families came from Concepcion for the sole purpose of being present at them. Unfortunately, Duperrey's narrative breaks off at the date of his quitting Chile, and there is no longer any official record from which to gather the details of a voyage so interesting and successful. Far from being able to trace step by step from original documents the course of the expedition, as has been done in the case of other travellers, we are obliged in our turn to epitomize other epitomes now lying before us. It is an unpleasing task, as little agreeable to the reader as it is difficult for the writer, who, while bound to respect facts, is no longer able to enliven his narrative with personal observations and the generally lively stories of the travellers themselves. However, some few of the letters of the navigator to the Minister of Marine have been published, from which have been extracted the following details. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, French Circumnavigators, 6. On the 15th February, 1823, the Coquille set sail from Concepcion for Paita, the place where in 1595 Alvarez de Mendana and Fernandez de Quiros took ship on the voyage of discovery that has made their names famous. But after a fortnight's sail, the corvette was becalmed in the vicinity of the island of Lorenzo, and Duperrey resolved to put in at Callao to obtain fresh provisions. It need not be said that Callao is the port of Lima, so the officers could not lose the opportunity of paying a visit to the capital of Peru. They were not fortunate in the time of their visit. The ladies were away for sea bathing at Miraflores, and the men of most distinction in the place had gone with them. The travellers were thus compelled to rest content with an inspection of the chief residences and public buildings of the city, returning to Callao on the 4th March. On the 9th of the same month the Coquille anchored in Paita. The situation of this place between the terrestrial and magnetic equators was most favorable for conducting observations on the variations of the magnetic needle. The naturalists also made excursions to the desert of Pierre, where they collected specimens of petrified shells embedded in a tertiary stratum precisely similar to that in the suburbs of Paris. As soon as all the sources of scientific interest at Paita had been exhausted, the Coquille resumed her voyage, setting sail for Otaheite. During the sail thither a circumstance occurred which might have materially delayed the progress of the expedition, if not have led to its total destruction. On the night of the 22nd April, the Coquille being in the waters of the dangerous archipelago, the officers of the watch all at once heard the sound of breakers dashing over reefs. He immediately made the ship lie to, and at daybreak the peril which had been escaped became manifest. At the distance of barely a mile and a half from the corvette lay a low island, well wooded and fringed with rocks along its entire extent. A few people lived on it, some of whom approached the vessel in a canoe, but none of them would venture on board. Duperrey had to give up all thoughts of visiting the island, which received the name of Clermont-Tonnerre. On all sides the waves broke violently on the rocks, and he could do no more than coast it from end to end at a little distance. The next and following days some small islands of no note were discovered, to which were given the names of Ogier, Freycinet, and Lostanges. At length, as the sun rose on 3rd May, the verdant shores and woody mountains of Otaheite came in sight. Duperrey, like preceding visitors, could not help noticing the thorough change which had been effected in the manners and practices of the natives. Not a canoe came alongside the Coquille. It was the hour of divine worship when the corvette entered the bay of Matavai, and the missionaries had collected the whole population of the island, to the number of 7,000, inside the principal church of Papahoa, to discuss the articles of a new code of laws. The Otaheitan orators, it seems, would not yield the palm to those of Europe. There were not a few of them gifted with the valuable talent of being able to talk for several hours without saying anything, and to make an end of the most promising undertakings with the flowers of their rhetoric. A description of one of these meetings is given by D'Urville. M. Lejeune, the draughtsman of the expedition, went by himself to be present at the meeting held the next day, when certain political questions were submitted to the popular assembly. It lasted for several hours, during which the chiefs took it in turn to speak. The most brilliant speaker of the gathering was a chief called Tati. The chief point of discussion was the imposition of an annual poll tax at the rate of 5 measures of oil per man. Then came a question as to the taxes which were to be levied, whether they should be on behalf of the king or on behalf of the missionaries. After some time we arrived at the conclusion that the first question had been answered in the affirmative, but that the second, the one relating to the missionaries, had been postponed by themselves, from a forecast of its probable failure. About 4,000 persons were present at this kind of national congress. 2 months before, Otaheite had renounced the English flag, in order to adopt one of its own. But that pacific revolution in no wise diminished the confidence which the people placed in their missionaries. The latter received the French travelers in a friendly manner, and supplied them at the usual prices with the stores of which they stood in need. But what seemed especially curious in the reforms effected by the missionaries was the total change in the behavior of the women. From being, according to the statements of Cook, Bougainville, and contemporary explorers, compliant to an unheard of degree, they had become most modest, reserved, and decently conducted, so that the whole island wore the air of a convent, a revolution as amusing as it was unnatural. From Otaheite the Coquille proceeded to the adjacent island of Bora Bora, belonging to the same group, where European customs had been adopted to the same extent, and on the 9th June, steering a westerly course, made a survey in turn of the islands Salvage, Coa, Santa Cruz, Bougainville, and Bucca. finally coming to an anchor on the harbor of Praslin on the coast of New Ireland, famous for its beautiful waterfall. The friendly relations which were established with the natives there were the means of extending our knowledge of the human race by the observation of some peculiarities which had not fallen under the notice of preceding travelers. The sentence just quoted from an abridged account appearing in the Annals of Voyages, which merely excites curiosity without satisfying it, causes us here to express our regret that the original narrative of the voyage has not been published in its entirety. The student Pourel de Blosseville, the same one who afterwards lost his life with the Lewas in the polar regions, undertook a journey to the village of Praslin, in spite of all the means adopted by the savages to deter him. When there, he was shown a kind of temple, where several ill-shaped, grotesque idols had been set up on a platform surrounded by walls. Great pains were taken to prepare a chart of the St. George's Channel, after which Duperrey paid a visit to the islands previously surveyed by Schouten to the northeast of New Guinea. 3 days, the 26th, 27th, and 28th, were devoted to the survey of them. The explorer, after this, searched ineffectually for the islands Stephen and de Carteret, and after comparing his own route with that taken by D'Entrecasteaux in 1792, he came to the conclusion that this group must be identical with that of Providence discovered long since by Dampier. On the 3rd of September, the North Cape of New Guinea was recognized. 3 days later, the Coquille entered the narrow and rocky harbor of Offak, on the northwest coast of Waigiou, one of the Papuan Islands. The only navigator who has mentioned this harbor is Forest. Duperrey therefore felt unusual satisfaction at having explored a corner of the earth all but untrodden by the foot of the European. It was also an interesting fact for geographers that the existence of a southern bay, separated from Offak by a very narrow isthmus, was established. 2 officers, M.M. d'Urville and de Blosseville, were employed in this work, which M.M. Berard, Loten, and de Blois de la Calande connected with that accomplished by Duperrey on the coast during the cruise of the Uranie. This land was found to be particularly rich in vegetable products, and d'Urville was able there to form the nucleus of a collection as valuable for the novelty as the beauty of its specimens. D'Urville and Lesson, full of curiosity to study the inhabitants who belonged to the Papuan race, started for the shore immediately after the corvette arrived at the island in a boat manned with 7 sailors. They had already walked some distance in a deluge of rain, when all at once they found themselves opposite a cottage built upon piles and covered over with the leaves of the plane tree. Cowering amongst the bushes, at a little distance, was a young female savage, who seemed to be watching them. A few paces nearer was a heap of about a dozen cocoa nuts, freshly gathered, placed well in sight, apparently intended for the refreshment of the visitors. The Frenchman came to understand that this was a present offered by the youthful savage, of whom they had caught a glimpse, and proceeded to feast on the fruits so opportunely placed at their disposal. The native girl, soon gathering confidence from the quiet behavior of the strangers, came forward crying "Bon goût" (good), making signs to show that the cocoa nuts had been presented by herself. Her delicate attention was rewarded by the gift of a necklace and earrings. When d'Urville regained the boat, he found a dozen Papuans playing, eating, and seeming on the best possible terms with the boatmen. In a short time, he says, they had surrounded me, repeating "Captain Bon goût," and offering various tokens of good will. These people are in general of diminutive stature, their constitution is slight and feeble. Leprosy is a common disease among them. Their voice is soft, their behavior grave, polite, and even marked with a certain air of melancholy that is habitually characteristic of them. Among the antique statues of which the Louvre is full, there is one of Polyhymnia, which is celebrated above the rest for an expression of melancholy pensiveness not usually found among the ancients. It is a singular circumstance that D'Urville should have observed among the Papuans the very expression of countenance distinguishing this antique statue. On board the corvette another company of natives were conducting themselves with a calmness and reserve, offering a marked contrast to the usual manner of the greater part of the inhabitants of the lands of Oceania. The same impression was made on the French travellers during a visit paid to the Rajah of the island, as also during his return visit on board the Coquille. In one of the villages on this southern bay was observed a kind of temple, in which were to be seen several rudely carved statues, painted over with various colours, and ornamented with feathers and matting. It was quite impossible to obtain the slightest information on the subject of the worship which the natives paid to these idols. The Coquille set sail again on the 16th September, coasting along the north side of the islands lying between Yin and Yang, and after a brief stay at Cayeli, reached Amboyna, where the remarkably kind reception given by M. Merkus, the governor of the Molucca Islands, afforded the staff an interval of rest from the continual labours of this troublesome voyage. The 27th October saw the corvette again on its course, steering towards Timor and Leucopora Islands. Duperrey next determined the position of the island of Vulcan, sighted the islands of Wetter, Baba, Dog, Cambine, and finally entering the channel of Ombay, surveyed a large number of points in the chain of islands stretching from Panti and Ombay in the direction of Java. After having made a chart of Java and an ineffectual search for the Trial Islands in the place usually assigned to them, Duperrey steered for New Holland, but through contrary winds was not able to sail along the western coast of the island. On the 10th January he at length rounded Van Diemen's Island, and 6 days after that sighted the lights of Port Jackson, coming to an anchor off Sydney the following day. The governor, Sir Thomas Brisbane, who had received previous intimation of the arrival of the expedition, gave the officers a cordial welcome, forwarded with all the means at his command the revictualling of the corvette, and rendered friendly assistance in the repairs which the somewhat shattered condition of the ship rendered necessary. He also provided means to enable M. d'Urville and Lesson to make an excursion, full of interest, beyond the Blue Mountains into the plain of Bathurst, the resources of which were as yet but imperfectly known to Europeans. Duperrey did not leave Australia until the 20th of March. On this occasion he had directed his course towards New Zealand, which had been rather overlooked in former voyages. The vessel came to an anchor in the Bay of Manawa, forming the southern part of the Grand Bay of Islands. Here the officers occupied their leisure in scientific and geographical observations, and in making researches in natural history. At the same time, the frequent intercourse of the explorers with the natives threw quite a new light upon their manners, their religious notions, their language, and on their attitude of hostility up to that time to the teaching of the missionaries. What these savages most appreciated in European civilization was well-finished weapons, of which at that time they possessed a great quantity, for by their help they were better able to indulge their sanguinary instincts. The stay of the Coquille at New Zealand terminated on the 17th of April, when a détour was made northwards as far as Rotuma, discovered but not visited by Captain Wilson in 1797. The inhabitants, gentle and hospitable, took great pains to furnish the navigators with the provisions they required. But it was not long before the Frenchmen discovered that these gentle islanders, taking advantage of the confidence which they had known how to create, had carried off a number of articles that it afterwards cost much trouble to make them restore. Stringent orders were given, and all thieves caught in the act were flogged, in the presence of their fellow countrymen, who, however, as well as the culprits themselves, treated the affair only as a joke. Among these savages 4 Europeans were observed, who had a long time before deserted from the whale ship Rochester. They were no better clothed than the natives, and were tattooed and smeared with a yellow powder after the native fashion. so that it would have been hard to recognize them but for their white skins and more intelligent looks. They were quite content with their lot, having married wives and reared families at Rotuma, where, escaping the cares, the troubles, and the difficulties of civilized life, they reckoned on ending their days in comfort. One among them asked to be allowed to remain on board the Coquille, a favor which Duperrey was ready to grant, but the chief of the island was unwilling, until he learned that 2 convicts from Port Jackson asked permission to stay on shore. Although these people, hitherto little known, offered a most interesting subject of study to the naturalists, it was necessary to depart, so the Coquille proceeded to survey the Coral Isles and St. Augustine, discovered by Morel in 1781. Then came Drummond Island, where the inhabitants, dark complexioned, with slight limbs and unintelligent faces, offered to exchange some triangular shells, commonly called holy water cups, for knives and fish hooks. Next, the islands of Sydenham and Hinderville, where the inhabitants go entirely naked. After them Wold, Hupper, Hall, Knox, Charlotte, Matthews, which form the Gilbert archipelago, and finally the Marshall and Mulgrave groups. On the 3rd of June Duperrey came in sight of the island of Ualan, which had been discovered in 1804 by an American, Captain Croser. As it was not marked upon any chart, the commander decided upon making an exact and particular survey of it. No sooner had the anchor touched the bottom than Duperrey, accompanied by some of his officers, made for the shore. The inhabitants turned out to be a mild and obliging race, who made their visitors presents of cocoa nuts and the fruit of the bread tree, conducting them through most picturesque scenery to the dwelling of the principal chief, or Uraston, as he was called. Dumont d'Urville has given the following sketch of the country through which the travellers passed on their way to the residence of the chief. We glided calmly across a magnificent basin, girdled in by a well-wooded shore, the foliage a bright green. Behind us rose the lofty hill-tops, carpeted with verdure, from which shot up the light and graceful stems of the cocoa palms. Out of the sea to the front rose the little island of Lele, covered with the pretty cottages of the islanders, and crowned with a verdant mound. If this pleasant prospect be further brightened by a magnificent day in a delicious climate, some notion may be formed of the sensations we experienced as we proceeded in a sort of triumphal procession, surrounded by a crowd of simple, gentle, kind attendants. The number of persons accompanying the boats D'Urville estimated at about 800. On arriving before a neat and charming village, with well-paved streets, they divided themselves, the men standing on one side, the women on the other, maintaining an impressive silence. 2 chiefs advanced, and taking the travellers by the hand, conducted them to the dwelling of the Uraston. The crowd, still silent, remained outside, while the Frenchman entered the chief's house. The Uraston shortly made his appearance, a pale and shrivelled old man, bowed down under the weight of 80 years. The Frenchman politely rose on his entering the room, but they were apprised by a whisper of disapproval from those standing about that this was a violation of local etiquette. The crowd in front prostrated themselves on the ground. The chiefs themselves could not withhold that mark of respect. The old man, recovering from a momentary surprise at the boldness of the strangers, called upon his subjects to keep silence, then seated himself near the travellers. In return for the trifling presents which were made to him and his wife, he vouchsafed marks of good will in the shape of slight pats on the cheek, the shoulder, or the thigh. But the gratitude of these sovereigns was expressed only by the gift of 7 so-called tots, probably pieces of cloth, 4 of which were of very fine tissue. After the audience was over, the travellers proceeded to look round the village, where they were astonished to find 2 immense walls made of coral, some blocks of which were of immense size and weight. Notwithstanding a few acts of petty theft committed by the chiefs, the 10 days during which the expedition remained on the island passed without disturbance. The good understanding on which the intercourse between the Frenchmen and the Uhlannese was based never suffered a moment's interruption. Duperrey remarks that "it is easy to predict that this island of Ualan will one day become of considerable importance. It is situated in the midst of the Caroline group, in the course of ships sailing from New Holland to China, and presents good ports for careening vessels, ample supplies of water, and provisions of various kinds. The inhabitants are generous and peaceably disposed, and they will soon be in a position to supply a kind of food most essential to sailors, from the progeny of the sows that we left with them, a gift which excited a very lively gratitude." Subsequent events, however, have not verified the forecast made by Duperrey. Although a route from Europe to China by the south of Van Diemen's Island passes near the coast of Ualan, the island is of little more value now than it was 50 years ago. Steam has completely revolutionized the conditions of navigation. Sailors at the commencement of the century could not possibly foresee the radical changes which the introduction of this agent would produce. The Coquille had not gone more than 2 days' sail from Ualan, when on the 17th, 18th, and 23rd June were discovered several new islands, which by the native inhabitants were called Pelelap, Takai, Aurora, Uagi, and Mongu. These are the groups usually called Macaskill and Duperrey, the people resembling those of Ualan, who, as well as those of Radak Islands, give to their chiefs the title Taman. On the 24th of the same month, the Coquille found herself in the middle of the Hogaloo group, which Kotzebue had looked for in too high a latitude. The commander, recognizing their bearings by means of certain names given by the natives, which were found entered in the chart of Father Cantova. The hydrographical survey of this group, contained within a circumference of at least 30 leagues, was executed by M. Blois from the 24th to the 27th June. The islands are for the most part high, terminating in volcanic peaks, but some are of opinion, judging from the arrangement of the lagoon, that they are of madreporic formation. They are tenanted by a race of diminutive, badly shaped people, subject moreover to repulsive complaints. If ever the converse of the phrase mens sana in corpore sano can find a just application, it must be here, for these natives are low in the scale of intelligence, and inferior by many degrees to the people of Ualan. Even at that time foreign styles of dress appeared to have found their way into the islands. Some of the people were wearing conical shaped hats, after the Chinese fashion. Others had on garments of plaited straw, with a hole in the middle to allow the head to pass through, reminding one of the poncho of the South American. But they held in contempt such trumpery as looking glasses, necklaces, or bells, asking rather for axes and steel weapons, evidences of frequent intercourse with Europeans. The islands of Tamatan, Thanadik, and Olap, called the Martyrs on old maps, were next surveyed. Afterwards an ineffectual search was made for the islands of Namurek and Ifiluk, about the position assigned to them by Arrowsmith and Malaspina. And then, by way of continuing the exploration of the north side of New Guinea, the Coquille put in at the port of Doré, on the southeast coast of the island, where a stay was made until the 9th August. Whether estimated by the addition made to natural history, or to geography, or to astronomy, or to science in general, no more profitable sojourn could have been made than this. The indigenous inhabitants of New Guinea belong to the purest race of Papuans. Their dwellings are huts built upon piles, the entrance to them being made by means of a piece of wood with notches cut in it to serve for steps. This is drawn up into the interior every night. The natives dwelling on the coast are always at war with those in the interior, the Harfous or Arfakis negroes. Guided by a young Papuan, D'Urville succeeded in making his way to the place where these last mentioned dwelt. He found them gentle, hospitable, courteous creatures, not in the least like the portrait drawn of them by their enemies. After the stay at New Guinea, the Coquille again sailed through the Moluccas, put in for a short stay at Surabaya, upon the coast of Java, and on the 30th October reached the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius. At length, having on the way stopped at St. Helena, where the officers paid a visit to the tomb of Napoleon, and at Cincion, where an English colony had been established since 1815, the corvette entered Marseilles on the 24th April, 1825, concluding a voyage that had occupied 31 months and 3 days, over 24,894 nautical miles, without the loss of a single life, or any cases of sickness, and without any damage being sustained by the ship. A success in every way so distinguished covered with glory the young commander of the expedition and all its officers, who had manifested such untiring energy in the prosecution of scientific inquiries, yielding a rich harvest of valuable results. 52 charts and plans carefully drawn up, collections of natural specimens of all kinds, both numerous and curious, copious vocabularies, by the help of which it may be possible to throw new light on the migration of the oceanic peoples, interesting intelligence regarding the productions of the places visited, the condition of commerce and industrial pursuits, observations relating to the shape of the globe, magnetical, meteorological, and botanical researches. Such formed the bulk of the valuable freight of knowledge brought home by the Coquille. The scientific world waited eagerly for the time when this store of information should be thrown open to the public. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 2. French Circumnavigators, 7. Expedition of Baron de Bougainville. Stay at Pondicherry. The White Town and the Black Town. Right hand and left hand. Malacca. Singapore and its prosperity. Stay at Manila. Turon Bay. The monkeys and the people. The marble rocks of Faifo. Cochin Chinese diplomacy. The Anambas. The Sultan of Madura. The Straits of Madura and Alas. Clothes and the Triad Islands. Tasmania. Botany Bay and New South Wales. Santiago and Valparaiso. Return via Cape Horn. Expedition of Dumont d'Urville in the Astrolabe. The Peak of Tenerife. Australia. Stay at New Zealand. Tonga. Taboo. Skirmishes. New Britain and New Guinea. First news of the fate of La Pérouse, Vanikoro and its inhabitants. Stay at Guam. Amboina and Menado. Results of the expedition. The expedition, the command of which was entrusted to Baron de Bougainville, was, strictly speaking, neither a scientific voyage nor a campaign of discovery. Its chief purpose was to unfurl the French flag in the extreme east, and to impress upon the governments of that region the intention of France to protect her nationalities and her interests everywhere and at all times. The chief instructions given to the commander were that he was to convey to the sovereign of Cochin China a letter from the king, together with some presents to be placed on board the frigate Thetis. Monsieur de Bougainville was also, whenever possible, without such delays as would prejudice the main object of the expedition, to take hydrographic surveys and to collect information upon the commerce, productions, and means of exchange of the countries visited. 2 vessels were placed under the orders of Monsieur de Bougainville. One, the Thetis, was an entirely new frigate, carrying 44 cannons and 300 sailors. No French frigate of this strength, except the Bordeaux, having ever before accomplished the voyage round the world. The other, the sloop Esperance, had 20 carronades upon the deck, and carried 120 seamen. The first of these vessels was under the direct orders of Baron de Bougainville, and his staff consisted of picked officers, amongst whom we may mention Longueville, Lapierre, Baudoin, afterwards Captain, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. The Espérance was commanded by Frigate Captain de Nourquer du Camper, who, as second in command of the frigate Cleopatra, had already explored a great part of the course of the new expedition. It numbered amongst its officers Turpin, afterwards Vice Admiral, Deputy, and Aide-de-camp of Louis-Philippe, Eugène Penot, afterwards General Officer, and Médéric Mailevoix, the future governor of Senegal. Not one notable scientific man, such as those who had been billeted in such numbers on the Naturalist and other circumnavigating vessels, had embarked upon those of Baron de Bougainville, to whom it was a constant matter of regret, a regret intensified by the fact that the medical officers, with so many under their care, could not be long absent from the vessels when in port. Monsieur de Bougainville's Journal of the Voyage opens with this judicious remark: "It was not many years ago a dangerous enterprise to make a voyage around the world, and scarce half a century has elapsed since the time when an expedition of this kind would have sufficed to reflect glory upon the men who directed it. This was the good old time, the golden age of the circumnavigator, and the dangers and privations against which he had to struggle were repaid 100-fold. When, rich in valuable discoveries, he hailed on his return the shores of his native land. But this is all over now. The prestige has gone, and we make our tour of the globe nowadays as we should then have made that of France. What would Baron Yves Hyacinthe Potentien de Bougainville, the son of the Vice Admiral, Senator and member of the Institute, say today to our admirable steamships of perfect form and charts of such minute exactitude that distant voyages appear a mere joke?" On the 2nd March, 1824, the Thetis quitted the Roads at Brest to take up at Bourbon her companion, the Espérance, which, having started some time before, had set sail for Rio de Janeiro. A short stay at Teneriffe, where the Thetis was only able to purchase some poor wine and a very small quantity of the provisions needed, a view of the Cape Verde Islands and the Cape of Good Hope in the distance, and a hunt for the fabulous island of Saxemberg, and some rocks no less fictitious, were the only incidents of the voyage to Bourbon, where the Espérance had already arrived. Bourbon was at this time so familiar a point with the navigators that there was little to be said about it when its 2 open roads of St. Denis and St. Paul had been mentioned. St. Denis, the capital, situated on the north of Bourbon, and at the extremity of a sloping tableland, was, properly speaking, merely a large town, without enclosure or walls, and each house in it was surrounded by a garden. There were no public buildings or places of interest worth mentioning except the governor's palace, situated in such a position as to command a view of the whole road, the botanic garden and the Jardin de Naturalisation, which dates from 1817. The former, which is in the centre of the town, contains some beautiful walks, unfortunately but little frequented, and it is admirably kept. The eucalyptus, the giant of the Australian forests, the Phormium tenax, the New Zealand hemp plant, the casuarina, the pine of Madagascar, the baobab, with its trunk of prodigious size, the carambolas, the sapota, the vanilla, combined to beautify this garden, which was refreshed by streams of sparkling water. The second, upon the brow of a hill formed of terraces rising one above the other, to which several brooklets give life and fertility, was specially devoted to the acclimatization of European trees and plants. The apple, peach, apricot, cherry, and pear trees, which have thriven well, have already supplied the colony with valuable shoots. The vine was also grown in this garden, together with the tea plant, and several rarer species, amongst which Bougainville noted with delight the Laurea argentina, with its bright leaves. On the 9th June the two vessels left the roads of St. Denis. After having doubled the shoals of La Fortune and Saya de Malha, and passed off the Seychelles, whilst among the atolls to the south of the Maldive Islands, which are level with the surface of the water, and covered with bushy trees ending in a cluster of cocoas, they sighted the island of Ceylon and the Coromandel coast, and cast anchor before Pondicherry. This part of India is far from answering to the enchantress idea which the dithyrambic descriptions of writers who have celebrated its marvels have led Europeans to form. The number of public buildings and monuments at Pondicherry will scarcely bear counting, and when one has visited the more curious of the pagodas and the boilers, whose only recommendation is their utility, there is nothing very interesting except the novelty of the scenes met with at every turn. The town is divided into two well-defined quarters, the one called the White Town, dull and deserted in spite of its coquettish-looking buildings, and the far more interesting Black Town, with its bazaars, its jugglers, its massive pagodas, and the attractive dances of the bayadères. The Indian population upon the coast of Coromandel, says the narrative, is divided into two classes, the right hand and the left. This division originated under the government of a nabob against whom the people revolted, those who remained faithful to the prince being distinguished by the designation of right hand, and the rest by that of left hand. These two great tribes, which divide between them almost equally the entire population, are in a chronic state of hostility against the holders of the ranks and prerogatives obtained by the friends of the prince. The latter, however, retain the offices and the gift of the government, whilst the others are engaged in commerce. To maintain peace amongst them it was necessary to allow them to retain their ancient processions and ceremonies. The right hand and left hand are subdivided into 18 castes or guilds, full of pretensions and prejudices, not diminished even by the constant intercourse with Europeans, which has now for centuries been maintained. Hence have arisen feelings of rivalry and contempt, which would be the source of sanguinary wars, were it not that the Hindus have a horror of bloodshed, and that their temperament renders them averse to conflict. These two facts, i.e. the gentleness of the native disposition and the constant presence of an element of discord amongst the various tribes, must ever be borne in mind if we would understand the political phenomenon of more than 50 millions of men submitting to the yoke of some 25,000 or 30,000 foreigners. The Thetis and the Espérance quitted the roadstead of Pondicherry on the 30th of July, crossed the Sea of Bengal, sighted the islands of Nicobar and Pulo Penang, with its free port capable of holding 300 ships at a time. They then entered the Straits of Malacca and remained in the Dutch port of that name from the 24th to the 26th July, to repair damages sustained by the Espérance, so that she might hold out as far as Manila. The intercourse of the explorers with the resident and the inhabitants generally were all the more pleasant that it was confirmed by banquets given on land and on board the Thetis, in honour of the kings of France and the Netherlands. The Dutch were expecting soon to cede this station to the English, and this cession took place shortly afterwards. It must be added, with regard to Malacca, that in point of fertility of soil, pleasantness of situation, and facilities for obtaining all really necessary supplies, it was superior to its rivals. Bougainville set out again on August 26th, and was tossed about by headwinds, and troubled alike by calms and storms during the remainder of his passage through the straits. As these latitudes were more frequented than any others by Malay pirates, the commandant placed sentries on the watch and took all precautions against surprise, although his force was strong enough to be above fearing any enemy. It was no uncommon thing to see fly-boats manned by 100 seamen, and more than one merchant ship had recently fallen a prey to these unmolested and incorrigible corsairs. The squadron, however, saw nothing to awake any suspicions, and continued its course to Singapore. The population of this town is a curious mixture of races, and our travellers met with Europeans engaged in the chief branches of commerce. Armenian and Arabian merchants, and Chinese, some planters, others following the various trades demanded by the requirements of the population. The Malays, who seemed out of place in an advancing civilization, either led a life of servitude or slept away their time in indolence and misery, whilst the Hindus, expelled from their country for crime, practised the indescribable trades which in all great cities alone save the scum from dying of starvation. It was only in 1819 that the English procured from the Malayan Sultan of Johore the right to settle in the town of Singapore, and the little village in which they established themselves then numbered but 150 inhabitants, although, thanks to Sir Stamford Raffles, a town soon rose on the site of the unpretending cabins of the natives. By a wise stroke of policy, all customs duties were abolished, and the natural advantages of the new city, with its extensive and secure port, were supplemented and perfected by the hand of man. The garrison numbered only 300 sepoys and 30 gunners. There were as yet no fortifications, and the artillery equipment consisted merely of one battery of 20 cannons and as many bronze field pieces. Indeed, Singapore was simply one large warehouse, to which Madras sent cotton cloth, Calcutta opium, Sumatra pepper, Java arrack and spices, Manila sugar and arrack, all forthwith dispatched to Europe, China, Siam, etc. Of public buildings there appeared to be none. There were no stores, no careening wharves, no building yards, no barracks, and the visitors noticed but one small church for native converts. The squadron resumed its voyage on the 2nd September, and reached the harbour of Cavite without any mishap. Meanwhile, Mr. de Camper, commander of the Espérance, who had, during a residence of some years, become acquainted with the principal inhabitants, was ordered to go to Manila, that he might inform the Governor-General of the Philippines of the arrival of the frigates, the reasons of their visit, etc., and at the same time gauge his feelings towards them, and form some idea of the reception the French might expect. The recent intervention of France in the affairs of Spain placed them indeed in a very delicate position with the then governor, Don Juan Antonio Martinez, who had been nominated to his post by the very Cortes which had just been overthrown by their government. The fears of the commandant, however, were not confirmed, for he met with the warmest kindness and most cordial cooperation from the Spanish authorities. Cavite Bay, where the vessels cast anchor, was constantly encumbered with mud, but it was the chief port in the Philippine Islands, and there the Spaniards owned a very well supplied arsenal in which worked Indians from the surrounding districts, who, though skilful and intelligent, were excessively lazy. Whilst the Thetis was being sheeted, and the extensive repairs necessary to the Espérance were being carried out, the clerks and officers were at Manila, seeing about the supply of provisions and cordage. The latter, which was made of abaca, the fibre of a banana, vulgarly called Manila hemp, although recommended on account of its great elasticity, was not of much use on board ship. The delay at Manila was rendered very disagreeable by earthquakes and typhoons, which are always of constant occurrence there. On October 24th, there was an earthquake of such violence that the governor, troops, and a portion of the people were compelled hastily to leave the town, and the loss was estimated at 120,000. Many houses were thrown down, 8 people were buried in the ruins, and many others injured. Scarcely had the inhabitants begun to breathe freely again, when a frightful typhoon came to complete the panic. It lasted only part of the night of the 31st of October, and the next day, when the sun rose, it might have been looked upon as a mere nightmare had not the melancholy sight of fields laid waste, and of the harbour with 6 ships lying on their sides, and all the others at anchor almost entirely disabled, testified to the reality of the disaster. All round the town the country was devastated. The crops were ruined. The trees, even the largest of them, violently shaken, the village destroyed. It was a heart-rending spectacle. The Espérance had its main mast and mizen mast lifted several feet above deck, and its barricadings were carried off. The Thetis, more fortunate than its companion, escaped almost uninjured in the dreadful tempest. The laziness of the workpeople, and the great number of holidays in which they indulge, early decided Bougainville to part for a time from his convoy, and on December the 12th he set sail for Cochin China. Before following the French to the little frequented shores of that country, however, we must survey with them Manila and its environs. The Bay of Manila is one of the most extensive and beautiful in the world. Numerous fleets might find anchorage in it, and its 2 channels were not yet closed to foreign vessels, and in 1798 2 English frigates had been allowed to pass through them and carry off numerous vessels under the very guns of the town. The horizon is shut in by a barrier of mountains, ending on the south of the Taal, a volcano now almost extinct, but the eruptions of which have often caused frightful calamities. In the plains, framed in rice plantations, several hamlets and solitary houses give animation to the scene. Opposite to the mouth of the bay rises the town, containing 60,000 inhabitants, with its lighthouse and far extending suburbs. It is watered by the Pasig, a river issuing from Bay Lake, and its exceptionally good situation secures to it advantages which more than one capital might envy. The garrison, without including the militia, consisted at that time of 2,200 soldiers, and in addition to the military navy, always represented by some vessel at anchor, a marine service had been organized for the exclusive use of the colony, to which the name of Sutil had been given, either on account of the small size or the fleetness of the vessels employed. This service, all appointments in which are in the gift of the Governor-General, is composed of schooners and gun sloops intended to protect the coasts and the trading vessels against the pirates of Sulu. But it cannot be said that the organization, imposing as it is, has achieved any great results. Of this, Bougainville gives the following curious illustration. In 1828, the Suluans seized 3,000 of the inhabitants upon the coast of Luzon, and an expedition sent against them cost 140,000 piastres, and resulted in the killing of 6 men. Great uneasiness prevailed in the Philippines at the time of the visit of the Thetis and the Espérance, and a political reaction which had steeped the metropolis in blood had thrown a gloom over everyone. On December 20th, 1820, a massacre of the whites by the Indians. In 1824, the mutiny of a regiment and the assassination of an ex-governor, Senor de Folguera, had been the first horrors which had endangered the supremacy of the Spanish. The Creoles, who, with the Tagalas, were alike the richest and most industrious classes of the true native population, at this time gave just cause for uneasiness to the government, because they were known to desire the expulsion of all who were not natives of the Philippines; and when it is borne in mind that they commanded the native regiments and held the greater part of the public offices, it is easy to see how great must have been their influence. Well might people ask whether they were not on the eve of one of those revolutions which lost to Spain her fairest colonies. Until the Thetis reached Macao, she was much harassed by squalls, gales, heavy showers, and an intensity of cold, felt all the more keenly by the navigators after their experience for several months of a temperature of 75 3/4 degrees Fahrenheit. Scarcely was anchor cast in the Canton River before a great number of native vessels came to examine the frigate, offering for sale vegetables, fish, oranges, and a multitude of trifles, once so rare, now so common, but always costly. The town of Macao, says the narrative, shut in between bare hills, can be seen from afar, the whiteness of its buildings rendering it very conspicuous. It partly faces the coast, and the houses, which are elegantly built, line the beach, following the natural contour of the shore. The parade is also the finest part of the town, and is much frequented by foreigners. Behind it, the ground rises abruptly, and the facades of the buildings, such as convents, noticeable for their size and peculiar architecture, rise, so to speak, from the second stage, the whole being crowned by the embattled walls of the forts, over which floated the white flag of Portugal. At the northern and southern extremities of the town, facing the sea, are batteries built in 3 stages, and near the first, but a little farther inland, rises a church with a very effective portico and fine external decorations. Numerous sampans, junks, and fishing boats, anchored close in shore, give animation to the scene, the setting of which would be much brightened if the heights overlooking the town were not so totally wanting in verdure. Situated as it is in the high road, between China and the rest of the world, Macao, once one of the chief relics of Portuguese colonial prosperity, long enjoyed exceptional privileges, all of which were, however, gone by 1825, when its one industry was a contraband trade in opium. The Thetis only touched at Macao to leave some missionaries and to hoist the French flag, and Bougainville set sail again on January the 8th. Nothing worthy of notice occurred on the voyage from Macao to Touron Bay. Arrived there, Bougainville learned that the French agent, Mr. Chignou, had left Hue for Saigon, with the intention of there chartering a barque for Singapore, and in the absence of the only person who could further his schemes, he didn't know with whom to open relations. Fearing failure as an inevitable result of this contretemps, he at once dispatched a letter to Hue, explaining the object of his mission, and expressing a wish to go with some of his officers to Saigon. The time which necessarily elapsed before an answer was received was turned to account by the French, who minutely surveyed the bay and its surroundings, together with the famous marble rocks, the objects of the curious interest of all travellers. Touron Bay has been described by various authors, notably by Horsburgh, as one of the most beautiful and vast in the universe, but such is not the opinion of Bougainville, who thinks these statements are to be taken with a great deal of reservation. The village of Touron is situated upon the sea coast, at the entrance of the channel of Faifoh, from the right bank of which rises a fort with glacis, bastions, and a dry moat built by French engineers. The French, being looked upon as old allies, were always received with kindness and without suspicion. It had not apparently been so with the English, who had not been permitted to land, whilst the sailors on board the Thetis were at once allowed to fish and hunt, and to go and come as they chose, every facility for obtaining fresh provisions being also accorded to them. Thanks to this latitude, The officers were able to scour the country and make interesting observations. One of them, Monsieur de la Toine, gives the following description of the natives. They are rather under than over middle height, and in this respect they closely resemble the Chinese of Macao. Their skin is of a yellowish brown, and their heads are flat and round. Their faces are without expression, their eyes are as melancholy, but their eyebrows are not so strongly marked as those of the Chinese. They have flat noses and large mouths, and their lips bulge out in a way rendered the more disagreeable as they are always black and dirty from the habit indulged in by men and women alike of chewing areca nut mixed with betel and lime. The women, who are almost as tall as the men, have not a more pleasant appearance, and the repulsive filthiness, common to both sexes, is enough without anything else to deprive them of all attractiveness. What strikes one most is the wretchedness of the inhabitants as compared with the fertility of the soil, and this shocking contrast betrays alike the selfishness and carelessness of the government and the insatiable greed of the mandarins. The plains produce maize, yams, manioc, tobacco, and rice, the flourishing appearance of which testifies to the care bestowed upon them. The sea yields large quantities of delicious fish, and the forests give shelter to numerous birds, as well as tigers, rhinoceroses, buffaloes, and elephants, and troops of monkeys are to be met with everywhere, some of them 4 feet high, with bodies of a pearl grey colour, black tights, and red legs. They wear red collars and white girdles, which make them look just as if they were clothed. Their muscular strength is extraordinary, and they clear enormous distances in leaping from branch to branch. Nothing can be odder than to see some dozen of these creatures upon one tree, indulging in the most fantastic grimaces and contortions. "One day," says Bougainville, "when I was at the edge of the forest, I wounded a monkey, who had ventured forth for a stroll in the sunshine. He hid his face in his hands, and sent forth such piteous groans that more than 30 of his tribe were about him in a moment. I lost no time in reloading my gun, not knowing what I might have to expect, for some monkeys are not afraid of attacking men. But the troop only took up their wounded comrade, and once more plunged into the wood." End of section 31. Section 32 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 2, French Circumnavigators, 8. Another excursion was made to the marble rocks of the Five-Foh River, where are several curious caves, one containing an enormous pillar suspended from the roof and ending abruptly some distance from the ground. Stalactites were seen, but the sound of a waterfall was heard from the farther end. The French also visited the ruins of an ancient building near a grotto, containing an idol, and with a passage opening out of one corner. This passage Bougainville followed. It led him into an immense rotunda, lighted from the top, and ending in an arched vault, at least 60 feet high. Imagine the effect of a series of marble pillars of various colors, some from their greenish color, the result of old age and damp, looking as if cast in bronze, whilst from the roof hung down creepers, now in festoons, now in bunches, looking for all the world like candelabra without the lights. Above our heads were groups of stalactites resembling great organ pipes, altars, mutilated statues, hideous monsters carved in stone, and even a complete pagoda, which, however, occupied but a very small space in the vast enclosure. Fancy such a scene in an appropriate setting, the whole lit up with a dim and wavering light, and you can perhaps form some idea how it struck me when it first burst upon me. On the 20th of January, 1825, the Espérance at last rejoined the frigate, and 2 days later 2 envoys arrived from the court at Hue, with orders to ask Bougainville for the letter of which he was the bearer. But as the latter had received orders to deliver it to the Emperor in person, this request involved a long series of puerile negotiations. The formalities by which the Cochin Chinese envoys were, so to speak, hemmed in, reminded Bougainville of the anecdote of the envoy and the governor of Java, who, rivaling each other in their gravity and diplomatic prudence, remained together for 24 hours without exchanging a word. The commander was not the man to endure such trial of patience as this, but he could not obtain the necessary authorization of his explorations, and the negotiations ended in an exchange of presents, securing nothing in fact but an assurance from the emperor that he would receive with pleasure a visit of the French vessels to his ports, if their captain and officers would conform to the laws of the empire. Since 1817, the French had been pretty well the only people who had done any satisfactory business with the people of Cochin China, a state of things resulting from the presence of French residents at the court of Hue, on whom alone, of course, depended the maintenance of the exceptionally cordial relations so long established between them and the government to which they were accredited. The 2 ships left Turon Bay on the 17th of February for the Anambas archipelago, which had not as yet been explored, and on the 3rd of March they came in sight of it, and found it to bear no resemblance whatever to the islands of the same name marked upon the English map of the Chinese Sea. Bougainville was agreeably surprised to see a large number of islands and islets, the bays, etc., of which were sure to afford excellent anchorage during the monsoons. The explorers penetrated to the very heart of the archipelago and made a hydrographic survey of it. Whilst the small boats were engaged upon this task, 2 prettily built canoes approached, from one of which a man of about 50 came on board the Thetis, whose breast was seamed with scars, and from whose right hand 2 fingers were missing. The sight of the rows of guns and ammunition, however, so terrified him that he beat a hasty retreat to his canoe, though he had already got as far as the orlop deck. Next day 2 more canoes approached, manned by fierce-looking Malays, bringing bananas, cocoa nuts, and pineapples, which they bartered for biscuits, a handkerchief, and 2 small axes. Several other interviews took place with islanders armed with the kris and short 2-edged iron pikes, who were very evidently pirates by profession. Although the French explored but a part of the Anamba group, the information they collected was extremely interesting on account of its novelty. The first requisite of a large population is plenty of fresh water, and there is apparently very little of it in the Anambas. Moreover, the cultivable soil is not very deep, and the mountains are separated by narrow ravines, not by plains, so that agriculture is all but out of the question. Even the native trees, with the exception of the cocoa palm, are very stunted. The population was estimated by a native at not more than 2,000, but Bougainville thought even that too high a figure. The fortunate position of the Anambas, they are passed by all vessels trading with China, whichever route may be taken, long since brought them to the notice of navigators, and we must attribute to their lack of resources the neglect to which they have been abandoned. The small amount of cordiality and confidence met with by Bougainville from the inhabitants, the high price of provisions, and the destructive nature of the monsoons in the Sunda waters, determined him to cut short his survey and to make with all speed for Java, where his instructions compelled him to touch. The 8th of March was fixed for the departure of the two vessels, which sighted Victory, Barren, Saddle, and Camel Islands, passed through the Gasper Straits, the passage of which did not occupy more than 2 hours, although it often takes several days with an unfavourable wind, and cast anchor at Surabaya, where the explorers were met with the news of the death of Louis XVIII and the accession of Charles X. As the cholera, which had claimed 300,000 victims in Java in 1822, was still raging, Bougainville took the precaution of keeping his crew on board under shelter from the sun, and expressly forbade any intercourse with vessels laden with fruit, the use of which is so dangerous to Europeans, especially during the rainy season then setting in. In spite of these wise orders, however, dysentery attacked the crew of the Thetis, and too many fell victims to it. The town of Surabaya is situated 1 league from the mouth of the river, and it can only be reached by towing up the stream. Its approaches are lively, and everything bears witness to the presence of an active commercial population. An expedition to the island of Celebes, having exhausted the resources of the government, and the magazines being empty, Bougainville had to deal direct with the Chinese merchants, who are the most barefaced robbers on the face of the globe, and now resorted to all manner of cunning and knavery to get the better of their visitors. The stay at Surabaya, therefore, left a very disagreeable impression on all. It was quite different, however, with regard to the reception met with from the chief personages of the colony, for there was every reason to be satisfied with the conduct of all connected with the government. To go to Surabaya without paying a visit to the Sultan of Madura, whose reputation for hospitality had crossed the seas, would have been as impossible as it is to visit Paris without going to see Versailles and Trianon. After a comfortable lunch on shore, therefore, the staff of the two vessels set out in open carriages and four, but the roads were so bad and the horses so worn out that they would many a time have stuck in the mud if men stationed at the dangerous places had not energetically showed at the wheels. At last they arrived at Bankalan, and the carriages drove up in the third court of the palace, at the foot of a staircase, at the top of which the hereditary prince and the prime minister awaited the arrival of the travellers. Prince Adden Engrate belonged to the most illustrious family of the Indian archipelago. He wore the undress uniform of a Java chief, consisting of a long flowered petticoat of Indian make, scarcely allowing the Chinese slippers to be seen, a white vest with gold buttons, and a small skirted waistcoat of brown cloth, with diamond buttons. A handkerchief was tied about his head, on which he wore a visor cap, his ease and dignity of bearing alone saving him from looking like the grotesque figure of a carnival Amazon. The palace, or kraton, consisted of a series of buildings with galleries, kept delightfully cool by awnings and curtains, whilst lustrous, tasty European furniture, pretty hangings, glass and crystal ornaments decorated the vast halls and rooms. A suite of private apartments, with no opening to the court, but with a view of the gardens, is reserved for the Ratu, sovereign, and the harem. The reception was cordial, and the repast, served in European style, was delicious. The conversation, says Bougainville, was conducted in English, and many toasts were proposed, the prince drinking our healths in tea poured from a bottle, and to which he helped himself as if it had been Madeira. Being head of the church as well as of the state, he strictly obeys the precepts of the Koran, never drinking wine and spending a great part of his time at the mosque. But he is not the less sociable, and his talk bears no trace of the austerity to be expected in that of one who leads so regular a life. This life is not, however, all spent in prayer, and the scenes witnessed by us would give a very false impression if we did not know that great latitude is allowed on this point to the followers of the Prophet. In the afternoon the Frenchmen visited several coach houses containing very handsome carriages, some of which, built on the island, were so well made that it was absolutely impossible to distinguish them from those which had been imported. Some archery was then witnessed and joined in, after which, on the return to the palace, the visitors were welcomed by the sound of melancholy music, speedily interrupted, however, by the barking and fantastical dancing of the Princess Fool, who showed wonderful agility and suppleness. To this dance, or rather to these postures of a bayadere, succeeded the excitement of Wantheon, followed by well-earned repose. Next day there were new entertainments and new exercises, beginning with wrestling matches for grown men and for youths, and proceeding with quail fights and feats performed by a camel and an elephant. After lunch Bougainville and his party had a drive, and some archery, and witnessed sack races, basket balancing, etc. In this way, they were told, the Sultan passed all his time. Most striking is the respect and submission shown by all to this sovereign. No one ever stands upright before him, but all prostrate themselves before addressing him. All the subjects do but wait at his feet, and even his own little child of 4 years clasps his tiny hands when he speaks to his father. While at Surabaya, Bougainville took the opportunity of visiting the volcano of Bromo in the Tanger Mountains, and this excursion, in which he explored the island for 100 miles, from east to west, was one of the most interesting undertaken by him. Surabaya contains some curious buildings and monuments, most of them the work of a former governor, General Daendels. Such are the builder's workshop, the Hotel de la Monnaie, the only establishment of the kind in Java, and the hospital, which is built on a well-chosen site, and contains 400 beds. The island of Madura, opposite to Surabaya, is at least 100 miles in length by 15 or 20 in breadth, and does not yield produce sufficient to maintain the population, sparse as it is. The sovereignty of this island is divided between the sultans of Bankalan and Sumanap, who furnish annually 600 recruits to the Dutch, without counting extraordinary levies. On the 20th April, symptoms of dysentery showed themselves amongst the crews. 2 days later, therefore, the vessel set sail, and it took 7 good days to get beyond the Straits of Madura. They returned along the north coast of Lombok, and passed through the Alas Straits, between Lombok and Sumbawa. The first of these islands, from the foot of the mountains to the sea, presents the appearance of a green carpet, adorned with groups of trees of elegant appearance, and upon its coast there is no lack of good anchorage, whilst fresh water and wood are plentiful. On the other side, however, there are numerous peaks of barren aspect, rising from a lofty tableland, the approach to which is barred by a series of rugged and inaccessible islands known as Lombok, the coral beds and treacherous currents about which must be carefully avoided. 2 stoppages at the villages of Bali and Pijo, with a view to taking in fresh provisions, enabled the officers to make a hydrographical chart of this part of the coast of Lombok. Upon leaving the strait, Bougainville made an unsuccessful search for Clotes Island. That he did not find it is not very wonderful, as during the last 8 years many ships have passed over the spot assigned to it upon the maps. The Triads, on the other hand, i.e. the rocks seen in 1777 by the Freudenberg Castle, are, in Captain King's opinion, the Montepello Islands, which correspond perfectly with the description of the Danes. Bougainville had instructions to survey the neighborhood of the Swan River, where the French government hoped to find a place suitable for the reception of the wretches then huddled together in their convict prisons. But the flag of England had just been unfurled on the shores of Nuits and Leuven in King George Sound, Geographe Bay, the little Le Chenau Inlet, and on the Swan River, so that there was no longer any reason for a new exploration. Everything, in fact, had combined to prevent it. The delays to which the expedition had been subjected had indeed been so serious that, instead of arriving in these latitudes in April, they did not reach them until the middle of May, there the very heart of winter. Moreover, the coast offers no shelter, for so soon as the wind begins to blow, the waves swell tremendously, and the memory of the trials which Geographe had undergone at the same season of the year was still fresh in the minds of the French. The Thetis and the Espérance were pursued by the bad weather as far as Hobart Town, the chief English station upon the coast of Tasmania, where the commander was very anxious to put in. He was, however, driven back by storms to Port Jackson, which is marked by a very handsome lighthouse, a granite tower 76 feet high, with a lantern lit by gas, visible at a distance of 9 leagues. Sir Thomas Brisbane, the governor, gave a cordial reception to the expedition, and at once took the necessary steps to furnish it with provisions. This was done by contract at low prices, and the greatest good faith was shown in carrying out all bargains. The sloop had to be run ashore to have its sheathing repaired, but this, with some work of less importance necessary to the Thetis, did not take long. The delay was also turned to account by the whole staff, who were greatly interested in the marvellous progress of this penal colony. While Bougainville was eagerly reading all the works which had as yet appeared upon New South Wales, the officers wandered about the town and were struck dumb with amazement at the numberless public buildings erected by Governor Macquarie, such as the barracks, hospital, market, orphanages, almshouses for the aged and infirm, the prison, the fort, the churches, government house, the fountains, the town gates, and last but not least the government stables, which are always at first sight taken for the palace itself. There was, however, a dark side to the picture. The main thoroughfares, though well planned, were neither paved nor lighted, and were so unsafe at night that several people had been seized and robbed in the very middle of George Street, the best quarter of Sydney. If the streets in the town were unsafe, those in the suburbs were still more so. Vagrant convicts overran the country in the form of bands of bush rangers, who had become so formidable that the government had recently organized a company of 50 dragoons from the express purpose of hunting them down. All this did not, however, hinder the officers from making many interesting excursions, such as those to Parramatta, on the banks of the Nepean, a river very deeply embanked, where they visited the Regentville district, and to the plains of Emu, a government agricultural station and a sort of model farm. They went to the theatre, where a grand performance was given in their honor. The delight sailors take in riding is proverbial, and it was on horseback that the French crossed the Emu plains. The noble animals, imported from England, had not degenerated in New South Wales. They were still full of spirit, as one of the young officers found to his cost, when, as he was saying in English to Sir John Cox, acting as cicerone to the party, "I do love this riding exercise," he was suddenly thrown over his horse's head and deposited on the grass before he knew where he was. The laugh against him was all the more hearty as the skilful horseman was not injured. Beyond Sir John Cox's plantations extends the unbroken open forest, as the English call it, which can be crossed on horseback, and consists chiefly of the eucalyptus, acacias of various kinds, and the dark-leaved casuarinas. The next day an excursion was made up the river Nepean, a tributary of the Hawkesbury, on which trip many valuable facts of natural history were obtained. Bougainville enriched his collection with canaries, waterfowl, and a very pretty species of kingfisher and cockatoos. In the neighbouring woods was heard the unpleasant cry of the lyre pheasant, and of 2 other birds, which feebly imitate the tinkling of a handbell and the jarring noise of the saw. These are not, however, the only feathered fowl remarkable for the peculiarity of their notes. We must also mention the whistling bird, the knife grinder, the mockingbird, the coachman, which mimics the crack of the whip, and the laughing jackass, with its continual bursts of laughter, which have a strange effect upon the nerves. Sir John Cox presented the commander with 2 specimens of the water mole, also called the ornithorhynchus, a curious amphibious creature, the habits of which are still little known to European naturalists, many museums not possessing a single specimen. Another excursion was made in the Blue Mountains, where the famous King's Tableland was visited, from which a magnificent view was obtained. The explorers gained with great difficulty the top of an eminence, and an abyss of 1,600 feet at once opened beneath them, a vast green carpet stretching away to a distance of some 20 miles, whilst on the right and left were the distorted sides of the mountain, which had been rudely rent asunder by some earthquake, the irregularities corresponding exactly with each other. Close at hand foams a roaring, rushing torrent, flinging itself in a series of cascades into the valley beneath, the whole passing under the name of Apsley's Waterfall. This trip was succeeded by a kangaroo hunt in the Cove pastures with Mr. MacArthur, one of the chief promoters of the prosperity of New South Wales. Bougainville also turned his stay at Sydney to account by laying the foundation stone of a monument to the memory of Le Perreux. This cenotaph was erected in Botany Bay, upon the spot where the navigator had pitched his camp. On September 21st, the Thetis and the Espérance at last set sail, passing off Pitcairn Island, Easter Island, and Juan Fernandez, now a convict settlement for criminals from Chile, after having been occupied for a half-century by Spanish wine growers. On the 23rd November, the Thetis, which had been separated from the Espérance during a heavy storm, anchored off Valparaiso, where it met Admiral de Rosemel's division. Great excitement prevailed in the roadstead, for an expedition against the island of Chiloé, which still belonged to Spain, was being organized by the chief director, General Ramon Freire y Serrano, of whom we have already spoken. Bougainville, like the Russian navigator Lütke, is of opinion that the position of Valparaiso does not justify its reputation. The streets are dirty and narrow, and so steep that walking in them is very fatiguing. The only pleasant part is the suburb of Almendral, which, with its gardens and orchards, would be still more agreeable but for the sandstorms prevalent throughout nearly the whole of the year. In 1811 Valparaiso numbered only from 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants, but in 1825 the population had already tripled itself, and the increase showed no sign of ceasing. When the Thetis touched at Valparaiso, the English frigate, the Blonde, commanded by Lord Byron, grandson of the explorer of the same name, whose discoveries are narrated above, was also at anchor there. By a singular coincidence, Byron had raised a monument to the memory of Cook in the island of Hawaii, at the very time when Bougainville, the son of the Circumnavigator, met by Byron in the Straits of Magellan, was laying the foundation stone of the monument to the memory of Le Perreux in New South Wales. Bougainville turned the delay necessary for the revictualling of his division to account by paying a visit to Santiago, the capital of Chile, 33 leagues inland. The environs of Chile are terribly bare, without houses or any signs of cultivation. Its steeples alone mark the approach to it, and one may fancy oneself still in the outskirts when the heart of the city is reached. There is, however, no lack of public buildings, such as the Hotel de la Monnaie, the University, the Archbishop's Palace, the Cathedral, the Church of the Jesuits, the Palace, and the Theatre, the last of which is so badly lighted that it is impossible to distinguish the faces of the audience. The promenade, known as La Canada, has now supplanted that of La Alameda on the banks of the river Mapocha, once the evening rendezvous. The objects of interest in the town exhausted, the Frenchman examined those in the neighborhood, visiting the Salto de Agua, a waterfall of 1,200 feet in height, the ascent to which is rather arduous, and the Cerrito de Santa Lucia, from which rises a fortress, the sole defense of the town. End of section 32. Section 33 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3, The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 2, French Circumnavigators, 9. The season was now advancing, and no time was to be lost if the explorers wished to take advantage of the best season for doubling Cape Horn. On the 8th January 1826, therefore, the two vessels once more put to sea and rounded the Cape without any mishap, though landing at the Falklands was rendered impossible by fog and contrary winds. Anchor was cast on the 28th March in the roadstead of Rio Janeiro, and, as it turned out, at a time most favourable. The Emperor, says Bougainville, was upon a journey at the time of our arrival, and his return was the occasion of fetes and receptions which roused the population to activity, and broke for a time the monotony of ordinary life in Rio, the dullest and dreariest of towns to the foreigner. Its environs, however, are charming. Nature has in them been lavish of her riches, and the vast harbour, the Atlantic, rendezvous of the commercial world, presents a most animated scene. Innumerable ships, either standing in or getting under weight, small craft cruising about, a ceaseless roar of cannon from the forts and men of war, exchanging signals on the occasion of some anniversary or the celebration of some festival of the church, whilst visits were constantly being exchanged between the officers of the various foreign vessels and the diplomatic agents of foreign powers at the court of Rio. The division set sail again on the 11th April and arrived at Brest on the 24th June 1826, without having put into port since it left Rio Janeiro. We must remember that if Bougainville did not make any discoveries on this voyage, he had no formal instructions to do so, his mission being merely to unfurl the flag of France where it had as yet been rarely seen. Nonetheless do we owe to this general officer some very interesting and in some cases new information on the countries visited by him. Some of the surveys made by his expedition may be of service to navigators, and it must be owned that the hydrographical researches, which alone could be undertaken in the absence of scientific men, were carefully made, and resulted in the obtaining of numerous and accurate data. We can but sympathize with the commander of the Thetis in his expression of regret, in the preface to his journal, that neither the government nor the Académie des Sciences had seen fit to turn his expedition to account to obtain new results supplementary of the rich harvest gleaned by his predecessors. The expedition next sent out under the command of Captain Dumont d'Urville was merely intended by the minister to supplement and consolidate the mass of scientific data collected by Captain Duperrey in his voyage from 1822 to 1824. As second in command to Duperrey, and the originator and organizer of the new exploring expedition, D'Urville had the very first claim to be appointed to his command. The portions of Oceania he proposed to visit were New Zealand, the Fiji Islands, the Loyalty Islands, New Britain and New Guinea, all of which he considered urgently to demand the consideration alike of the geographer and the traveller. What he effected in this direction we shall ascertain by following him step by step. An interest of another character also attaches to this trip, but it will be well to quote on this point the instructions given to the navigator. An American captain, writes the Minister of Marine, said that he saw in the hands of the natives of an isle situated between New Caledonia and the Louisiade archipelago a cross of St. Louis and some medals, which he imagined to be relics of the wrecked vessel of the celebrated Le Pérouse, whose loss is so deeply and justly regretted. This is, of course, but a feeble reason for hoping that some of the victims of the disaster still survive, but you, sir, will give great satisfaction to His Majesty if you are the means of restoring any one of the poor shipwrecked mariners to their native land after so many years of misery and exile. The aims of the expedition were therefore manifold, and by the greatest chance it was able to achieve them nearly all. D'Urville received his appointment in December 1825, and was permitted himself to choose all who were to accompany him. He named as second-in-command Lieutenant Jacquinot, and as scientific collaborators Messieurs Quoy and Gaimard, who had been on board the Oranie, and as surgeon Primavère-Lesson. The Coquille, the excellent qualities of which were well known to D'Urville, was the vessel selected, and the commander, having named her the Astrolabe in memory of Le Pérouse, embarked in her a crew of 24 men. Anchor was weighed on the 25th of April, and the mountains of Toulon with the coast of France were soon out of sight. After touching at Gibraltar, the Astrolabe stopped at Tenerife to take in fresh provisions before crossing the Atlantic, and D'Urville took advantage of this delay to ascend the peak, accompanied by Messieurs Quoy, Gaimard, and several officers. A bad road, very arduous for pedestrians, leading the first part of the way over fields of scoria, though as Laguna is approached the scenery improves. This town, of a considerable size, contains but a small, indolent, and miserable population. Between Matunza and Orotara, the vegetation is magnificent, and the luxuriant foliage of the vine enhances the beauty of the view. Orotara is a small seaboard town, with a port affording but little shelter. It is well built and laid out, and would be comfortable enough if the streets were not so steep as to make traffic all but impossible. After 3/4 of an hour's climb through well-cultivated fields, the Frenchmen reached the chestnut tree region, beyond which begin the clouds, taking the form of a thick moist fog, very disagreeable to the traveller. Farther on comes the first region, beyond which the atmosphere again becomes clear, vegetation disappears, the ground becomes poorer and more barren. Here are met with decomposed lava, scorion, and pumice stones in great abundance, whilst below stretches away the boundless sea of clouds. Thus far hidden by clouds or by the lofty mountains surrounding it, the peak at last stands forth distinctly. The incline becomes less steep, and those vast plains of intensely melancholy appearance, called Canadas by the Spanish, on account of their bareness, are crossed. A halt is made for lunch at the Pine Grotto, before climbing the huge blocks of basalt ranged in a circle about the crater, now filled in with ashes from the peak, and forming its ensign. The peak itself is next attached, the ascent of which is broken 1/3 of the way up by a sort of esplanade called the Estancia de los Iglesias. Here our travellers passed the night, not perhaps quite so comfortably as they would have done in their berths, but without suffering too much from the feeling of suffocation experienced by other explorers. The fleas, however, were very troublesome, and their unremitting attacks kept the commander awake all night. At 4 a.m. the ascent was resumed, and a second esplanade, called the Alta Vista, was soon reached, beyond which all trace of a path disappears. The rest of the ascent being over rough lava as far as the Cahora cone, with here and there, in the shade, patches of unmelted snow. The peak itself is very steep, and its ascent is rendered yet more arduous by the pumice stone which rolls away beneath the feet. At 35 minutes past 6, says M. de D'Urville, we arrived at the summit of the Chahorra, which is evidently a half-extinct crater. Its sides are thin and sloping. It is from 60 to 80 feet deep, and the whole surface is strewn with fragments of obsidian, pumice stone, and lava. Sulphurous vapour, forming a kind of crown of smoke, is emitted from it, whilst the atmosphere at the bottom is perfectly cool. At the summit of the peak the thermometer marked 11 degrees, but in my opinion it was affected by the presence of the fumaroles, for when at the bottom of the crater it fell rapidly from 19 degrees in the sun to 9½ in the shade. The descent was accomplished without accident by another route, enabling our travellers to examine the Cueva de la Nieve and to visit the forest of Aqua Garcia, watered by a limpid stream, and in which d'Urville made a rich collection of botanical specimens. In Major Megliorini's rooms at Santa Cruz, the commander was shown, together with a number of weapons, shells, animals, fish, etc., a complete mummy of a guanche, said to be that of a woman. The corpse was sewn up in skins and seemed to be that of a woman 5 feet 4 high, with regular features and large hands. The sepulchral caves of the guanches also contained earthenware, wooden vases, triangular seals of baked clay, and a great number of small discs of the same material, strung together like chaplets, which may have been used by this extinct race for the same purposes as the quipos of the Peruvians. On the 21st June, the Astrolabe once more set sail and touched at La Praya, and at the Cape Verde Islands, where d'Urville had hoped to meet Captain King, who would have been able to give him some valuable hints on the navigation of the coast of New Guinea. King, however, had left La Praya 36 hours previously, and the Astrolabe therefore resumed her voyage the next day, i.e. on the 30th June. On the last day of July, the rocks of Martin Vaz and Trinity Island were sighted, and the latter, appearing perfectly barren, a little dried up grass and a few groups of stunted trees dotted about amongst the rocks, being the only signs of vegetation. D'Urville had been very anxious to make some botanical researches on this desert island, but the surf was so rough that he was afraid to risk a boat in it. On the 4th August, the Astrolabe sailed over the spot laid down as Saxembourg Island, which ought to be finally erased from French as it has been from English charts, and after a succession of squalls, which tried her sorely, she arrived off St. Paul and Amsterdam Islands, finally anchoring on the 7th October in King George Sound, on the coast of Australia. In spite of the roughness of the sea and constant bad weather throughout his voyage of 108 days, d'Urville had carried on all his usual observations on the height of the waves, which he estimated at 80, and occasionally as much as 100 feet, off Needle Bank, the temperature of the sea at various depths, etc. Captain Jacquinot, having found a capital supply of fresh water on the right bank of Princess Royal Harbour, and at a little distance a site suitable for the erection of an observatory, the tents were soon pitched by the sailors, and several officers made a complete tour of the bay, whilst others opened relations with the aborigines, one of whom was induced to go on board, though it was only with the greatest difficulty that he was persuaded to throw away his banksia, a cone used to retain heat and to keep the stomach and the front part of the body warm. He remained quietly enough on board for 2 days, however, eating and drinking in front of the kitchen fire. In the meantime, his fellow countrymen on land were peaceable and well disposed, even bringing 3 of their children into the camp. During this halt a boat arrived manned by 8 Englishmen, who asked to be taken on board as passengers, and told such a very improbable story of having been deserted by their captain that d'Urville suspected them of being escaped convicts, a suspicion which became a conviction, when he saw the wry faces they made at his proposal to send them back to Port Jackson. The next day, however, one took a berth as sailor, and 2 were received as passengers, whilst the other 5 decided to remain on land and drag out a miserable existence amongst the natives. All this time hydrographical and astronomical observations were being made, and the hunters and naturalists were trying to obtain specimens of new varieties of fauna and flora. The delays extending to October 24th enabled the explorers to regain their strength after their trying voyage, to make the necessary repairs, take in wood and water, draw up a map of the whole neighbourhood, and to collect numerous botanical and zoological specimens. His observations of various kinds made d'Urville wonder that the English had not yet founded a colony on King George's Sound, admirably situated as it is, not only for vessels coming direct from Europe, but for those trading between the Cape and China, or bound for the Sunda Islands and delayed by the monsoons. The coast was explored as far as Westport, preferred by D'Urville to Port Dalrymple, the latter being a harbour always difficult and often dangerous either to enter or to leave. Westport, moreover, was as yet only known from the reports of Bodin and Flinders, and it was therefore better worth exploring than a more frequented district. The observations made in King George's Sound were therefore repeated at Westport, resulting in the following conclusions. It affords, says D'Urville, an anchorage alike easy to reach and to leave. The bottom is firm, and wood is abundant and easily procurable. In a word, when a good supply of fresh water is found, and that will probably be soon, Westport will rise to a position of great importance in a channel such as Bass's Straits, when the winds often blow strongly from one quarter for several days together, the currents at the same time rendering navigation difficult. From November 19th to December 2nd, the Astrolabe cruised along the coast, touching only at Jervis Bay, remarkable for its magnificent eucalyptus forests. The reception given to the French at Port Jackson by Governor Darling and the colonial authorities was none the less cordial for the fact that the visits made by D'Urville to various parts of New Holland had greatly amazed the English government. During the last 3 years, Port Jackson had increased greatly in size and improved in appearance. Though the population of the whole colony only amounted to 50,000, and that in spite of the constant foundation of new English settlements, the commander took advantage of his stay in Sydney to forward his dispatches to France, together with several cases of natural history specimens. This done, and a fresh stock of provisions have been laid in, he resumed his voyage. It would be useless to linger with Dumont d'Urville at New South Wales, to the history of which, and its condition in 1826, he devotes a whole volume of his narrative. We have already given a detailed account of it, and it will be better to leave Sydney with our traveller on the 19th December, and follow him to Tasman Bay, through calms, headwinds, currents and tempests, which prevented his reaching New Zealand before the 14th January 1827. Tasman Bay, first seen by Cook on his second voyage, had never yet been explored by any expedition, and on the arrival of the Astrolabe, a number of canoes, containing some score of natives, most of them chiefs, approached. These natives were not afraid to climb on board, some remaining several days, whilst later arrivals drew up within reach, and a brisk trade was opened. Meanwhile, several officers climbed through the thick firs, clothing the hills overlooking the bay, and the following is D'Urville's verdict on the desolate scene which met their view. Not a bird, not an insect, not even a reptile to be seen. The solemn, melancholy silence is unbroken by the voice of any living creature. From the summit of these hills the commander saw New Bay, that known as Admiralty, which communicates by a current with that in which the Astrolabe was anchored, and he was anxious to explore it, as it seemed safer than that of Tasman. But the currents several times brought his vessel to the very verge of destruction, and had the Astrolabe been driven upon the rocky coast, the whole crew would have perished, and not so much as a trace of the wreck would have been left. At last, however, D'Urville succeeded in clearing the passage, with no further loss than that of a few bits of the ship's keel. To celebrate, says the narrative, the memory of the passage of the Astrolabe, I conferred upon this dangerous strait the name of the Pass de France, French Pass, but unless in a case of great necessity, I should not advise anyone else to attempt it. We could now look calmly at the beautiful basin in which we found ourselves, and which certainly deserves all the praise given to it by Cook. I would specially recommend a fine little harbour some miles to the south of the place where the captain cast anchor. Our navigation of the Pass de France had definitely settled the insular character of the whole of the district, terminating in the Cape Stephens of Cook. It is divided from the mainland of Tewahi Punamup by the current basin. The comparison of our chart with that of the strait as laid down by Cook will suffice to show how much he left to be done. The Astrolabe soon entered Cook's Strait, and sailing outside Queen Charlotte's Bay, doubled Cape Palliser, a headland formed of some low hills. D'Urville was greatly surprised to find that a good many inaccuracies had crept into the work of the great English navigator, and in that part of the account of his voyage which relates to hydrography, he quotes instances of errors of a fourth or even a third of a degree. The commander then resolved to make a survey of the eastern side of the northern island Ika na Maui. On this island pigs were to be found, but no panamon, the green jade which the New Zealanders use in the manufacture of their most valuable tools. Strange to say, however, jade is to be found on the southern island, but there are no pigs. Two natives of the island, who had expressed a wish to remain on board the corvette, became quite low-spirited as they watched the coast of the district where they lived disappear below the horizon. They then began to repent, but too late. The intrepidity which had prompted them to leave their native shores, for intrepid they justly deserved to be called, seeing that again and again they asked the French sailors if they were not to be eaten, and it took several days of kind treatment to dispel this fear from their minds. D'Urville continued to sail northward, up the coast, until the capes, named by Cook, Turn Again and Kidnappers, had been doubled, and Sterile Island with its Ipah came in sight. In the Bay of Tolaga, as Cook called it, the natives brought alongside the corvette pigs and potatoes, which they readily exchanged for articles of little value. On other canoes approaching, the New Zealanders who were on board the vessel urged the commander to fire upon and kill their fellow countrymen in the boats. But as soon as the latter climbed up to the deck, the first arrivals advanced to greet them with earnest assurances of friendship. Conduct so strangely inconsistent is the outcome of the compound of hatred and jealousy mutually entertained for each other by these tribes. They all desire to appropriate to themselves exclusively whatever advantage may be obtained from the visits of foreigners, and they are distressed at the prospect of their neighbours getting any share. Proof was soon afforded that this explanation is the right key to their behaviour. Upon the Astrolabe were several New Zealanders, but among them was a certain Shaki, who was recognized as a chief by his tall stature, his elaborate tattooing, and the respectful manner in which he was addressed by his fellow islanders. Seeing a canoe manned by not more than 7 or 8 men approaching the corvette, this Shaki and the rest came to entreat D'Urville most earnestly to kill the new arrivals, going so far as to ask for muskets that they might themselves fire upon them. However, no sooner had the last comers arrived on board than all those who were there already overwhelmed them with courtesies, while the Shaki himself, although he had been one of the most sanguinary, completely changed his tone and made them a present of some axes he had just obtained. After the chief man of a warlike and fierce appearance, with faces tattooed all over, had been a few minutes on board, D'Urville was preparing to ask them some questions with the aid of a vocabulary published by the missionaries, when all at once they turned away from him, leaped into their canoes, and pushed out into the open sea. This sudden move was brought about by their countrymen, who, for the purpose of getting rid of them, slyly hinted that their lives were in danger, as the Frenchmen had formed a plot to kill them. It was in the Bay of Tolaga, the right name of which is Hua Hua, that D'Urville found the first opportunity of gaining some information about the kiwi, by means of a mat decorated with the feathers of that bird, such mats being articles of luxury among these islanders. The kiwi is about the size of a small turkey, and like the ostrich, has not the power of flying. It is hunted at night by the light of torches and with the assistance of dogs. It is this bird which is also known under the name of the apteryx. What the natives told D'Urville about it was in the main accurate. The apteryx, with the tail of a fowl and a plumage of a reddish brown, has an affinity to the ostrich. It inhabits damp and gloomy woods, and never comes out even in search of food except in the evening. The incessant hunting of the natives has considerably diminished the numbers of this curious species, and it is now very rare. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Aroksaar, Seattle. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 3. The Great Explorers and Travelers of the 19th Century, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 2, French Circumnavigators, 10. D'Urville made no pause in the hydrographical survey of the northern island of New Zealand, keeping up daily communication with the natives, who brought him supplies of pigs and potatoes. According to their own statements, the tribes were perpetually at war with one another, and this was the true cause of the decrease in the population of these islands. Their constant demand was for firearms. Failing to obtain these, they were satisfied if they could get powder in exchange for their own commodities. On the 10th February, when not far from Cape Runaway, the corvette was caught in a violent storm, which lasted for 36 hours, and she was more than once on the point of foundering. After this, she made her way into the Bay of Plenty, at the bottom of which rises Mount Edgecombe. Then, keeping along the coast, the islands of Haute and Major were sighted. But during this exploration of the bay, the weather was so severe that the chart of it then laid down cannot be considered very trustworthy. After leaving this bay, the corvette reached the Bay of Mercury, surveyed Barrier Island, entered Churaki or Hauraki Bay, identified the hen and chickens and the Poor Knights Islands, finally arriving at the Bay of Islands. The native tribes met with D'Urville in this part of the island were busy with an expedition against those of Churaki and Waikato Bays. For the purpose of exploring the former bay, which had been imperfectly surveyed by Cook, D'Urville sailed back to it and discovered that that part of the New Zealand is indented with a number of harbors and gulfs of great depth, each one being safer, if possible, than the other. Having been informed that by following the direction of the Waimagoia, a place would be reached distant only a very short journey from the large port of Manukau, he dispatched some of his officers by that route, and they verified the correctness of the information he had received. This discovery, observes Dumont d'Urville, may become of great value to future settlements of Churaki Bay, and this value will be still farther increased should the new surveys prove that the port of Manukau is accessible to vessels of a certain size, for such a settlement would command two seas, one on the east and the other on the west. One of the Rangatiras, as the chiefs of that quarter of the island are called, Rangui by name, had again and again begged the commander to give him some lead to make bullets with, a request which was always refused. Just before setting sail, D'Urville was informed that the deep-sea lead had been carried off, and he at once reproached Rangui in severe terms, telling him that such petty larcenies were unworthy of a man in a respectable position. The chief appeared to be deeply moved by the reproach, and excused himself by saying that he had no knowledge of the theft, which must have been committed by some stranger. Quote, "A short time afterwards," end quote, the narrative goes on to say, quote, "my attention was drawn to the side of the ship by the sound of blows given with great force, and piteous cries proceeding from the canoe of Rangui. There I saw Rangui and Tawiti striking blow after blow with their paddles upon an object resembling the figure of a man covered with a cloak. It was easy to perceive that the two wily chiefs were simply beating one of the benches of the canoe." After this farce had been played for some little time, Rangui's paddle broke in his hands. The sham man was made to appear to fall down, when Rangui, addressing me, said that he had just killed the thief, and wished to know whether that would satisfy me. I assured him that it would, laughing to myself at the artifice of these savages, an artifice, for that matter, such as is often to be met with among people more advanced in civilization." D'Urville next surveyed the lovely island of Waiheke, and thus terminated the survey of the Astrolabe Channel and Hauraki Bay. He then resumed his voyage in a northerly direction towards the Bay of Islands, sailing as far as Cape Maria van Diemen, the most northerly point of New Zealand, where, say the Waidonas, quote, "the souls of the departed gather from all parts of Ika na Maui to take their final flight to the realms of light or to those of eternal darkness." End quote. The Bay of Islands, at the time when the Coquille put in there, was alive with a pretty considerable population, with whom the visitors soon became on friendly terms. Now, however, the animation of former days had given place to the silence of desolation. The Ipa, or rather the Pa of Kahu Vera, once the abode of an energetic tribe, was deserted. War had done its customary destructive work in the place. The Songhui tribe had stolen the possessions and dispersed the members of the tribe of Paroa. The Bay of Islands was the place chosen for their field of effort by the English missionaries, who, notwithstanding their devotion to their work, had not made any progress among the natives. The unproductiveness of their labors was only too apparent. The survey of the eastern side of New Zealand, a hydrographical work of the utmost importance, terminated at this point. Since the days of Cook, no exploration of anything like such a vast extent of the coast of this country had been conducted in so careful a manner, in the face of so many perils. The sciences of geography and navigation were both signally benefited by the skillful and detailed work of D'Urville, who had to give proof of exceptional qualities in the midst of sudden and terrible dangers. However, on his return to France, no notice was taken of the hardships he had undergone, or the devotion to duty he had shown. He was left without recognition, and duties were assigned to him, the performance of which could bring no distinction, for they could have been equally well discharged by any ordinary ship's captain. Leaving New Zealand on the 18th of March, 1827, D'Urville steered for Tonga Tabou, identified to begin with the islands Curtis, Macaulay, and Sunday, endeavored, but without success, to find the island of Vasquez de Mausel, and arrived off Namuka on the 16th of April. 2 days later he made out Eoa, but before reaching Tonga Tabou, he encountered a terrible storm, which all but proved fatal to the Astrolabe. At Tonga Tabou he found some Europeans, who had been for many years settled on the island. From them he received much help in getting to understand the character of the natives. The government was in the hands of 3 chiefs, called Ekis, who had shared all authority between them since the banishment of the Tony Tonga, or spiritual chief, who had enjoyed immense influence. A Wesleyan mission was in existence at Tonga, but it could be seen at a glance that the Methodist clergy had not succeeded in acquiring any influence over the natives. Such converts as had been made were held in general contempt for their apostasy. When the Astrolabe had reached the anchorage, after her fortunate escape from the perils from contrary winds, currents, and rocks, which had beset her course, she was at once positively overwhelmed with the offer of an incredible quantity of stores, fruits, vegetables, fowls, and pigs, which the natives are ready to dispose of for next to nothing. For equally low prices, D'Urville was able to purchase, for the museum, specimens of the arms and native productions of the savages. Amongst them were some clubs, most of them made of casuarina wood, skillfully carved or embossed in an artistic manner with mother of pearl or with whalebone. The custom of amputating a joint or two of the fingers or toes to propitiate the deity was still observed in the case of a near relative being dangerously ill. From the 28th of April, the natives had manifested none but the most friendly feelings. No single disturbance had occurred. But on the 9th of May, while D'Urville, with almost all his officers, went to pay a visit to one of the leading chiefs, named Palou, the reception accorded to them was marked with a most unusual reserve, altogether inconsistent with the noisy and enthusiastic demonstrations of the preceding days. The distrust evinced by the islanders aroused that of D'Urville, who, remembering how few were the men left on board the Astrolabe, felt considerable uneasiness. However, nothing unusual happened during his absence from the ship, but it was only the cowardice of Palou which had caused the failure of a conspiracy, aiming at nothing less than the massacre, at one blow, of the whole of the staff, after which there would have been no difficulty in prevailing over the crew, who were already more than half disposed to adopt the easy mode of life of the islanders. Such at least was the conclusion the commander came to, and subsequent events showed that he was right. These apprehensions determined D'Urville to leave Tonga Tabou as quickly as possible, and on the 13th every preparation was made to set sail on the following day. The apprentice Dudemaine was walking about on the large island, whilst the apprentice Faraquet, with 9 men, was engaged on the small island, Pangai Modu, in getting fresh water, or studying the tide, when Tahofa, one of the chiefs, with several other islanders, then on board the Astrolabe, gave a signal. The canoes pushed off at once and made for the shore. On trying to discover the cause of the sudden retreat, it was observed that the sailors on the island Pangai Modu were being forcibly dragged off by the natives. D'Urville was about to fire off a cannon, when he decided that it would be safer to send a boat to shore. This boat took off the 2 sailors and the apprentice Dudemaine, but was fired upon when dispatched shortly afterwards to set fire to the huts, and to try to capture some natives as hostages. 1 native was killed, and several others were wounded, whilst a corporal of the Marines received such severe bayonet wounds that he died 2 hours later. D'Urville's anxiety about the fate of his sailors, and of Faraquet, who was in command of them, knew no bounds. Nothing was left for him to do but to make an attack upon the sacred village of Mafanga, containing the tombs of several of the principal families. But on the following day, a crowd of natives so skillfully surrounded the place with embankments and palisades that it was impossible to hope to carry it by an attack. The corvette then drew nearer the shore and began to cannonade the village, without, however, doing any other damage than killing one of the natives. At length the difficulty of obtaining provisions, the rain, and the continual alarm in which the firing of the Frenchmen kept them, induced the islanders to offer terms of peace. They gave up the sailors, who had all been very well treated, made a present of pigs and bananas, and on the 24th of May the Astrolabe took her final departure from the Friendly Islands. It was quite time indeed that this was done, for D'Urville's situation was untenable, and in a conversation with his boatswain he ascertained that not more than 6 of the sailors could be relied on. All the others were ready to go over to the side of the savages. Tonga Tabou is of madreporic formation, with a thick covering of vegetable soil, favorable to an abundant growth of shrubs and trees. The cocoa tree, the stem of which is slenderer than elsewhere, and the banana tree, here shoot up with wonderful rapidity and vigor. The aspect of the land is flat and monotonous, so that a journey of 1 or 2 miles will give as fair an impression of the country as a complete tour of the island. The number of the population who have the true Polynesian cast of countenance may be put down at about 7,000. D'Urville says, quote, "They combine the most opposite qualities. They are generous, courteous, and hospitable, yet avaricious, insolent, and always thoroughly insincere. The most profuse demonstration of kindness and friendship may at any moment be interrupted by an act of outrage or robbery, should their cupidity or their self-respect be ever so slightly roused." End quote. In intelligence, the natives of Tonga are clearly far superior to those of Otaheite. The French travelers could not sufficiently admire the astonishing order in which the plantations of yams and bananas were kept, the excessive neatness of their dwellings, and the beauty of the garden plots. They even knew something of the art of fortification, as D'Urville ascertained by an inspection of the fortified village of Hifo, defended with stout palisades and surrounded by a trench between 15 and 20 feet wide and half filled with water. On the 25th of May, D'Urville began the exploration of the Viti, or Fiji archipelago. At the outset he was so fortunate as to fall in with a native of Tonga who was living on the Fiji Islands for purposes of trade and had previously visited Otaheite, New Zealand, and Australia. This man, as well as a Guam Islander, proved most useful to the commander in furnishing him with the names of more than 200 islands belonging to this group, and in acquainting him beforehand with their position and that of the reefs in their neighborhood. At the same time, Gressier, the hydrographer, collected all the materials requisite for preparing a chart of the Fiji Islands. At this station a sloop was put under orders to proceed to the island of Laguemba, where was an anchor which D'Urville would have been well pleased to obtain, as he had lost 2 of his own while at Tonga. On arrival at the island, Lotten, who was in command of the sloop, observed on the shore none but women and children. Armed men, however, soon came running up, made the women leave the place, and were preparing to seize the sloop and make the sailors prisoners. Their intentions were too plain to leave room for any doubt on the subject, so Lotten at once gave orders to draw up the grapnel and got away into the open sea before there was time for an encounter to take place. During 18 consecutive days, in the face of bad weather and a rough sea, the astrolabe cruised through the Fiji archipelago, surveyed the islands of Laguemba, Kandabu, Viti-Levu, Uembenga Vatulele, Unong Lebu, Malolo, and many others, giving special attention to the southern islands of the group, which up to that period had remained almost entirely unknown. The population of this group, if we accept D'Urville's account, form a kind of transition between the copper-colored, or the Polynesian, and the black, or Melanesian races. Their strength and vigor are in proportion to their tall figures, and they make no secret of their cannibal propensities. On the 11th of June, the corvette set sail for the harbor of Carteret, surveyed one by one the islands of Aronan and Anatom, the Loyalty Islands, of which group D'Urville discovered the Chabrol and Halgan Islands, the little group of the Bopai Islands, the Astrolabe Reefs, all the more dangerous as they are 30 miles distant from the Bopai Islands and 60 from New Caledonia. The island of Huon and the chain of reefs to the north of New Caledonia were subsequently surveyed. From this point, D'Urville reached the Louisiade archipelago in 6 days, but the stormy weather there encountered determined him to abandon the course he had planned out and not to pass through Torres Straits. He thought that an early examination of the southern coast of New Britain and of the northern coast of New Guinea would be the most conducive to the interests of science. Rossel Island and Cape Deliverance were next sighted, and the vessel was steered for New Ireland with a view to obtaining fresh supplies of wood and water. Arriving there on the 5th of July in such gloomy, rainy weather, that it was with no small difficulty that the entrance of the harbor of Carteret, where d'Entrecasteaux made a stay of 8 days, was made out. Whilst there, the travellers received several visits from the score of natives who seemed to make up the total population of the place. They were creatures possessed of scarcely any intelligence, and quite destitute of curiosity about objects that they had not seen before. Neither did their appearance lead to the slightest prepossession in their favor. They wore no vestige of clothing, their skin was black and their hair woolly, and the partition of the nostrils had a sharp bone thrust through by way of ornament. The only object that they showed any eagerness to possess was iron, but they could not be made to understand that it was only to be given in exchange for fruits or pigs. Their expression was one of sullen defiance, and they refused to guide any one whatever to their village. During the unprofitable stay of the corvette in this harbor, D'Urville had a serious attack of enteritis, from which he suffered much for several days. On the 19th July, the Astrolabe went to sea again and coasted the northern side of New Britain. The object of this cruise was frustrated by rainy and hazy weather. Continual squalls and heavy showers compelled the vessel to put off again as soon as it had succeeded in nearing the land. His experience on this coast D'Urville thus describes, quote, "One who has not had, as we have, a practical acquaintance with these seas, is unable to form any adequate conception of these incredible rains. Moreover, to obtain a just estimate of the cares and anxieties which a voyage like ours entails, there must be a liability to the call of duties similar to those which we had to discharge. It was very seldom that our horizon lay much beyond the distance of 200 yards, and our observations could not possibly be other than uncertain when our own true position was doubtful. Altogether, the whole of our work upon New Britain, in spite of the unheard-of hardships that fell to our lot and the risks which the Astrolabe had to run, cannot be put in comparison for a moment, as respects accuracy, with the other surveys of the expedition." End quote. As it was impracticable to fall back upon the route by the St. George's Channel, D'Urville had to pass through Dampierre Strait, the southern entrance to which is all but entirely closed by a chain of reefs, which were grazed more than once by the Astrolabe. The charming prospect of the western coast of New Britain excited intense admiration both in Dampierre and d'Entrecasteaux, an enthusiasm fully shared by D'Urville. A safe roadstead enclosed by land forming a semicircle, forests whose dark foliage contrasted with the golden color of the ripening fields, the whole surmounted by the lofty peaks of Mount Gloucester, and this variety still further enhanced by the undulating outlines of Rook Island, are the chief features of the picture here presented by the coast of New Britain. On issuing from the strait, the mountains of New Guinea rose grandly in the distance, and on a nearer approach they were seen to form a sort of half-circle, shutting in the arm of the sea known as the Bay of Astrolabe. The Schouten Islands, the Creek of the Attack, parentheses, the place where D'Urville had to withstand an onset of savages, end parentheses, Humboldt Bay, Gilwink Bay, the Traitor Islands, Toby and Missouri, the Arfak Mountains, were one after another recognized and passed when the Astrolabe at length came to an anchor in Port Doré in order to connect her operations with those accomplished by the Coquille. Friendly intercourse was at once established with the Papuans of that place, who brought on board a number of birds of paradise, but not much in the shape of provisions. These natives are of so gentle and timid a disposition that only with great reluctance will they risk going into the woods through fear of the Arfakis, who dwell on the mountains and are their sworn enemies. One of the sailors engaged in getting fresh water was wounded with an arrow shot by one of these savages, whom it was impossible to punish for a dastardly outrage prompted by no motive whatever. The land here is everywhere so fertile that it requires no more than turning over and weeding in order to yield the most abundant harvests. Yet the Papuans are so lazy and understand so little of the art of agriculture that the growth of food plants is often allowed to be choked with weeds. The inhabitants belong to several races. D'Urville divides them into 3 principal varieties: the Papuans, a mixed breed, belonging more or less to the Malay or Polynesian race, and the Harfous, or Alforus, who resemble the common type of Australians, New Caledonians, and the ordinary black oceanic populations. These latter would appear to be the true indigenous people of the country. End of section 34. Recording by Richard Aroksaar, Seattle,